krl-fm Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
By those two not having a big, huge collision. Here, Pederson lights into one down the right field line. This ball coming down and over the wall. Pederson with a skyscraper indoors, and it makes its way over the right field wall. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs. This one a 3-run shot. It's 4-1 Texas.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we open up the Tolo Tuesday edition of Sean and RJ on your home for Texas Rangers baseball. It's DFW Sports Station. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We'll be back tomorrow. We got Pepe and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as an impressive series ends with the Texas Rangers taking 3 of 4 against the second-place Mariners. It's a 7-3 win, and you wake up today up 2 games in the American League West.
Because you have Barry Bonds leading off for this team. Holy, it was Jock Pederson on a tear. Somebody texted me, Jock Bonds. Like junk bonds, junk bonds. Remember that thing?
Yeah.
Back in the old days? Yeah, I kind of liked it. But ball's flying out.
6th time this year that Jock has led off with a home run. And I was like, is there any other hitter in baseball
Ricky Henderson
who fails at the, I think, wrong comparison as to what I'm referencing, but just the whole body flailing out and already heading back towards the dugout more so than Jock. You really saw it in his final at bat yesterday, but it was a changeup to where he was very early. But, man, everything is leaving the box, and right now everything is leaving the yard.
He's like a pitcher when he follows through, like falls off towards first base.
Yes.
Big time, right? Just puts everything into it. And, Scherzer did this, where his back was almost to the hitter by the time he got done throwing.
Well, Bassick made the Mitch Williams comparison the other day with this pitcher who was falling off, I think, towards the third baseline.
Yeah, so, you'll see that with pitchers. With hitters, man, the only guy I ever saw it with, and he didn't swing and miss very often, but when he got fooled on a change, Ichiro would do that.
Yes.
When he got fooled on a changeup, he would he would almost do like a is it a pirouette? Is that a pirouette when you spin a Ruski, whatever they call it? But Jock does that, and he's a bigger guy, man. He puts a lot into that swing. But that,
and Clayton Kershaw was there to watch him.
Kershaw was there with his kiddos, and it's good to see Kershaw. I would like to see. I wonder how many games Kershaw. I haven't seen him at other games. Maybe he's been there and nobody's paid attention to it. I doubt it. TV would have picked it up. I wonder, a major leaguer who lives in a baseball city, how often do they go to games, especially if it's not their team? He didn't play for them.
4 home runs off of George Kirby.
And Kirby is he is a really good pitcher. He will give up the long ball occasionally this year, and
they left him in.
Which I like. This is your game. This is your game, bud. But dude, ball kind of traveled yesterday. Well, that second Pederson home run, that hasn't been a home run here, where it's like a kind of a high fly ball that just kind of drifts and drifts and drifts.
Towering.
Durant's a home run any day, that home run that he hit. And then the Burger one, that ball just kind of carried to and barely got out. The ball was traveling. I had some guys doing digging about the fans, these big fans in the building yesterday. They said, I haven't noticed those before, but they were blowing some cool air, some high wind. So we'll see. I don't know. Those fans were there. The ushers told him those fans have been there all year.
The 4 runs off of George Kirby at this point in the second inning, the most that the Rangers have ever scored against him. That was his 13th start against Texas. And then Zeke went second deck with a solo in the third to make it 4-2, and he owns Kirby. Now, at that point, 11 for 21 in his career against them, and then Berger added the 2-run homer to make it 7-2.
Yeah, and once that hits, game's over. Rocker was, I didn't feel like he was as dominant as he was when he's super, super dominant, when he's got his best stuff, but he was still very, very good. And he was very efficient. To get into the 7th inning and not even be at 80 pitches, and almost get out of the 7th inning and not even be at 90 pitches. That's pretty efficient in today's world. In today's world, that amount of pitches is looking at a 5-inning day. It's a day's baseball.
Kumar Rocker in his last 2 starts shut out the AL Central leading White Sox and then did this against your division rival. Last 2 starts, 12 2/3, 2 runs, 5 hits, 13 strikeouts, 4 walks, and Bobby may need to be preparing the apology for saying that Rocker was going to end up in the bullpen.
Yeah,
he has held it down here in the last 2.
This is exactly what you drafted. Where he can shut down a good White Sox team. It's a good offense, and he shut them down. And Seattle's not the greatest offense, but I mean he really limited them. Struck out struck out a hitter per inning, which is what you're looking for,
and all 7 off the slider.
Right, and strikeout to walk ratio is 3-1. That's what you're looking for. He has been very, very good over his last couple starts. If you go back to his last few, let me rephrase it. 3 of the last 4. Detroit, I'm sorry, the Houston game he got knocked around in. But Chicago, dominant. And then this one, still very, very good.
The only negative, and I didn't think that they were going to do it, Latz had to see action in the 9th. He ended up giving up 1. That's how you go from 7-2 to 7-3. But I was like, can you go ahead and save him for the start of this Tampa series?
Which you would like to. You would like to have saved him for that. But
7-2 in the 9th?
Yeah, I think what they were looking for is, you don't want to get the tying run up, but also he hadn't pitched since Friday.
There would have been a lot of people on to get the tying run up.
Well, yeah, you would have had to, once they got to 7-3. Yeah, once they got to 7-3, you could get.
Yeah, but he came in with 7-2.
Yeah, I would have liked to have
came in the start of the inning. He gave up the run.
I think what would have happened is you wouldn't have wanted to throw him since Friday and not thrown him at all. They're trying to get work, and they didn't want to burn other guys. So ideally, you probably don't want to use him, but when a guy hadn't pitched on Saturday or Sunday, and then wouldn't pitch on Monday, or Saturday or Sunday, and then if he would pitch on Monday, that'd have been 3 days off, which I'm sure he would have loved. But also, they don't want guys to get rusty.
And this is what the doctor ordered, right? Teams over 500 in this little tough stretch. You get the White Sox, then you get the Mariners. Now, the Mariners have just been flirting around 500. They're technically not over 500. As the Astros, the armpit is now second place in the American League West. They are 2 back. The Mariners are 2.5 back, but you're still facing a big series means, okay, we respect this opponent, or at least they're in your division. White Sox, Mariners, and now the first place Tampa Bay Rays starting tonight.
Every AL division is 2 games or 2.5. The East is 2.5. But they're all within that stretch.
And there's not one in the NL closer than 5.5.
Nope. NL is a blowout. Cubs are 6 back of Milwaukee. Phillies are 5.5 back of the Braves. Arizona's 12.5 back of the Dodgers, and every American League is going to be a rat race to the end. In fact, outside of 5 teams, A's, Angels, Kansas City, Baltimore, and the Blue Jays, every other team is within 7 of first in their division.
Evan Grant, Dallas Morning News, went around the locker room, said, I made rounds in the clubhouse asking players to state their case for adding to this roster. Jock Pederson looked at me and said, we're in first place. What more needs to be said? That's the reason. Is it over? Is it decided on the direction you should attempt?
It's decided. Whether it should or not, it's decided what will happen.
What will happen? What is going to happen?
They're going to buy. Yeah, they're going to buy at the deadline. There's no doubt about that. Whether you think that should be the case, like whether you think they have a legitimate chance to win or not, that's, I think, moot. They're going to buy. It's going to be very, very difficult to get to sell to a fan base when there may not be baseball next year. That you're hanging on. That you're going to hang on. I think it's going to be very difficult to sell. Whether they sell Seager, in terms of trying to, get out from that contract before he gets his full no trade, or whether they buy, go in and all in and buy a bat, buy bullpen, whatever. I think it's going to be very hard to sell to the fan base that you're selling from first place.
Jared Sandler's going to join us at 7:20 today in the Expressway. How does this series change or affect the trade deadline, and we get you set for Tampa today right here on DFW Sports Station. We got the Cowboys, the State of the Cowboys press conference. I believe that's going to be at 1 o'clock today.
All right, so more time with them to talk.
Yeah, more time. Well, we don't have to talk. More time the KNC doesn't have to talk.
Right, yeah.
Kevin Hagelin came up with this idea for Thursday because they're missing so much time out there in Oxnard because of Rangers stuff, pre-programming, whatever. He's like, hey, we'll take over the final hour of your show on Thursday. And I was like, okay, check with the bosses. And he's like, all right, just wanted to check with you first. We go into the meeting yesterday, and the boss is like, all right, so you ready to join up with KNC Thursday at 9? And I was like, whoa, join up. I thought we were getting out of here early. I thought for once we were getting an hour off around here, and he looked at me as if I had 4 heads.
Yeah, it was disgust.
It was disgust. He's like, no. What are you talking about? You guys, we can't have you go anywhere. So, yeah, KNC can join you. I just thought it was so interesting how all these other shows get so much time off, but we suggest 1 hour, and it's like we're boycotting. It's like we're shutting down the baseball season.
It's to the point that if the Texas Rangers opened up their season in Korea, we wouldn't air the game.
We do a Manning simulcast.
We would have to do a simulcast.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Right, Pepe? Did you get that same feeling from the bosses?
I think so. Morning show can't miss off any time.
That's right.
Got to work. There's got to be one full show.
You know, and I thought it was a great.
1 hour.
I thought it was a great gesture by Hagee because it truly is a waste of time for them to do a half-hour show. It's a waste of time.
Yeah,
it's a waste of their time.
You countered.
I had a counter offer. Look, I went to negotiation class during my MBA. When I went for my MBA, I finished half of it, Peyton.
Oh.
I'm an MBA dropout. But I took a negotiation course.
MBA.
MBA, yeah.
Okay.
I took a negotiation course. My counter offer, which I thought was good. Hey, we'll do the half hour for you.
Because they have a half hour on Thursday.
Okay, yeah, they go till 10:30. They have a half hour because it's an 11 o'clock Ranger.
Which is 8:30 their time.
It's 8:30 their time. I says, we'll do the half hour for you. You come in an hour early on Friday, and we get a start to our weekend. I thought that was a fair offer. But, you know, we have too many commercials.
That's right.
We can't fit them all in 3 hours.
That is a great response with the trump card of how we're going to get in all of our commercials. The Philadelphia 76ers put a crown in LeBron James' locker room to welcome him to Filthy, but apparently he doesn't feel welcome enough that he's actually going to live there full time. As Shams Charania, Windhorst, their names getting mixed up into the reporting of this, saying LeBron will be a resident of New York City while playing for the Sixers, officially set to commute daily from New York to Philly, potentially via helicopter.
Man, this is wild. I think Philadelphia should actually promote this to incoming free agents in all sports. That you can live
that
in
our
New
city's so bad you don't want to live here?
That you can live in New York City and still play for the Philadelphia Eagles, Sixers, Phillies, Flyers.
Way too prideful to do that.
Way too prideful to do that. But it's 90 miles, door to door, with a train. And now look, LeBron can't take the train necessarily, but a Philadelphia Flyer can absolutely take the train.
Yeah,
most of the Phillies,
Eric Lindros,
can take the train. A lot of the Eagles, now some of the Eagle players will be big, big guys, but you can still hit a train. You just it's an hour train ride. There's an express. It's 1 hour and 6 minutes. How many guys?
So you don't think this is as crazy as it reads?
I don't think so. I don't because I just think how many Ranger players actually live in Arlington or any of the surrounding cities? I would say zero.
Right.
I would say
we know the Cowboys live in Frisco.
Right. I would say the Rangers live in either like if you're single, you might live in Uptown, or you might live in like Fort Worth. But most of them are going to live in like South Lake or Frisco. It's not next door.
The Dallas Cowboys have arrived and shown up in Oxnard, and Dak is already repping the Super Bowl. We take you inside the Star on your home of the Cowboys as well. Nick Eatman at 9:20 from California. Glad you're waking up with us. 6 a.m. Club Tolo Tuesday on Sean and RJ. And this...
injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Let us do so, Mr. Announcer. Man, thank you for joining us. It's a Tolo Tuesday with the 6 a.m. club here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys, the KNC Masterpiece, arriving yesterday in Oxnard, California. The State of the Star press conference, that's what I'm calling it, at 1 p.m. today. And, of course, Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow to fully recap before we fly out on Sunday. And we did end up with that first-class upgrade.
Yeah, we did.
I got made fun of after the show by the bosses for being bougie because of my rideshare rant. Sorry, I don't want to pay $40 for a ride and get dropped off, 30, 40 feet from where I'm supposed to go in 105-degree temperatures. But I got made fun of, and right after being called bougie, we upgraded one-way first class.
Yeah, we did. Look at that. Sometimes it pays to be to be on top of things.
Well, we paid.
And seeing it. No, but seeing it.
We
You gotta
literally
see it.
paid.
You got to see it. You got to see it. You got to
with
notice
you
it.
and the prices.
Yeah, you got to notice it.
Yeah. Well, when I asked Chico, first off, Kevin Hagelin, for cheap-ass, tightwad Kevin Hagelin and Crosstalk to go, oh, my God, yeah, take $200 for a first-class upgrade. And then Chica Lean, who puts his family in the back of the plane while he rides first class solo from the Grande, when he goes, oh yeah, it's usually like $700 to upgrade. You got to take that.
Wait, he does that?
I think he's done it before. There's a decent amount of people who do that.
Well, I don't mind doing that to the kids.
Yeah, I do.
Well, I mean, it depends on how old they are.
Yeah.
Like, you would never do it like if your kids are teenagers.
Yeah,
you could do that.
Even Amanda, she's trying to, she's getting the travel itch. She's like, when are we going to see her parents? I'm like, we're not. I issued the embargo, the travel embargo.
Yeah.
My daughter is not getting on another flight until, she is having her quinceañera. That's the way it's happening. And she goes, well, I'll sit in the back with her. I'll sit side by side. And she's like, you don't have to deal with it. I'm like, what am I going to do? Am I going to sit there 10 rows up and listen to this girl have a total meltdown on the flight and pretend like
rows away? Sit next to the engine, you'll be fine. You won't hear a thing. That's why I always try to get the wing seat. I always like the seats like near the wing. The engine's so loud you can't hear a kid cry.
You want the noise.
I want the noise. Oh, yeah. Put you to sleep.
Yes.
The hum.
Cowboys arriving in Oxnard, and Dak Prescott asking for it by wearing a Super Bowl shirt. Now, what the internet is probably not going to do
I want to win a championship.
is zoom in and see that it is a Super Bowl 30 shirt. So he's going a little old school with the gear, going back to the Cowboys beating the Steelers in 1996. But he did it, and he knew all the media was going to be waiting, and he'll be asked about it at his press conference, and he's going, yeah, I did it on purpose. Little motivation right there. So the Super Bowl 30 throwback for Rain, Dakota.
Look, I mean, it's a great logo, by the way.
It is. It's a good shirt.
And I really wish they would get all those Super Bowl logos back to the way they were.
And Aiden, by the way, has put it on the fan cam.
They used to have character to them. They used to have something to do with the city that they were being played in.
Well, now, it has to do with who's going to play in the game based upon the colors.
Right, it's the script. It's the script. But all this foreshadowing stuff that they do, I feel like some team does this every year. They have someone will wear a Super Bowl. Some fan will get a Super Bowl tattoo. A player will do this Super Bowl. It sets you up to get made fun of by some other fan base when it doesn't happen. But when it goes right, and you can point to it, and you get a lifetime of owning, That's what you get out of it.
I willed it to take place.
To happen. I spoke it into existence.
Yes. Tyler Smith caught up with the media, and this is a topic I kind of ranted about and went off early in the offseason. Are the Cowboys going to have Tyler Smith? I thought it was unfair to him contract-wise if they switched him to tackle, and I thought it was unfair to him preparation-wise if they didn't tell him as early as possible, because I've heard some people say, your body is different and the drills and preparation are different with your training to play guard versus tackle. Tyler Smith was asked which one he's playing during camp.
We'll see what happens. Ultimately, Shawty makes those decisions. Wherever I do line up, I'm going to be at the best of my ability.
So you haven't been told one way or another?
I haven't told anything.
I haven't been told anything. That's Clarence Hill with the questioning. That tells me that Tyler Smith will be playing guard, because if it was going to be tackle, he probably should have already had that in his inbox.
Oh, he should have had that, I would say, when did the season end? January 7th, January 8th? Probably should have had his inbox by then. Yeah, he's going to play guard. That's probably the right move. I mean, when somebody's an all-pro, why are you messing with it?
Now, do you apply that to Penei Sewell in Detroit? Now, he's going from tackle to tackle, but right to left.
Yeah, I mean...
They switched Larry Allen. Jerry would come on here and say, we switched Larry Allen. You know? we moved him a long time ago.
Yeah, I think I would. I mean, like, if the guy is the best in the league at something...
Yeah.
I would just leave him be. I understand the importance, but it's not as if the other side is not important at all, right? There's still a major importance on it. Just, I guess, how comfortable. Also, I think tackle to tackle may be a little bit easier than guard to tackle. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. But I would probably left Sewell alone if he's the best in the league at it.
We take you around the rest of the National Football League. I cannot wait for the press conference today, the State of the Star at 1 p.m. Full recap like no one else will do here on Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt's return tomorrow. Andy Reid with an update on the story that broke yesterday. Eric Bieniemy's son allegedly, reportedly shooting his mother. So Eric Bieniemy's wife, while he's at training camp, getting shot by his son. Andy Reid with the update.
This is our hearts go out to Eric Bieniemy and his family. Thoughts and prayers are with them. I can't get into details on it, but things happen sometimes, and Eric will work through it. He's got a great support group here, as does his family, as needed, and then we'll just let time take care of it from there. But Mia is stable, which is a plus, and so is Eric Jr., and that's all important.
So that's good news. At least she was hospitalized in stable condition. The son, Elijah, 27 years old, was arrested and charged with malicious wounding, use of a firearm in commission of a felony, and discharge of a firearm inside of a dwelling. He is being held without bond at a detention center. So Bieniemy left training camp. He was not there, obviously, at practice yesterday. He was with the Chiefs on Sunday, and there's no timetable, obviously, for the return.
I've never heard malicious wounding.
Yeah.
It sounds like attempted murder to me.
A lot of people inside of a dwelling. You usually don't see that attached to it. Throw that into the OWI that people didn't know for Romo in Wisconsin.
This has a whole other development to this. Awful. I don't know how. I mean, obviously Eric came home immediately. I have no idea how he processes this. Potentially losing your son for years to jail, to incarceration, but also potentially losing your wife, your partner, your life partner for, obviously, if she were to pass away, and it looks like hopefully she's not. I could not even imagine having to deal with that. What an awful thing to go through. But man, like this, when we found out it was his son, it was like, oh no, what happened?
Yes,
awful,
that's crazy. Does he make it back to camp?
I would doubt it. I would think that he is.
This is where it really helps, not to be insensitive football-wise, really helps that he coached there with Mahomes before.
Yeah. And the Chiefs are. I mean, that team is like they're Andy does so much with the offense anyway.
I thought you were going to say he does so much with scandal.
Yeah, he does so. No, he does so much with the offense. I would be, if I were Eric, I'm like, dude, give me like weeks. Yeah, if he's there by game,
he may want to go back.
I mean, he might want to get his mind off it, but he also, depends on what the recovery is for Mia, how long is it going to take, and obviously, he's got to deal with his son going through a trial.
Yes,
but that's going to happen too, and that's not going to be something that he's going to want to be away from.
The big fella is not happy in Tampa as Vita Vea has requested a trade. He had hoped for a long-term contract extension. Talks stalled, according to Ian Rappaport. Now he wants out. How old do you think Vita Vea is?
33?
31. I thought he was 35 or 36. Feels like he's been around forever. Still 31.
Thought about that with Jamal Adams, too, because he got, I guess he got signed. And I'm like, man,
Vikings.
He's only like 31 years old. And I'm like, it seems like he's been in the league for 15 years. I mean, that Jets thing was a decade ago almost, that trade.
And Vita Vea still 73 on Pro Football Focus. My mind immediately went to the Cowboys, and I was like, oh, never mind. We're okay on the inside. We're good there.
Yeah.
So no Vita Vea trade talk here. But damn good player.
They definitely are good on the inside.
Does he really want out, or is this just strictly a contract play, and the Buccaneers go ahead and clean this up? Little video controversy with Jerry Jeudy, as the Browns wide receiver was apparently on a live stream, and the chat asked him, who do you want to be the quarterback? And Jerry Jeudy throws up the number 4. Well, this just in.
Is that Dak Prescott?
No, that's the number of reps that Shedeur Sanders can do, apparently, with 20-pound weights.
No.
Number 4 is Deshaun Watson. Well, this obviously blows up, and Jerry Jeudy then responds on social media yesterday and said, y'all cut the clip perfectly for that narrative. I'm not going to weigh in on the decision. That is Todd Monken and the Browns front office and their decision to make. I don't speak on decisions that are not mine to make, but he was holding up the number 4. He just says it cut. Now, Twitch and FanCam and YouTube, let us know how often this happens. Hopefully not too much with Odyssey.
I mean,
why else are you holding up 4, though?
Right. Right. You're holding up the number right at the same time the question's being asked on the live stream.
Yeah.
Scrolling on the bottom, who do you want? Who do you want to be the quarterback? Right there. It even says it. I mean, I'll go back to it right here. I blow this thing up. And it says, who do you want to be the quarterback? Who do you want to start?
Yeah.
Who do you want to start? That's it.
And he's putting it up for Deshaun.
And he put the 4 up. It's from Spence with a little dot, with a little crossed fingers.
Yeah.
Who do you want to start?
So, little controversy already. Man, the Browns fans were not kind to him in the comments and replies, as they were like, 4, is that the number of drops you're going to have in the first half of game 1? Is that the number of it was just a bunch of drop jokes.
Well, what do they want to happen with this? Like, what do they want? They want to start Shedeur? The Pro Bowler? Is that what they want? Or they want to, start the guy you're paying?
I normally would guess who you would pick to start. I'm wondering, though, if your answer would be different. Who would you? I would have Deshaun, because I don't believe in Shedeur. Normally, I'm like, go with the unknown, see if Shedeur has it, but I would pick Watson.
I'd pick Deshaun because I've seen him be great.
Long time ago.
It was a lifetime ago. See, it feels like as long ago as when Vita Vea got in the league.
Should pedicures be confidential for men and the social media murders that are taking place? Peyton has it in PP in the morning next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to Base Power, basepowercompany.com.
vehicle? Get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
PP in the morning. Yeah, PP in the morning. PP in the morning.
That is right. It is Tuesday, 6:40. It's time for a little PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. And guys, how can you not be romantic about a man getting a pedicure?
Yes, that's right, baby. Let's go.
Have you guys dabbled in the pedicures, the little mani-pedi action?
I've gotten it before. My boy Jimmy, every week, every other week, is always trying to get me to go and meet up. I'm at the point now.
He goes that often?
Yeah. Ooh, he's soft.
That's...
I'm at the point now, though, where I've gone past the line, and I would be too scared for anyone to work on my toes. My one big toe, it's like cracked and dry.
That's a fungus.
Shut up! I don't care.
No, I think when your
expertise.
toes, when you start to get those lines in your toenails, like it's
not my toenail. It's on the bottom. It's on the bottom dry skin.
Onion. No, not a bunion.
No, it's not. Shut up! I don't need y'all's.
I think you're talking about the toenail. When the toenail gets those lines in it.
No, it's not the toenail. No, it's the bottom.
Yeah,
it's
I guess
dry
pretty
and
bad,
hard
yeah.
and cracked, and I don't.
I cut it.
I know, but if you get too close,
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, it hurts. Yeah.
That's why I hop in the shower, and so it's already soft. That skin's soft, and then I can just like peel it off.
Shave it off.
Yeah.
the pumice stone or whatever.
yeah.
My wife, she bought like a cheese grater.
Dude, Sarah got this like it's a circular, almost like a saw, but it's a sander, and she just sands it off like this dust all over the floor.
I'd be interested in that.
You gotta put your foot over the toilet or something, man. Well, this is happening. The pedicures are happening at the University of Florida, as apparently first-year head coach John Summerall has a bit of a soft side to him, but he was not the one who exposed himself, but instead his wife, Jenny, who had this to say to a reporter about John earlier in the week.
What is something maybe we don't know as seeing head coach John Summerall that you would love Gator Nation to know about him?
He loves pedicures.
Oh, really?
That's his favorite extra thing to do. So every 2 weeks in the football season, John loves to get a pedicure. That's just a fun little happy about him.
Is this the team bonding thing that occurs?
We should get the team going. It's good for them, you know. It's a good quality thing for them to do, but he loves it.
Now, I've only been married for not even 2 months now, but rule number one, maybe top 5, but rule number 1 to me, do not reveal any secrets of the soft side towards your husband. If Mackenzie did something like this where Bobby had an open mic or something, she said something like this in front of a microphone, and we played on air, it would lead to a lot of arguments. You have to have a drawing line here. That should not have been said.
I don't really believe you. We kind of put all of our own business out there to begin with. Like my Summerall story or comparison would be the bath. It's a man that got me a bath pillow to use.
Nice. It's right. I remember that.
So that would be mine. We put it out there, and then the wives would say, what about all the stuff you reveal about us?
Yeah.
All the business you put out there about us.
We put a lot of business
Well, we do it for radio.
Part of the
that's
game.
why. Yeah.
Part of the game.
Theater of the mind.
She, Sarah doesn't love it. I said, but I got to. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
Just not contribute?
It was in Mackenzie's NDA that I had her sign. You know, it was I can talk about you. You can't talk about me. It's a one-way street here.
Go find someone else not famous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. That's. I don't.
Jay Ochoa, Tolo J just sent O'Keefe's Healthy Feet. He says this does wonders.
Wow.
Okay. 4.7 with 38,000 reviews.
I assume a man who goes, like, if you go to get a pedicure once, you might go because your wife convinced you to go once. But if he's going every couple of weeks, he's probably comfortable in the fact that he's getting pedicures.
Yeah, and I think we need to bring this back maybe for Valentine's Day where the wives get interviewed so they can go ahead and disclose what they want and reveal the information that they want. But I feel like everything is pretty much like an open book around here.
And it is.
I think Bobby may be...
He would be the least... He would not want it. He would not want that done.
Like exposed?
Yeah.
How much do you think he hides? Do you think he's the one who has... he's pretty I mean, he comes in here with heating pads and ice packs.
Yeah, I don't think he's like he'd be shy of anything soft. I don't know. Maybe
He puts out his playlist on his Instagram. That's soft enough.
He's definitely a shower singer. I bet you he sings in the shower.
They have the Alexa in there.
I bet
Kristen
you does
turns
it.
off while she pees because they're listening.
Yeah. Well, it's because John is seen as like a tough guy, and a man. And now that is no longer the case. College game day crowds, when Florida is like the away team, they're in Georgia, Athens, or wherever. The fans are gonna bully the hell out of John now.
It's not that bad. It's not.
Oh, that first sign college game day is gonna be something
There
about
will
feet,
be
something about toes and feet.
Yeah.
Soft feet, soft team.
Florida has to be good enough to get on game day first. Let's start with that one. And then when they do get on game day, yes, absolutely, there'll be a foot comment.
Yep. I mean, and this could kill a locker room early. You have a soft head coach now, first year guy coming in from
But if you're going to be in a locker room environment, I want a guy getting a pedicure. I mean, the feet can be. You get a locker that smells like feet.
You feel good, you look good.
But you got a pedicure. I mean, maybe you got some of that dead skin off the feet there, and it won't smell as bad.
Look good, you coach good.
Yep, that's right. All right, it's PP in the morning every single Tuesday at this time. Now, this next story, it's pretty wild that this took place recently. Sarah Gibson, who is an influencer on TikTok with over 30,000 followers, was found dead alongside her husband, Jeremiah. Sarah had posted a TikTok on July 11th, and she was doing the Netflix documentary trend. In the caption, and I'll play the music because I think we hit this a couple weeks ago, but you've probably heard it. If you've seen the Genius Eric and Brian video on the fan Instagram page that Sean had the genius idea of, it's that. And she had the caption on her video, preparing for when Netflix drops a documentary about my soon-to-be ex-husband, who I just found out is a pedophile.
Ooh.
She got this speculation because back in early June, a girl and a parent told police that Jeremiah, who coached a girls' traveling basketball team, touched the young girl inappropriately at an event at an elementary school. Now we move forward to last week on Thursday when officers responded to a domestic violence incident in Collinsville, Oklahoma at 11 o'clock at night after a 911 call in which dispatchers heard a woman screaming, followed by what sounded to be a gunshot. The call was disconnected, and dispatchers, they tried to call back, but obviously there was no answer. And when police arrived to the home, it was a murder-suicide, as both Sarah and Jeremiah were dead at the scene. Obviously, such an awful situation, but she was so close. It just sucks because she was so close of leaving. She was already preparing to leave the situation, and awful that it caught up to her here.
Yeah, there's another social media story that I woke up and read this morning. There is a family of 8 in Michigan. It's a murder-suicide story. And this girl and her husband had all these kids. They even adopted 2 more. But she had posted on Reddit how he was cheating on her, and she was going to therapy and stopped drinking, and she was doing everything she could to save the family. And so this is a story tied to Reddit. This is a story tied to TikTok. I don't know whether the pedophile thing, he saw that and completely snapped over it. But now you have 2 and this family in Michigan, this guy killed them. The kids set fire to the house, and the pets died as well. So 2 gruesome, awful, sickening stories kind of tied to social media and putting it out there.
Yeah, I mean, and just a little bit of marriage advice for my short time being married. It's like, and it's obvious advice, but like if you're in a situation,
I've got to know where this is going.
I'm really worried.
No, it's just if you have that feeling, something's wrong, just get out immediately. Don't let it drag out. Yeah, I mean, I know maybe she needs evidence first before she acts, but like if you know situation is bad, get out immediately. Like, I mean, because it could have saved her life. And Sarah does leave behind a son and a daughter as well.
And it's not that easy, Pepe, because this woman in Michigan was trying to stay for the kids.
There's plenty of people who stay in toxic relationships for a lot of reasons. I would not have, if I was her, I would not have posted about it on social media. I let the cops handle it, everything, in the courts instead of, doing that, because
caught him a pedophile publicly, and you're an influencer,
right? And there's like, what if he was found not guilty? Like, there's a whole lot that goes in there, right? So I would have stayed away from that.
Awful.
But still, I mean,
awful.
The guy, the murder, like him killing her and then killing himself.
Yeah.
There's kind of tells me something.
Yeah, awful situation. But we have one last story here to get to in PP in the morning. We have yet another dumb person in the world who can't use common sense. This took place in New York, where a woman is suing McDonald's not because of the hot coffee, but instead the scorching hot French fries. This lady claims she suffered severe personal injuries. She says the employees that they were careless and reckless while failing to provide her with a safe order of the fries. She claims she suffered mouth and tongue injuries, which makes me believe she wasn't even out of the drive-thru when she dipped her fat hand in the bag and ate while driving. She's one of those, who can't just wait till she gets home.
When you reached in the bag, everyone does that. They steal a fry. Yeah. When you reach in the bag, your lying, dishonest, crazy ass could not sit there and tell that it was too hot to put into your mouth. I hate these people.
When the fries are too hot, you can feel how hot they are before you even touch them. Just being in the bag, like the steam, it's like a sauna.
Yes. And she had to put like a handful of those fries to burn her. One fry isn't going to burn your tongue. It's got to be a handful.
Or she didn't, and she's just lying about it. I don't know. I guess she has to prove mouth injury. I hate these people, but this would be my dad. Not that he sues, but he has to order. He'll send it back to get reheated. He has to order it extra burnt. He wants all the fries burnt. He wants the bun burnt on the burger. He wants it all crispy, all toasty. But I hate these people because what would happen if they gave her cold fries? She'd be whining and bitching about that and trying to get a buck.
Yeah,
so
like my mom.
What?
Served me cold Monaco.
Oh, my God.
She had people over. She had friends over. It's cold Italian food. I said, Mom, what's going on here? You're losing it. She's losing it in her old age.
Who does not want it fresh out? How many people, 10 people go through the drive-thru and they're like, all right, we have ones that we made 10 minutes ago, but if you wait 2 minutes, these are coming straight out. And how many are picking the 10 minutes ago?
No, I want them immediate. As soon as they come out, let's go. I don't care how hot it is. I'll deal with it. I'll fight through
My
it.
tongue and finger pain will recover, but I want those hot French fries.
Well, there's nothing worse, though, when you get some flap of skin on the roof of your mouth.
It's there for the week.
Yeah.
Next time, I hope she gets...
I like the taste of blood, so...
I do hope she gets the frozen fries next time. Shatters her teeth as soon as she takes one bite of it.
Go to the Choppy House. You get plenty of frozen cold food.
Cold food, man.
PP in the morning. Every Tuesday at this time, Aiden will join us for Ask Reddit at 7:40 after Jared Sandler talking about the humongous series win against the Mariners and how, if at all, it affects the trade deadline. We have a health update on Kyrie, Michael Lombardi, and is Tony Romo getting his license back? All of it next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Bobby Bell will be back tomorrow to recap the State of the Star press conference today, 1 p.m. from Oxnard, California, where Nick Eatman will join us at 9:20 this morning to kick off the football season.
It's here. It's here. Now, it always gets me a little bit depressed. I get excited and depressed. The depression is that when football's here, it means that winter is coming.
Oh, shut up. You just said how miserable it was outside.
It's hot out, man. But if somebody's got a tea time today, I'm playing.
Ooh.
I would play if somebody has a tea time. If someone invited me to play golf, maybe not today. Maybe not today. I got some stuff. But, maybe tomorrow. If somebody invited me tomorrow to play, there you go.
Shams Charania giving an update on Kyrie Irving's recovery from the ACL tear. From my understanding, he's fully recovered 100% with it from a couple of seasons ago. So that is Shams saying it sounds and looks like a green light for Kyrie coming back.
Okay, and now the next step is to see what he's got.
Build up that trade value.
Yeah, see what he's got, because my expectations are very, very low. They're very, very low. Whatever we get, I'm going to be excited about, and maybe you can find this way to win 40 games. What do we think the max is here?
Well, it's funny you ask that because I have the win totals from Vegas and Bet Online.
Well, they won 26 games last year. I think they won. Let's check that out.
What do you think the over/under is set at right now? Last year it was set at 39.5. This year,
41.5.
It went down.
37.5.
35.5.
Yeah, they won 26 last year.
Opening win totals 35.5 with the over/under for your Dallas Mavericks. Blake Elliott would be betting the house on that.
Man,
is that too low?
No, I don't think so. I mean, are they that much? I mean, are they?
Last year they started off with Kyrie, AD.
Kyrie was hurt.
Wait, Kyrie was hurt.
Yeah, so it was AD.
Flag
and AD.
AD.
But they're 39.5. I mean, that's 13 win difference. To think they're 13 wins better this year. By the way, the NBA? What a tanking problem of the team. Every team.
You don't think they can win 35 games? You don't think they can be 13 games better?
Yeah, they can win 35, but to go from 26 to 39, that's a big jump. But the 5 teams in the East, the 5 teams in the West that missed the playoffs, every single one of them lost 7 of 10 or worse in their final 10 games. But the tanking obviously is the problem. Obviously, it's a major problem in the league, but that's just a little side I saw.
Teams with the biggest jumps from last season's open win totals.
Oh, Philadelphia.
Well, I'm not sure if they're just doing it based upon what happened. Like Detroit's plus 21 on here. So I think it's who overachieved the most last year. Utah plus 17, San Antonio, Washington, Charlotte, Toronto, Portland, Miami. Teams with the biggest drops, unexpected result, Milwaukee, the Clippers, Sacramento, and Memphis. So 35.5. If you love it, if you're convinced, like Blake Elliott, that they're a big dog and they can compete, go and take the over in Vegas or wherever you can lay those bets down. Maybe on underdog.
Do you have all the teams there?
Yes.
What is Indiana? They won 19 games last year.
44.5.
Okay, there probably isn't enough value there.
Their over-under last year to start the season, though, was 39.5.
Oh,
didn't they know Tyrese was out?
They knew he was out.
They're going to be a 500, barely under 500 team.
They knew Miles had gone already and signed with Milwaukee.
Without Tyrese. More LeBron fallout. the story of the Miami Heat YouTube video coordinator.
Yeah. So how about this? And the whole thing is this Miami Heat employee, which was not fired, by the way. This person was not fired. So the whole leak of the press conference link, there's a story behind that. This was mistakenly made public by the social media department while preparing for the possibility of LeBron signing with the team. This is according to Ramona Shelburne.
God, this makes me so much more bitter.
This whole thing?
Yeah, because I thought it was...
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was done.
So the poor Heat staffer... Sources tell ESPN that this staffer had scheduled vacation for the week and was trying to get ahead of work that could come up if LeBron chose the Heat while they were on vacation. That's why this whole thing started. And Rich Paul was like, I'm amused at the idea that they think LeBron James would even have a press conference anyway.
Good point.
Because he doesn't have one. He didn't have one when he went to Miami. I'm sorry. He didn't have one when he went to the Lakers. In 2018. So he didn't.
Who would ever think that we would think LeBron would want more attention?
Right, that's true. So the YouTube link was a test link. It was never supposed to get released. But all it was the social media director preparing for the possibility while they're on vacation that LeBron signs with Miami. And honestly, this is like a good employee thing. You're trying to get ahead of work. You're trying to leave. You should do this. Like when you go on vacation, you're supposed to leave Jacob all the music, right? All the stuff. Yeah, it's a good thing. This is a good, smart thing. And then the person got dragged, and we thought they were fired. I thought this person got fired. I think we all did, but apparently not.
Man, just trying to get ahead.
Yeah, it's trying to get ahead,
and did not get fired. So that's the update on that with LeBron to Philadelphia. We have some Boston fallout still. Remember when Jaylen Brown, LeBron's new teammate, talked about, he was accused of thinking he was smarter than everyone else on the Celtics and everyone else in the NBA. This was Jaylen Brown a while back on his live stream.
There's so many different forms of intelligence. Whatever you value is whatever you value. I never told anybody, like, look, I'm the smartest person in the room. That may be how they took it. But let's keep it a buck. Like, in sports, no offense to everybody in sports, but the bar is low. You know what I mean? Like the bar isn't that high. So I think that's what people need to take into consideration. It's like, okay, he's one of the smartest athletes, but like a lot of athletes and like, you know what I mean? How high is the bar really?
So how high is the bar? Yeah, I might be smart for an athlete.
Yeah.
I might be smart for an NBA player, but the bar's pretty low. Here's Jaylen Brown. Here's Jason Tatum at a basketball camp. I hope this audio is good enough, Pepe. But here's Jason Tatum with some advice and thoughts to the campers.
Being a leader doesn't mean you know it all, right? I don't know it all. I'll be the first person to say that. Being a leader is being comfortable with raising your hand like, Michelle, I don't know. Can you explain that to me? I don't know X, Y, and Z. I want to learn. Right? Somebody being around somebody that feel like they know it all, I don't want to be around that person.
All right, stop it. It's not good enough. It's muffled too much. But basically, he's saying, I don't want to be around a know-it-all. I don't want to be around that person. I don't want to be the smartest person in the room. I want to learn from somebody else. And, of course, the internet taking that as a shot at Jaylen Brown, and Celtics media or Celtics fans are saying, oh, my God, they did hate each other.
Yeah, it may be a shot. It's also great advice to kids. I don't feel enough young athletes ask questions because that's how you become smarter at the sport. So it actually is really, really good advice. It's okay to raise your hand and say, yo, I don't know what we're doing. That's how missed assignments happen. That's how missed assignments happen there, Eberflus. Not enough questions being asked.
It's all Caitlin's fault. The defense of Caitlin Clark probably coming to an end tomorrow with the return of stubborn-ass, refusing to budge Bobby Belt. But this was Caitlin Clark with Malika Andrews on ESPN being asked about her critics.
What needs to be done so that is?
It seems like there's always a moment like that in every season that I've played so far, and I think for myself, like, I just try to navigate it the best I can. It gets exhausting, it gets frustrating because I think especially like that's a perfect example of like, yeah, it was a hard foul, and it should have been dealt with in the moment, and they should have decided what it was then and reviewed it. Great, we move on. You see it happen in the NBA all the time. It's not anything more than that. It's basketball. When I walk out of the locker room, I shouldn't be not fearful of what the conversation is going to be, but you just like, it's emotionally exhausting, it's draining, it makes your shoulders tense because people don't want to talk about the basketball. They just want to stir it up and make it something else.
Okay. So that's her talking about all of these media issues and headlines and topics and segments. Well, Monica McNutt, during our show yesterday, started trending for reacting to that.
We don't often get to hear Caitlin Clark's perspective in quite this level of honesty. And this is an important conversation to continue to have with empathy for everybody involved. So listening to that, what was your reaction?
I thought the choice, the word of being fearful of the conversation after a game that she alluded to was interesting because oftentimes it seems, at least in the larger discourse, and not that there's not an emotional experience for Caitlin Clark, because I believe that it is, but it's the folks that are accused of doing something outside of the parameters of competition that are actually the ones that are fearful when you look at their social medias. This is what I will say. Caitlin Clark is 24. She is a shining star in the galaxy of the WNBA. But I do think as she continues to matriculate through this league, there's room for a little bit more accountability and self-awareness in terms of her role in the larger sisterhood, if she sees it that way, in the WNBA. But Malika, I agree with her 100%. It is certainly exhausting for all of us who really want to celebrate where this league is and the beautiful basketball that is being played. This larger discourse that can be very disappointing.
Accountability and self-awareness needs to be higher for Caitlin Clark, according to Monica McNutt.
Yeah, basically saying that like she has to take some kind of responsibility for what her fans do to other players on social media. I'm a big personal responsibility guy. I'm not responsible for anybody that they do, anything somebody else does. I'm responsible for what I do. So I immediately shoot back at this. But this is, I think, is what, this is part of the entire problem. Like, how could you remotely say that Caitlin Clark is responsible for that?
This could be a nominee for worst take. It's not the absolute lock that last Friday was.
Lock, no.
With that disingenuous nimwit at USA Today. Apologize. This is where, in that interview setting, enough can't get done, because the follow-up from Malika Andrews should have been, what is she responsible for? That's the follow-up interview question. What did she do exactly? Be specific. Yeah. What did she cause? Now, is she whining on the floor? Yes, I agree with Bobby in terms of that. Is she crying and whining to officials? Okay. So is Luka Doncic. So what? Okay, she doesn't need to sit there and rein in the fan base and lecture them because they're taking it somewhere else. And her whining on the floor, it doesn't resonate to all these other topics and carry on over to them, in my opinion. So get specific with the questions back to Monica McNutt. What did she do? What did Caitlin Clark do to start a race war in terms of that being her motivation? I'm gonna feed into this. How has she fed into any of it? She hasn't.
She has, because you know how I know she has it, because I, until this interview, forgot what she
favorability. I don't want to leave it at race. Favorability. You're the new golden child.
Right.
Why didn't you reject it? Why don't you not take the sponsorships? Why don't you be like Arch Manning at Texas? Is that what you wanted to do? Which of course is stupid.
She's never made. I haven't heard her make anything about race. I haven't heard her make anything about being the face of the league or taking credit for that. And this is how I know that she hasn't. I forgot what she sounded like. That's how long it's been since she's spoken.
Yeah.
Since she's done an interview. She doesn't do interviews. Shouldn't have to.
Could I make the case, and it's an insulting point. This is all the WNBA is. This is actually good for them, because we focused on the All-Star game and those highlights, or if you just focused on the actual basketball like Monica McNutt says she wants to do, the NBA wouldn't get talked about, at least on this show.
No.
We need all these topics are the reason that we even discuss and talk about them at all.
Look, this is
the WNBA, to me, it's an off-the-court league. I'm sorry, I know that's insulting. I'm just telling the truth. It's these topics and these issues that I think they kind of need to be talked about. And I want to say popularized, but this is how they get in the headlines.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, for better or worse, this is what the league is. To be fair, the NBA oftentimes is more interesting off the court than on the court.
Yes. I agree.
A lot of sports are.
Yeah.
A lot of sports are more interesting off the floor, court, ice, field than they are on it. So the WNBA is no different. They're not immune to that.
So there's Monica McNutt. Not sure if it's strong enough for Worst Take Friday at 9 a.m., but we'll have Bobby decide, and he'll say no, absolutely not. Caitlin Clark is fully to blame. Bobby back tomorrow. Well, we got to talk about your first place Rangers. Was it the series win of the season? Rangers insider Jared Sandler on how this impacts the trade deadline. We go commercial free on the Expressway with Ask Reddit as well on your home of the Rangers next. Sean Tree.
RJ. It is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a drive deep out into left. Arozarena going back. That one's out of here. Berger smashed one. A smash burger, if you will. His 19th home run of the season. A 2-run blast. And the Rangers are up 7-2.
Pixie with the call on this radio station. We are your home for Texas Rangers baseball. Here on Sean and RJ 105 through the Fan. Bobby Belt back tomorrow. Berger goes yard. Jock with 2. They beat up Seattle pitching. It's a 7-3 win. They take 3 of 4, and they are up 2 games now in the American League West with Tampa Bay starting tonight. Tolo Miguel sent me a picture saying first trip to the ballpark, and Jake Berger signed a ball for him, so that is fantastic and awesome. So was this tease from Jared Sandler on X. Joining Sean and RJ to discuss the Rangers, Choppy's podcasting career, and the real reason Bobby Belt is not working this week. What is the real reason Bobby is not working?
For legal reasons, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to share. I don't know if it's my place, but we all know that Bobby's in a little bit of hot water, and we hope that he's able to come. I heard you say he's back tomorrow. He's allegedly back tomorrow. Depending on how the proceedings go today, I know there's some important conversations. We're all keeping our fingers crossed. Thoughts and prayers.
Man, sounds like Jared
he knows something.
Is a Bobby insider because I don't know what he's referring to, whether it's Ranger criticism, Cowboy criticism, Spittle criticism.
The deadline is a week from yesterday? So maybe he's got some insider news.
And he's going to be upset probably if they buy. Was that the series win of the year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's obviously tough to put a whole lot of stock in a series early in the season, and you got a first and second place team, 4-game series. I always think, the thought is you got to win a series at home. I just think winning a 4-game series against another really good team is tough. I mean, it's a lot easier to just split the series. So to take 3 of 4, especially with the pitching that Seattle, rolls out there every game, I thought that was impressive. This Seattle team they're going to buy just because where they are in their window and their farm system, but there's something missing. You can't quantify, some of those intangible things. Teams have it, other teams don't have it. I think you can make a case the last couple of years the Rangers haven't had it, whatever that is. But that Seattle team looks a little off, a little weird. But that was a great series win for the Rangers.
Jared, 2-part question. One, what did the series win or their recent run of success, how has that impacted your opinion on them as a buyer at the deadline? And how, if at all, do you think it impacts the Rangers' decision to act?
Yeah, it's a great question. I just think it's so tough for a first-place team to not buy.
Yeah.
And I don't think the Rangers are going to be the biggest winners of the trade deadline. I don't think they're going to go and make the biggest moves. I don't know that they can. I don't know what ownership's appetite is to take on salary, even if it's a rental for, a prorated figure for the rest of the year. And I don't know from a prospect or a resource standpoint what the Rangers have and how they could compete for some of the top names. I don't think the Rangers are going after Tarek Skubal, but just, as an example, there are going to be multiple teams going after Tarek Skubal or, the best pitchers or position players. And when you get into an arms race, I don't know that the Rangers would be willing to do what it would take to get those guys. And so I think the Rangers will probably try and improve on the margins. I think if they add a couple middle relievers, that raises the floor of this bullpen. I think that would actually make a pretty decent difference. But yeah, I think my guess is, you're not, if the Rangers would have lost 3 of 4, Sean, I think that we'd be having conversations right now about who all is going to get sold at the deadline, because the Rangers would not be in first place and they'd be under 500, and it just optically becomes a lot easier to have those conversations. Now, the Rangers could go and get swept by Tampa Bay, and maybe Seattle goes and sweeps the Dodgers, and Houston has a big series, or the Rangers struggle all week, including this weekend against Houston, and now we're having a different conversation. It could change very quickly.
Yeah.
But right now, I just don't know how, whether, like, my own personal opinion, I think it's incredibly tough to sell when you're a first-place team. I think that sends a message that you don't want to send as a major league team. But it doesn't mean that you've got to go and be, recklessly aggressive. And I don't think the Rangers are. And I think that's the sense I get on the front office side is maybe you get a platoon bat who fits a need and then help out with a couple middle relievers that, can raise the floor of the bullpen.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you see a situation where they could buy and sell? We've seen some teams do that, or maybe not even buy and sell, but trade big leaguer for big leaguer. Yeah, no, RJ, 100%. And that's where, it's obviously so tough to predict. But, yeah, I think the Rangers could make a surplus for surplus type of move. And, yeah, you can buy and sell. I mean, here's the thing. Like in the NBA, if you were to trade a really good player in what would be a quote-unquote seller deal, so not an NBA player for an NBA player deal, it'd be tough to justify. If I traded, if I'm a good competitive team and I trade a good player for a draft pick, but in Major League Baseball, one player just doesn't move the needle the way that one player in the NBA does. Yeah. And so, whether it's to free up some money to make another move or just to try and kind of ride the fence and make a move that's going to help you a little bit in the future while also making other moves that are more for the present, I could see that happening. And I think we've started to see more of that with this third wild card team setup, because there are a lot of teams in the Rangers position where it's like, man, we're just a couple games over 500, whatever it is. We're in a playoff spot, but also like maybe we need to do something to try and, position ourselves, well long-term too. So I don't know what that would be or who that would be necessarily, but I do think that the Rangers are having conversations on both sides of that fence.
You mentioned platoon bat, and a couple of weeks ago I texted you a theory, and I said, are bats just not available in baseball at the deadline? Like, their team's just not willing to give them up? And then Choppy went and said, maybe we just don't have, we obviously have great hitters, but we're decreasing in that category, that it is not what it once was, 10, 15 years ago. What are your thoughts on that? And my theory that it's just not out there to be had with a big blockbuster bat that can come and help you midseason.
Yeah, you just don't see as many of those types of moves for rentals, especially. The pitching side's a little more delicate because you might only get 6, especially with how late the trade deadline is, 6, 7, 8 regular season starts. You might get one postseason start. And if you're out, you've given up these resources for really not a whole lot of production. At least with the bats, they're in there every day. And people think about, Sean, the Juan Soto deal and whatnot. I mean, that's unique. Like, he's in his 20s and is an all-time great or heading towards that. But, yeah, I think if you look at the price tag last year, what's happening is because of the third wild card situation, there are so many more teams who are within striking distance. So I think we were looking at the other day, I think it was like only 6 teams are without question just out of it, unless a weird Cleveland Guardians miraculous 15-game deficit comeback happens, right? Now, that's not to say that the other 24 teams are buying, because some teams aren't really in a buying window, but you've got 24 teams that are within striking distance. It's a seller's market. And so now what's happening is, to use a platoon bat as an example, if you want to get a good platoon bat, the price tag for that is just so much higher than it used to be. So, last year, I think there were only 2 starting pitchers who were traded within a week of the deadline who actually made a start in a playoff game, which is to, really underscore the impact. The impact arms, the impact bats, it's just a lot tougher to see those guys move. Yes, it happens. It's not to say there won't be any. The one thing about this year is that people feel like the free agent class of position players this upcoming offseason is really weak. And so maybe this is a team's opportunity to go and add for next year and the year after that by getting a controllable bat. But, I mean, I just don't know that you're going to see a lot of the big names. I think you see a lot of smaller moves made, which is what happened last year. There were 63 trades I think the like 48 to 72 hours leading up to the trade deadline, which is the most ever, but it wasn't like there were a ton of massive moves. There were a lot more kind of middle to lower end of the market type moves.
Jared Sandler, Rangers Insider, joining us from Tampa here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. What can they spend? You have the thoughts out there, the theories out there, right? That and in the NFL, we always sit there and look at your cap and what money you have available with the aprons in the NBA. The buzzer, is that going to limit them? Is Ray Davis going to open up the wallet? So I know we were joking about Scooble, but what's the best way that you can answer that, Jared, in terms of what they can spend? Because you do have tax implications that we had heard about before the season started and at different points and times in the year.
Yeah, so they shaved a lot off their payroll, so they're not right up against the lowest luxury tax apron. So there is some wiggle room there. I think the real question is going to be how convincing can Chris Young be if they feel like there's a deal that would take on quite a bit of money because you're right, there's not a cap, and so a lot of it is kind of up in the air. Ray Davis, I'm sure, has communicated something, but the owners oftentimes are on the receiving end of conversations from GMs like, hey, can I get a little more? It's like kids and their parents. Can I stay up 5 minutes later? Can I stay up 10 minutes later? So I don't expect the Rangers to take on a ton of payroll. I don't know. You guys talk to Jerry Jones every week, and I don't know if Jerry. Sometimes you believe what he says, sometimes you don't, but, you kind of have a good sense of where he stands. Well, Ray Davis doesn't like to talk publicly, and that's obviously his prerogative, so I don't think we know nearly as much about where he stands or how he feels about, where things are. And then, I think the biggest question is how they're considering the financial situation with a potential lockout, which it sucks. Like, I hate the fact that that's a part of the equation. It's not good for baseball. It's not good for this discussion. It's a dark cloud that hangs over what should be fun. Trade deadline discussion should be fun, but this makes it a little less enjoyable. But I think that has something to do with it too. So, Sean, I don't think the Rangers are going to take on big contracts. I think they could, even when you're asking about buying and selling, RJ. Maybe the Rangers feel like they need to give up some, or shed a contract to take on some money. But I don't think it's going to be like last year where they were just trying to do everything they could to stay below the luxury tax threshold and took on, such a low amount of additional dollars at the deadline. I think they've got a little more wiggle room, but it's so tough to know.
Has the buzzer thing settled down?
I think so. I mean, I know that the conversion rate from subscribers is well over 50%, and it's performing well so far. But I know people don't want to hear that because there are people listening right now who aren't able to watch the Rangers games in as convenient of a manner as they were before, and I get that and sensitive to that, and it sucks. And I know that the biggest one is Roku, getting a buzzer on Roku, and I know both sides are working on getting that all approved, and hopefully we can get that done sooner rather than later.
Jared, last year, I think a lot of us felt if this team just gets to the playoffs with Eovaldi and DeGrom, I mean, that is a nightmare for other teams to face. Where is your confidence level in the pitching staff if they were to make the postseason this year? Starting staff.
Yeah, one of the things that Skip Schumacher has done, and it's driven people like Chuck Cooperstein crazy who want to see complete games every every day. Guy.
Yes, he does.
I love Coop.
Yes, he does.
But you got your two best pitchers are, 35, and they're older than 35. They, you don't want them throwing 240 innings, right? And so, the Rangers have been conservative with their usage of those guys, maybe pulling them an inning early than what you would expect when you just look at production and pitch count to try and make sure that they're geared up and charged up for August and September and hopefully October. But I think it's a fair question to ask, what do these guys have? What are they going to be able to bring, as the season gets deeper and deeper? So, I don't think, we were just talking about the Mariners. I think if teams face the Mariners in the postseason, the first bullet point would be, my goodness, that rotation. I don't know that is the case with the Rangers, but at the same time, you look at the 2023 Rangers, they didn't need to roll 4 or 5 deep in their rotation. They had 2 starters who helped carry them, and then they pieced it together. And so, hopefully they'll have the puzzle pieces to mix and match and to get them through. But I think the big question, RJ, is just how much gas is in the tank for DeGrom and Eovaldi? Because if those guys have gas in the tank, then, hey, let's go out and let's see what happens. But, that's going to be something interesting to monitor as we get into August and September.
You put out the numbers for Rocker after a second fantastic start yesterday. 12 2/3, 2 runs, 5 hits, 13 strikeouts, 4 walks. You did it against the Mariners. You did it against the White Sox. Just talk about the recent performance for Kumar Rocker.
Yeah, I get where he was drafted. And he was one of the, it's rare that you have a college baseball player who people in the baseball world are following from day one. But, the freshman year he had at Vandy, and being a guy who would have been a first-round pick had he not gone to Vandy and not made it clear that he was going to go to Vandy, had him on the map early. So we've heard his name for so long. But this is Kumar's first full year as a major league starter. He only made 12 or 13 starts last year. No, he's not an all-star this year. He's not a Cy Young candidate, none of that. But this has been a step forward for Kumar. Again, it's his first full season starting every 5th day, and he's pretty much been able to take the ball every 5th day. Now, at some point, that might change just because he's already surpassed his highest innings output in a season in his career, and we don't know a whole lot about pitcher health, as much as we try and act like we do. But one thing that does seem to be a real challenge is guys who go, far and away exceed whatever their previous high was in innings. So, the Rangers are obviously going to be diligent with that. But I think what's been impressive about Kumar recently, the adjustments that he's made. You heard Skip Schumacher yesterday talk about the in-start adjustments. And I think that's a tough thing for young pitchers because they just tend to stay stubborn to whatever their game plan was when the game started. Whether the team that they're facing is making adjustments against them, or maybe a pitch isn't working, but we started to see Kumar really kind of be a chameleon within a game. And then the other thing is he scrapped this changeup, which I think is an important pitch for him, or something of that ilk. He scrapped it in favor of a splitter. Now, he didn't throw the splitter yesterday much, if at all, because the fastball slider combo was working so well, but just the ability to and willingness to make that sort of a change in the middle of the season, I think could go a long way and will be a weapon that he can use as needed against lefties. But it's been fun to watch him, and I don't know what his ceiling is. Again, I know he was the 3rd overall pick, and people might feel like that means you need to be X or you need to be Y. But I think Kumar's shown this year that, if he can stay healthy, he's gonna be a really good major league starter. The steps he's taken here recently, I think, have been really impressive.
Jared, I want to ask you about Corey Seager. I saw a line in an Evan Grant column the other day saying, Seager's hard to envision that Seager's bat would be the identity of this team. When you look at the game from last weekend, from Friday, and all the talk about, obviously he hasn't had the greatest year. He's been hurt. He's trying to come back. Is it as possible as ever that he would get dealt?
I just have a hard time, and this goes in line with Sean's question earlier. I have a hard time thinking that he's going to get traded before the deadline. It's not easy, for the healthiest and most productive big-name bats to get traded. Now, he's on the other side of 30. He obviously has not been healthy this year. I don't see it happening. Will there be conversations? I'm sure there could be. But I think when August 3rd rolls around, there might be chatter about it, but then when the deadline comes and goes, I think Corey Seager's a Ranger. Listen, it's tough for this team to have an identity in which, it's all about Corey Seager because, he hasn't been healthy. And honestly, the identity of this team, in a lot of ways, if you were to point to players, I'd say, to some extent, Jock Pederson, and to some extent, Nicky Lopez. And maybe here recently as he's come on, Wyatt Langford's done what we've expected him to do. But the reality is, again, I'll use a basketball analogy here. Corey Seager coming back, it's not like in the NBA where 5 guys have to share one ball. The best version of this team is the version in which Corey Seager's in the lineup every day or 6 out of 7 days, whatever. He's not messing up any chemistry. That narrative's kind of a little worn out and just not true. He is very, very well liked in the clubhouse. He was taking live BP the other day, and half his teammates were trying to convince Skip Schumacher to activate him and put him in the lineup that night. Not that it was, that's not exclusively Skip's call, obviously, but Jock Pederson's over there lobbying, saying, "I'll play a different position to try and let Corey DH. I'll figure it out. We can keep me and Berger in the line." These guys love him. But obviously, you need Corey healthy, and hopefully, when he comes back here, probably this weekend, if all goes well, you can keep him in the lineup. But it's tough to envision. It's tough to envision that happening after the season. He gets 10-5 rights, which means he's been in the league at least 10 years, and the last 5 of which with the same team, which means he gets a full no trade clause. But that doesn't mean that he couldn't be moved. It just means that he would have to agree to that. So maybe those conversations pick up in the off season. If the Rangers feel like where they're headed and what makes sense on all fronts is not a plan that includes him. But I don't see Corey wearing a different uniform this year.
Awesome stuff, brother. Thank you. That was fantastic, and we'll be watching tonight.
All right, fellas. See you later. Hey, RJ, when are you guys having Danny on the podcast? Derek Holland, RJ Choppy, Jeff Bannister. That seems like a trio no one can beat.
Don't think for a second that hasn't been talked about.
I'm sure it has, and I can't wait for the Jeff Fry episode. That's going to be a blast.
Banny doesn't even respond.
Yeah, Banny didn't respond, man.
Gone missing. He must have said so. You didn't get the matching tattoo.
You guys, he's a big TV star in Arizona now. You know that? Have you seen his commercials?
No.
Oh, yeah, you got to ask Banny about his he's all over the tube in Arizona doing commercials for, college loans.
No way.
There you go. He's too big time now.
He wore a toga. He was at a toga party.
Stop
for one
it.
of them.
Stop it.
Look
Stop
that up.
it.
Go find that, please.
All right.
Thank you, brother. That was great.
See you guys.
Jared Sandler here on Sean and RJ. You're home for Rangers baseball. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
All right, Ask Reddit, where we ask questions from Reddit to, their billion subscribers, or they have, whatever this, 50 million subscribers. We're going to bring in Aiden. Morning. All right, and we'll start with you, young man.
All righty.
What word sounds like a compliment, but is almost exclusively used as a subtle insult?
Oh, anytime someone uses the word actually in front of something, like, oh, you're actually... And I've been told, oh, you're actually smart so many times.
That was kind of like my thing a couple weeks ago when I said, great question. And people are like, why are you saying it with a surprised tone? And I'm like, I'm complimenting you. And I'm like, that's a great question. Great question. And people are like, are you surprised? You didn't think I was capable of a great question? And I was like, I can't win. But
great question doesn't sound as insulting. That's actually a great question. That would hit.
Yeah, actually, I guess could change it up a little bit.
PP?
Well, actually, the right answer for this is it's Buddy.
Buddy,
champ.
See, champ is
fight
what
with
I
my
had.
wife about this one too.
Champ is what I had. If somebody says, "Hey, what's up, champ?" It's
Big guy.
It's supposed to be you're the champ.
What about chief?
Chief, same way. You're supposed to be the chief. You're the champ, but it really is like, hey, champ, sport.
Yeah,
Sports another one.
I think champ and sport are worse than chief.
I agree.
If I get into the ride share, I'm like, "What's up, chief? How's it going, chief?"
Yeah.
That's different from how's it going, champ?
What's up, champ?
What about
like
boss?
boss.
Like, what's up, boss?
So a boss is fine.
Big dog. What about big dog?
Big
I
dog.
take big dog.
Big dog is fine.
You think
Pimp.
big dog?
Pimp.
What's up, Pimp? Pimp's fine.
Yeah.
No, everybody wants to be a pimp. Nobody doesn't want to be a pimp.
So how are you phrasing this question again?
What's a word that sounds like a compliment but is almost exclusively used as a subtle insult?
What's yours?
I think champ. I think it's champ. Like, I don't think I've ever called somebody champ and not be at least a little bit condescending.
What about if I go? Because I think this is I'm saying you're thought provoking. If I go interesting, am I insulting your point? If I'm not immediately agreeing with it, I'm like,
I wouldn't see that as like disagreeing or an insult. I
yeah.
see that as a compliment, honestly.
Yeah, it's just causing contemplation.
For the fan text, big guy. Say big guy.
Yeah.
Bless your heart, big dog.
Big guy's a good one.
Big guy's a good one. My youngest says big guy to me all the time, and I just want to smack the heart.
Who you calling big?
Who you calling big guy?
So big guy is worse than big dog.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, yeah.
Big dog.
Big dog sounds inviting.
Big dog's like the alpha.
Sounds invited.
All right. Big dog's like the alpha. Your presence.
Yes, absolutely.
Big guy's like, hey,
it's
no carbs.
Yeah.
Ace. People, a lot of people come in with Peyton's buddy.
I had to give my dad a big talking to when he still will drop a sweetheart, and I'm like, you can't do that. You can't do that. I think those terms when speaking with women may be my answer.
When my dad was when he was starting his dementia trek,
yeah,
and it was a wild card going out with dinner with him. Anytime a server came up, I was like, please don't say anything offensive, because he had no control. He had no control.
Yes,
and he would always. I mean, he was always kind of like a charmer.
Yeah.
to service industry people. Always try to talk sweet to them. And I was like, oh God, please don't let this happen.
Well, what's he dropping? A sweetheart?
That and just, I mean, he would just anything. I mean, he would not. I never saw him like touch anybody, but like he would put his arm out to everybody, like, hey, come on in here.
It's like my dad at a dealership here. My dad's 89.
Yeah.
And, sometimes I want him to grab my arm getting up on the curb. And if he's standing up for too long, balance issues. And he kind of reached out for the car salesman. This is before dealer auction, because you're not going to see me in a dealership anymore. He puts his arm out to like kind of get his balance on the dealer, on the guy, salesman. The guy's like, I don't like to be touched, and ripped his arm away.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, now my dad was a little bit.
He's a 90-year-old man.
I know, but he was a little bit rude before that because there's no prices listed on the vehicle, whatever. But the tone was not set properly by my dad, so I blame him for that. But when he was like reaching out, hey, you're not supposed to touch people, man. No wet willies.
No wet willies. There you go. Ask Reddit here on Sean and RJ 105 The Fan. Peyton, let's start with you, and we're going to use this one because Aiden's in here and he's a young man. What's a slang term kids use today that you actually like?
You're chopped. I love it. I think it's fantastic. You're chopped. You're ugly. You're ugly. You're chopped. 6, 7. I get that's old. That's old. But you're chopped. I actually like that one.
What do you say?
Chopped.
Oh yeah, he doesn't have headphones.
You don't have the headphones on. He said chopped.
I said you suck, Aiden.
Where's Bobby's headphones?
There you go. Come on, man. Are you in radio first day? First day. While you're going, I do like bussin'. I do like that it's bussin'. I think it fits. But I'll tell you, we saw this kid running the other day. He was just like right on the track. And Luca goes, man, what's this L man doing? Look at this L man.
What is that, a loser?
Loser. And I'm like, I kind of like that.
Taking an L.
L man.
Go ahead.
That's how his brother is saved in his phone. L man. Luca saved his brother Julian in his phone as L man.
That's amazing.
No, it's not. It's not amazing.
It's funny. It's
funny.
creative.
It's not.
It's creative.
It's actually the opposite of creative. L man, loser man.
L man. You want to know what he has me as?
Big guy.
Just dad.
Oh, no.
Just dad.
Just dad.
What does that mean?
I'm just dad. I'm not cool. Like his mom is
that's sad.
Like super love mom, and I'm like just
super love mom.
Something like that. Something
that's disrespectful.
Greatest mom ever, and I'm just dad.
That's pretty good.
I would have to say this current one I found out, it's LARPing. It's when people are just, it's not like a new word, but they've redefined it to where people are just faking. Like they'll go out and fake on the internet. They just say they're LARPing.
Yeah, I thought I had heard LARPing.
Yeah, LARPing, live action role play.
Yeah, and they're just using it now to call out phonies and posers.
I'm going to say there is not one. I hate them all.
Not one.
I hate them all. I usually hear them from RJ, repeating them from his kids. Actually, all of you I hear it from, except for maybe Bobby.
Bobby uses them all the time.
Does he? Mm-hmm. I can't stand any of them. I don't think there's one that I actually like.
You don't like Unk? Being called Unk?
That's not new.
Yeah.
That's old.
Yeah.
That's our generation, or maybe a little bit after.
Did we
us.
use that way back?
I just feel like slang words get recycled.
Yeah,
they do.
5 years later, something will
I'm
come
not
back.
giving any generation within the past 5 years credit for Unk. No. You're referring to Uncle, right?
Right, yeah,
that's
older
not,
person.
No, that is not new. That's not the new generation. I'm saying nothing. Cooked? I mean, I thought Cooked has been there too.
Cooked. But now they use cooking. Cooked is bad. Cooking's good.
He got cooked.
Yeah,
We said that forever.
Let's see. I find myself. I can't say that one. People are saying unk, cap. A lot of people like cap. Today's slang
I don't like
is
cap.
Today's slang is lame all around. I love crash out that the kids use. Catching strays.
Let's get one more, then we'll finish with KNC.
Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. What's a sign you're passing through a rough neighborhood?
I said MLK street signs.
So mine is the cars on the lawn. That's mine.
Cars on the lawn?
If the car's on the lawn, that means there's way too many people in the front yard. And you're disrespecting the yard. You're disrespecting the neighborhood. It's a car on the lawn for me.
I'm going with the graffiti on the local convenience store.
Ooh.
It's like Tolo Don came out to our Firehouse Friday.
Yes.
He goes, "Hey, if you need me, I got some buddies in the police force in Oxnard." And I was like, "Oh, really? That needs to be offered to us?" You know, because you had heard. Now, Bobby's going to make fun of me.
Yeah.
Because when we used to stop for coffee at 2:40, 2:50 in the morning, there was a real sketchy. Now, Oxnard's supposed to be gang area. You wear cowboy colors. You wear Raider colors. I can't remember what the gang affiliation is, but we used to stop at this for coffee. It was sketchy. You agree with me?
Oh yeah, it was definitely sketchy.
And then as soon as Bobby, we added him to piggyback off of all of our success, the coffee shop, we either went to a different one or it got cleaned up, and he's like, "Oh my God, Sean, like get down. Get down." It wasn't the scary one. It wasn't a scary atmosphere. He's like, "Get down while I get your cappuccino and your cafe latte. I know you can't be seen here. I know you don't. I know."
I mean, they would barely open the door.
Yeah,
the door was cracked open. Like it was one of those sliding doors, where like automatic ones. And they left the door cracked open. Like they didn't want. It was very, very strange. Very sketchy.
So I judged the scene of your local convenience store.
Used tire shops. I start seeing a bunch of tire shops. And I'm like, okay, this is we're getting into strange areas here. But yeah, people are saying bars on windows nowadays, chain link fences. That
was our first San Antonio training camp hotel
where we stayed. At bars on the windows.
San Antonio.
It was a prison. It was a prison. It was a church, then a prison, and then a hotel.
We'll finish up Ask Reddit. Thank you, Aiden and Pepe. Commercial free in the expressway. We'll finish it up with KNC at 9:40. Choppy has had enough. He wants us to all stop counting rings so he can defend LeBron James next.
After we get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you healthy. Keep
by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for joining us on a Tolo Tuesday. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy for 15 years running. We have Bobby Roberto Belt back tomorrow to dissect the State of the Star Cowboys presser from Oxnard today at around 1 p.m. Peyton, Phillip, Russell, and Aiden running the Fan Camp Twitch, YouTube for now, and along with the Odyssey app. All right, Brian Windhorst and RJ Choppy have apparently had enough. This is Charles Barkley the other day on the Stephen A. Smith podcast, and Stephen A. asked Charles, would you say LeBron's the GOAT? Because he's been MJ all the way. Then he goes Kobe. Then he goes LeBron. And Stephen A. said, if LeBron wins 2 titles here in Philly, he's got a 2-year contract, $4 million a season, would you hand over the GOAT status to LeBron?
If he wins back-to-back championships and walk away this thing at 44-45, I'll say something I ain't never said before. I think I just saw the greatest basketball player ever. I would probably have to...
With what you said about Michael Jordan, you would give LeBron James, if the 76ers win back-to-back titles, you'd give LeBron James the title of GOAT?
I probably would.
Okay. Brian Windhorst, ESPN, co-worker now with Charles Barkley, has had enough.
What are we doing here? We're talking about him winning multiple more titles? What kind of preposterous situation? His legacy is established. It's set. It's done. What about 3? Why not 4? Why not 5? Why not 6? Why not 12?
They tried that in Miami. It didn't work.
I love Charles. He's such a value add to the sport. Talking about him adding 2 titles, I hate this about the NBA. I hate this. I hate that it's like, let's get our fingers out and let's start counting. 1, 2, nope, 3 is no good. 4 is good, not good enough. What about 7? What about 9? What about 16? I hate it. I hate this discourse so much. I hate that we are seeing something so refreshingly unbelievable that LeBron would join the Philadelphia 76ers. None of us saw this coming. Give us this gift of playing potentially like 15 or 18 like amazingly delicious matchups this year. Think of those games with Boston. Think of those games with the Lakers. Think of those games with the Cavs and the Knicks and the Heat and the Warriors. Like, oh my God, this is going to be amazing. And it's like, nope. He needs 2, 3, 7, 12, 37. Like, I hate this so much about the NBA that it's about counting championships. I don't want to be a part of it. I want to opt out. I'm done talking about it on this conversation. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'm done with it. I opt out. I want no parts of it. Before you agree with Windhorst, let's kind of break down what both said. Number one, and no one in the building, it's not even close, can love Charles Barkley more than me. He's the most entertaining person in sports television. I'll be seriously sports depressed when he leaves. But this is a pretty bad take. If Charles qualified it and said that LeBron was the main man or like the difference maker or like the number 1 or 2 option on their way to a title, and he won 2 of them, okay, maybe that's one thing. But, like, right now, no one thinks LeBron James is going to go and be the best player or the focal point of the Philadelphia 76ers. So, if he's the 3rd best player clearly behind Jaylen Brown or even Maxey or Embiid, depending on if he's healthy, which I know is a joke in itself, he can't leapfrog, legacy-wise, as not being along for the ride, but not being the main dude, Batman or Robin. You can't jump spots if you're not Batman or Robin. So that's my reaction to that. Like, and then you're going to jump him over Kobe too. So you're jumping him 2 spots if he gets 2 more championships. Windhorst immediately dismissing the absurdity of him winning 2 more. I mean, he could. It's supposed to be title or bust for the Philadelphia 76ers. It's not impossible that the Sixers win 2 titles. It's not very likely. It may not be likely that they win 1, but Windhorst just completely dismissing Philadelphia winning 2. I got a very teeny problem with that. But Windhorst said that it's set and it can't change, as Bobby has been saying. Mm-hmm. That nothing that happens here in Philadelphia can change what you think of LeBron, and it cannot move him up or down. And I think I agree with that, since I don't expect him to be Batman or Robin for this season or next season.
Yeah, from Charles' perspective, it's pretty clear that his reconciliation with Michael Jordan didn't go well. For him to say this.
He said Michael's been out of the country. When he gets back, Michael invited Charles to go play on his golf course so they can be friends again.
The Grove 23. I hope to get the invite one day, MJ. But not expecting it.
You can't even get on to Reetma's course here.
I know. Preston Trail. In terms of Windhorst, this is... Yeah, I agree. He is where he is. I don't think you're going to move him up or down. I don't think anybody's going to move him up or down based on what happens here, because it is more likely than not that he's not going to be the number 1 guy. But that also is part of where I'm like, we're obsessed with whose title it is.
But if they win another championship, and you have to guess what LeBron's impact or role was. Can you get with Charles at all? What have they won back-to-back?
Yeah, because he's still going to be I would assume...
Like in the clutch moments?
I would assume he's the primary ball handler in major moments. That, to me, is the top dog. If you're the facilitator, if you're the primary... If you have the ball, you control the game, that's still such
What if he scores 18 this year? 18 a night.
Probably have 9-10 assists a game,
and he's got 3 or 4 big playoff moments, and they win the title.
That's a legit title, man. That's not like a along for the ride guy. I don't think.
Okay,
especially when you're the primary ball handler, which I expect him to be in those moments. But it's just. Here's the problem. These first take shows, it's the ring culture's gotten bigger with the first take shows.
Yeah,
it's gotten bigger with sports talk radio, social media. When I would ask my dad about players back in when he was a kid, hey Dad, what was it like watching Ted Williams? He never once mentioned rings, ever. He never mentioned rings. He never brought up how many championships Ted Williams won or didn't win. He didn't win any, by the way. He never said, Joe was better. Joe DiMaggio was better.
And a lot of people say, that Ted Williams is the greatest hitter of all time.
Yeah. And
no one really said, but he doesn't have a ring.
He doesn't have a ring.
A-Rod, where's your ring?
Right. We
Bonds
said
later on.
Later on.
Where's your ring? But
it's definitely something that we've kind of grown more in the last 20 years.
No doubt.
And I attribute that obviously to social media and to these TV, 24-hour, sports talk shows and talk radio.
Yes.
Because to me, we've almost gotten to the point. If you want to differentiate the GOATs in sports by rings, fine, right? And that's what we're doing here. But I do feel like we get a point where it's you're either a bum or you're great. And if you don't have a ring, you're a bum. Dan Marino will be considered a bum today.
He's on. You do that more than anyone. You have Chris Paul on your wall of bums.
Well, he is a bum.
You have Josh Allen on your Judging by your reaction last night in this email, you have to start praising Josh Allen more.
Josh Allen's a great player. But he's a loser franchise guy. He's part of I hate the Bills. He's a member of a loser franchise.
You put Embiid on your loser list.
He is a loser. Chris Paul's a loser, big time loser. But we do. We all fall victim to this. We all fall into this trap of just being slaves to the ring, and it can be an exhausting discussion. It really can be. And nobody can you can never win, right? You can't win. Either this guy is.
Well, take Romo.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson, I think, went on Crown Global and was. Romo's disrespected, and Romo was really, truly greater than everyone thought and realized. Well, then the easy bounce back to that is he wasn't even in a conference championship game.
Right, yeah, and, is Phillip Rivers and Tony Romo...
Which I actually think is fair. Like, if you didn't end up with the ring like Marino, to me, that's a little unfair.
You got to the Super Bowl.
You didn't get to a conference championship game. I mean, you're not one of the greats of the greats. You're not one of the best of all time.
Right. Yeah, and I don't think anybody's saying Tony's one of the best of all time.
Yeah.
But except that maybe like the three Romo sycophants that are out there.
I mean, I think what he was suggesting, maybe it was the New York Giant, was it OC who was talking to RJ Ochoa? I think what he was going along with saying Romo was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. But, like, there's guys like, Jerry West, and was he like 1-7 in the NBA Finals?
Yeah.
Like, he's the logo. Back then,
Elway didn't get his ring.
Right.
Totally changed.
But back in those days, going 1-7 in the NBA Finals, he would if the NBA didn't have a logo today, they would never put somebody who was 1-7 in the NBA Finals as the logo.
Absolutely,
not a chance.
Yep.
We just didn't look at things back then like that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But
Derek Fisher, who's got a lot of rings from his Laker days, was on 97.1 The Fan. See what you think of this. He looks at LeBron and the whole ring chasing thing the other way around.
You're not ring chasing when you're the guy that creates the rings.
Yes.
Like, go back in NBA sports history. It's not about what team the guy is on. It's about what team. It's about where he is, not the city or the team.
Yeah.
So, Lou Alcindor, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, he didn't chase rings. Where he went, the rings followed.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
So it's the same. Like, when you look at the history of all of the greats, it's where they are that the rings go. It's not the other way around. It's not like a ring is sitting in Philadelphia and he's going to chase it. His addition will increase the chances of them getting it.
What do you think of that? The rings follow where he goes. I think we're being a little technical here.
We are.
Because LeBron set it up. He didn't go join Kevin Love, but he set it up to where he knew they were getting Kevin Love to join him and Kyrie. Wade was in Miami, but they set it up so Bosh was going to join them as well. I do think it's a little like Kevin Durant ring chased in Golden State. Like, Derek Fisher would be wrong in that point. Well, the rings followed. No, the rings were already there, and they were already a fully top-notch championship team. That was a ring chase.
Yeah, even though Durant was the best player on that team.
Yes.
Yeah, that is the fickle one, the Durant one. I do think like LeBron. I think of LeBron maybe above the ring chase. Right, he's above the ability to chase. Like Malone,
do you think?
Chased.
Okay. Chase versus stacking.
Stacking, sure. I think he could stack. I think he might be trying to stack.
But has he been a stacker?
Has he been a stack?
No. When he went to the Lakers, they then acquired Anthony Davis.
Right.
The thing that I think is unfair to today's NBA player, like Michael Jordan played with Scottie Pippen and Dennis Rodman. Now.
And Ho Grant.
And Magic Johnson. Like, no one ever calls out Magic for playing with James Worthy and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Because, if you get drafted there...
Nobody says anything.
And they do a great thing building around you, you're given a total pass.
Total pass.
It doesn't matter that Scotty got drafted there. And they, acquired Dennis Rodman. So if the organization raises Hall of Famers around you, you're fine. Even though you're playing with them.
Right.
They didn't trade for all of them. They didn't go and add all of them in free agency. And if they get added to your team...
You're already there. You're already established. Yeah, I mean, LeBron stacked in Miami.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair, but he created a super team. That's stacking a championship.
And then Windhorse's other point is all right, where else? If he went to Minnesota with Ant and Rudy Gobert, is that stacking? If he went to Cleveland with Harden, Donovan Mitchell, is that stacking? If you look at his options, tell me what was not a stack of where you wanted him to go. If going with Adebayo and Giannis, was that stacking?
Yeah, I mean, to me, Philadelphia's maybe it's probably the most complete of the rosters if you go top to bottom. It's got the most depth of really good players, but it also feels the least stackiest.
Which one does?
Philadelphia.
Oh, I disagree.
Well, because I mean, they haven't.
If you give me like the
won.
top 4 play, I don't care. If you give me the top, because they just got Jaylen Brown.
Yeah, I know.
If you give me
I know.
the top 4 players on each team, Philadelphia.
I'm taking Philadelphia. Absolutely.
So then that's
But
stacky.
perception-wise is,
I don't care.
You know, like Giannis is Giannis, right? He's the best of the bunch. And then Cleveland's was a 60-win team like 2 years ago. And then here's Philadelphia just getting swept by the Knicks and having their stadium taken over.
Does Tony Romo have a whole new headache and an update on the college drama that may be affecting this show? Next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. But
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I don't believe this story is going to happen. I'm just bringing you the Tony Romo latest from TMZ after his DWI in Wisconsin. The headline is, Tony Romo at risk of losing driver's license after OWI arrest. Why? Because he was hit with a citation for rejecting an intoxication test, and now he's facing an uphill battle to keep his driver's license. According to court records, Romo was ticketed for refusal to take the test for intoxication after he was pulled over. Cops said he performed poorly during the field sobriety exercises, and based on the new development, it seems like he was given the opportunity to take a breathalyzer or other chemical tests, but declined. The old myth was, besides putting pennies in your mouth, which I did in college, it did not work. Pretty gross. The old myth was, don't take the breathalyzer. Refuse it. No one else was told that growing up?
I was. Yep. Always.
I was told just don't drink and drive, but...
Wow, well done.
Wow.
If only you followed it.
No,
I'm kidding.
Yeah, I was absolutely always told that. And I think attorneys still tell you that.
Because I blew, and I don't think it benefited me. Now, I didn't realize, and Fantex correction, please, what, if you refuse or reject it?
It's basically an admission of guilt.
But why does it affect his license? Why would it affect my license?
I don't know, especially in a different state. Right? I don't know how it would do it in a different state.
Because he has to appear in court to fight for the driving privileges. He had 10 days to request a hearing to challenge, and based on the court records, he already did that. He's at risk of losing his license for a year? How? I don't think anyone ever told me that.
I drowned it in
according to AI.
But I blew in the breathalyzer, and then they talk about maybe taking your blood.
Yeah. So according to AI, and this is what I've heard. Like you refuse the breath test. Let's just say it. So for the example in Texas, you can legally refuse it, but doing so carries immediate penalties and does not stop police from obtaining a search warrant for a blood sample. So you refuse the roadside.
It's amazing. You can refuse a breathalyzer, but they're going to take your blood.
They'll get a search warrant. They'll get a search warrant to get your blood.
And what does that mean?
That means that when you get back to the police station, they take your blood. Now,
what I'm saying is I can verbally say no to the breathalyzer, but you're going to hold me down and strap me in to put the needle in my arm?
Yeah, and so you go back to the police station, they take your blood, but theoretically some of it's gotten out of your system a little bit. Yeah, no, it may be 20 extra minutes that you're by yourself. But, they'll say typically if you refuse a breath test, they take you to a hospital, draw your blood out. And in Texas, for example, they say automatic license revocation.
Whoa.
They suspend it for 90 days. If you refuse a breath test or blood draw, you do lose your license and a warrant will be taken for your blood. So people are saying that, yes, you can get it suspended.
Whoa. And all he was talking about in his barstool sit down was being a taxi for his kids and their schedule. Nonstop all over the place.
Yeah, look, especially if your kids are involved with sports or as they get old. Like my youngest one, it's not sports that drive me nuts. It's the lack of planning they do. And it's just immediate. He just walks into the living room. Dad, I need you to take me here. We're going to go play football. We're going to do this or that. And it's just like, hey, could you mind asking me before you make the plans? But they don't ask. They make the plans, and they do it. And the reason they do it is because every other parent is like, sure, okay. So now I'm the bad guy. And I get that.
I think
sure, okay.
I don't know. I think you're using these other parents as
these other parents.
You're using these other parents to mask your inability to say no. You're saying, well, they're all doing it, so I have to do it. They're all setting the precedent.
They are, and that's we had a deal. Parents used to have an agreement.
So you're saying all these other parents
all these other parents have nothing going on in their life. None of them have anything to do. Okay, it's all these other parents, and we had a deal. My parents used to have a deal with other parents. The answer was no. The answer was just no. Okay, and now the answer is yes, sir, sure. Let's
sir
do it.
Or sure?
Sure.
Oh,
my kids
it was, yes, sir.
Sir. They don't even know
to the kids.
They can't even spell sir. They don't even know how to spell it. We had a deal. Now the deal's been broke.
Man. Everyone's selling. Just giving in.
Just caving in. Thankfully, my oldest drives, and he can drive him somewhere now. He's the taxi.
I know that you are happy about this, and I think Zach Wilczek is very unhappy, judging by this cookie card that someone sent to him. Read that card. Zach, you left it up here, so it's public now, so I don't know if this is a private message, but what I was going to say, Choppy, is you should be thankful, and I know you are, that you don't have a girl, because you want to get run. I'm already getting run by a 2-year-old. Run!
Really?
Oh, she owns me. Mm-hmm. Just the hurt and the pain and how could you do this to me, Dad? I told my wife, you have to crack down on her. I'll take care of Ollie, the boy. You have to crack down on her. I won't be able to.
I know a lot. There's a couple of families I know that have one boy, one girl.
Yeah.
The dad parents the son, the mom parents the daughter, and they don't even cross parent.
I agree with that.
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
The tiptoeing. If you watch the DFW security cameras in my home, the tiptoeing that we have to do around this girl, it's walking on landmines. I'm already in an abusive relationship.
And you're the abused.
And I'm the abused.
Yeah.
So imagine with your boys running you like this, if you had a girl, which it sounds like Zach Wilczek wants no more of.
This is from, should I say who it's from or not?
Nah.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Wooly. It's been a ride, and we're so glad to be in it with you. Enjoy, and we're praying for that Y chromosome to busting through. Third time's a charm.
So it sounds like Wilczek has been saying
are
he's
they
dying for a boy.
Are they preggers?
Oh, did you just break news on here?
He had a second one.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing that he was just talking about wanting a son badly.
Oh.
And this cookie company sent him a happy birthday.
You know, I think it's a great idea. Keep chasing that boy.
I thought you didn't realize. I'm pretty sure you had no idea Wilczek had a second.
Yeah, he had a second.
Okay, all right, you know.
I didn't know it was.
I thought you were surprised.
Yeah, no.
So I'm guessing that he.
Yeah, keep chasing. That's always a good idea to chase. After you've had two, chase for the third. Chase for the boy. Always good.
You're not chasing.
You never end up with 3 girls. You never happens. No chance. And you know when you get a third one, chase for the boy. You'll never end up with 4. No one's ever had that happen to him.
877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. That's the update on Romo. Pablo Torre says, in addition to the Michael Lombardi HR matter at the University of North Carolina, as yesterday suspended and put on administrative leave, the football team is also being investigated by the College Sports Commission, the entity which handles compliance and enforcement of NCAA and NIL rules. So apparently the school is being looked at for something. Mm-hmm. I think last year they had some recruitment type stuff, but this is Pablo Torre trying to put his name on this Michael Lombardi UFC. On this Michael Lombardi UNC stuff.
This is, this is one of those weird things because I don't know what is the main reason that he's on administrative leave. Is it the HR violation that was being talked about, or this improper recruiting violation that's happening? The money, because it's like why? They usually have nothing to do with each other. Like him being having an HR violation. And having an NIL violation are completely different and opposite. One of them is not even an HR violation at all. This can't end well for Bill. It just can't.
Oh, no.
There's no chance this ends well. I mean, they're going to have another 4-win season or whatever. And Lombardi making $1.5 million a year as the GM.
Let me ask.
Throwing that away.
Wilczek just texted. I'm out there. Well, before we get to that, Michael Lombardi's future podcasting career, Matt Milland, or Matt Millard by this whole thing. Let's say Lombardi just gets fired, or let's say they have another really bad season. They're all blown out. Lombardi goes back to podcasting.
Yeah.
Us having him on the show does what with the audience or the people potentially hiring him? Like Matt Millen was the next Madden. He went, he was a stud on TV. He left for the Lions GM job, failed miserably, and people said that scarred him going back.
Which I never understood because one had nothing to do with the other.
Well, people are like, you don't know football.
You don't know talent. You don't know talent evaluation. Matt Millen also didn't have a quarterback.
I know, but people don't look at it like that.
They don't look at it like that.
People don't think of it like that.
But, like, to me, Wade Phillips not being a great head coach, Steve Spagnuolo not being a great head coach has nothing to do with his ability to coach defense.
Agreed. He's a Hall of Fame defensive guy.
Sure. Wade Phillips, same thing. And Wade was actually a pretty decent head coach. He just didn't win. But
when we have Lombardi on here, you know that.
He's going to get dragged, of course. Yeah, I don't think it has any.
Him talking about winning and culture. You don't think that's compromised at all the next time if he comes on down the road?
Dude, the guy was with the Raiders, wasn't he?
Yes.
That they have no culture. You know, he has a long enough track record. I mean, he didn't hit on everything. But I blame Bill more than Lombardi for the culture.
Wolchuk says, I'm out this week, so I didn't know of this delivery. LOL. Must have come yesterday. My grandpa had 3 girls. You all enjoy the cookies. Man, savage.
Somebody crushed them all, but they are all gone.
They're gone.
Yeah, we didn't even see them.
Wolchuk did, and they didn't even tell him?
They didn't even tell him, and nobody cleaned up. Who doesn't clean up a box of cookies?
I just cleaned up the cookies. There's a cookie laying over there. It wasn't Broadus because I think he's an Oxnard. And there's a cookie laying over there with the napkin. It's all crumbled up all over the place. And no one. It's one thing to eat them because he's not here. Y'all didn't even tell the man he got a damn cookie delivery for his birthday.
Oh, congratulations, Zach! You got a cookie delivery.
Y'all are savages, G-Bag.
And
y'all are heartless, cold savages. Wolchuk, you telling me no one told you yesterday?
Wow.
That they ate your cookies? Okay, they were going to get stale. I mean, someone could have maybe delivered them, or but they didn't tell you. Cold.
I know who ate these.
Eric.
Well, Fred and Blake were on last night, too.
Oh, yeah. I'm not saying anything about Blake. He got me a dinner reservation. It's 877-881-1053. In order to hit us up here, is the San Francisco curse already hitting the 49ers? And who is on the all-99 Madden team? Below
the belt.
Next on The Fan.
After we get you over to Base Power.
vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight, they've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
RJ Choppy here. I'm back, baby.
I watch more football than you do. It is our last B-Lo. Without Roberto. He'll be back tomorrow to fully recap the State of the Star Cowboys press conference today, 1 o'clock on your home of America's team. Nick Eatman previews it at 9:20 from Oxnard KNC. Right after that, 9:40 from California. Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers at 9 after the humongous series win. You are a 3-run homer away from a sweep. We'll talk about it at 9. Below the Belt is brought to you by Window Nation and D&M Leasing.
Currently 63 degrees in Oxnard, California. It's a cold 63. 3-mile-an-hour wind. Ooh, look at the humidity. Oh, man, they were right. 91% humidity. That's disgusting. I don't even want to go.
What time is it at 4 or 5? Like, how many sweatshirts are you packing?
I'll pack.
Like, you plan on doing the show in a sweatshirt in the morning to start off?
Yeah.
It's sounding warmer.
It sounded warmer.
I'll pack one, maybe.
You'd wear you wear one every day? Same one every day?
I'll switch off maybe. I'll buy one maybe when I get there.
He's saying I as in present.
Okay.
Not I would as in suggestion.
I'll
trade you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll bring.
The bosses wouldn't even let us take off an hour. I'm sure they'll let me and you switch.
What's the least amount you could bring and get away with it?
3.
3
sweatshirts and wear 2 of them. What you wear on Monday, Tuesday, you wear Thursday, Friday.
Yeah. I may bring 2 and then couple of long sleeve shirts.
Okay.
I'm trying to pack as light as possible.
Why?
My big suitcase broke.
This kid,
the zipper broke.
I saw a luggage hack for you.
Yeah.
Because this kid always has an overweight bag.
Always.
He is bringing back so much alcohol. I won't say substances. So much liquor on the way back.
Yeah, the substances are on my carry-on.
He is he is so overweight at the bag scale. And I saw this.
The foot guy, I saw you post that.
There it is.
Put the foot underneath the luggage as it's on the scale.
And that works? Like it's.
I mean, you're taking away something. Yeah.
It has to be lighter.
Yeah.
Do they catch you? Like, you lay it down and you put your foot, you have the top of the suitcase or an edge of it towards you on the scale.
Right.
And you take your foot and you lift it a little bit. You can't have them see the
foot.
The suitcase go up too much.
Nope.
But I guarantee you, how much I bet it takes off 5.
Probably. And that's most people are over by a couple of pounds. That's it. But yeah, I'm an overpacker. I like to pack as much as I possibly can.
How?
I come back with 10 shirts that are unworn.
How Tim Collins and Chris Arnold for years took a duffel bag like this for a week. I don't know how they ever did it.
Well, it's simple. Tim doesn't have shirts with sleeves on them. All right? Half of his bag is gone.
Is he doing nonstop laundry? Is he just wearing the same thing and we haven't smelled him? What is it? A duffel bag. I'm not talking about a carry-on bag. A duffel bag.
See, I think we're different, though, because we have to pack for 75 and 50. And they just have to pack for 75 because they're not awake at the show at 4 a.m. where we are, where we got to have sweatpants. I mean, how many pairs of sweatpants are you going to bring? 2, 3?
Right.
All right, we got to have 2, 3 pairs of sweatpants, 2, 3 hoodies, pair of jeans, maybe 2 pairs of jeans. How many different pairs of shoes?
Well, you don't have to pack jeans for the media party, apparently.
I know. Is that official?
That was G-Bag rumoring that.
Yeah, I think G-Bag's full of, what?
Chiafalo. Well, they're full of cookies. Chiafalo texted with Zach Wilczyk's empty cookie box that he did not know about having the week off and his birthday delivery. And I blame Chiafalo. I may have to apologize. He said Atolo sent the cookies, but Zach was out. I didn't read the note, but I'm kicking myself for not just taking the cookies and I thought he was going to say taking the cookies to Wolchuk's house. No, Eric said, I'm kicking myself for not just taking the cookies home with me. Wolchuk's out all week. Fred and Blake must have crushed them.
Wow.
There it is.
Man. Well, see, they're there till late in the night. You got that late night snack.
That's not a box of 4 either. I mean, that's a dozen, right? I mean, that's
I think it's a
box.
dozen. Yeah, I think it's a dozen.
And leaving the cookie, half-eaten cookie, crumbled all over the place. That's got to be Blake.
Well, Blake's girl, right? It's official. It's announced.
Yeah.
So that's that. People put on sympathy weight.
Oh,
right.
Blake or her?
No,
you think he took the cookies home to her?
No, the guy puts on the sympathy weight.
Oh,
right. You're supposed to, right, Peyton? You got to do that.
Sympathy for what?
When the girl is pregnant and she puts on weight with the pregnancy, the guy will put on sympathy weight to allow it to go through the same thing.
You got to be fat together.
Yeah,
you got to match her. All right.
I don't know if it's fat, Peyton. Maybe.
Get the Peyton and Aiden podcast going.
Come on.
Quickly. Hey, Matt McKenzie, you going to get fat? You want me to get fat? Want me to get fat with you while you're pregnant?
Let's get big together.
Let's
Come
get
on.
fat together. 6 players on the Madden 99 club for this upcoming season. We're going to go back and forth here. Did you already see this? Don't cheat. RJ, did you cheat? Did you see it?
I saw a picture, but I don't really remember everyone on the picture.
I did not see it.
All right, Pepe, start us off. The Madden 99 club for this season. 6 players made it.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is correct. RJ.
Josh Allen.
Josh Allen is correct. Peyton.
Myles Garrett.
Myles Garrett is correct. I was trying to see where ML Football stole the video clip, but there was a guy doing a drill, and he had jacked arms himself. Go to ML Football and describe this video for the first time that you're saying. This guy got in Myles Garrett's way, and I believe this is a new video. Again, ML Football stole it from somewhere, but he has me blocked, so I don't know where he got it from. Myles Garrett sent this dude flying. You see the video?
Hang on. So the first video on his thing.
It's not the first. That's probably a recently stolen one. So go down a little bit. But yes, Myles Garrett is on there. Next.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
No.
Thanks,
Peyton.
Peyton, you're up.
You're up.
Oh, sorry, my mic's off. Bijan Robinson.
No.
Matthew Stafford.
Yes. Pepe.
Puka Nacua.
No. Ooh. And you had another player in the league kind of going off like, how the heck is Puka not up there?
JSN.
JSN, yes. And you're missing one. He's kind of a receiving player. We may have talked about him the other day.
Christian McCaffrey.
No.
A receiving player?
Yeah. He catches footballs.
Huh.
Oh, Trey McBride.
Oh, there you go.
Trey McBride.
Oh, my God. I'm just seeing this video now.
What is it? Describe it.
All right.
Did I exaggerate?
No. There's a it's a drill where there's like a guy with holding a tackling, kind of dummy, if you will. And, oh, man, he just absolutely trucks him.
That's a big dude, too.
Yeah, this is a stout guy. I mean, this guy's got big shoulders, big arms, big legs. I mean, this dude, like, if you see that guy that he trucks,
yeah,
and he squares up to you at a bar,
yeah,
he's going home with your girl.
You're done,
and you're gonna be like, okay, that's fine. Go ahead, sir.
And Myles destroyed him.
And Myles made him look like an infant.
I thought that was a legit video. Yeah, Trey McBride thought Puka would have a 99 overall rating. He does not. All right, they're starting to panic already in San Francisco, because they have an injury report early on in training camp with their practices.
With their head coach?
With their head coach. But the conspiracy theory just played out more yesterday as they had some injuries.
Are they at their practice facility next to the
substation? That's what I was about to get to. The following players sustained injuries, according to NBC San Fran: Christian Kirk, calf strain. They had a tackle with a high ankle. He's going to miss time. They had a D tackle with a knee bone bruise, and then a defensive lineman with a back. I honestly don't know where the heck they're practicing. I'm just talking about the internet, having fun with this again. There's no way they're practicing there at the practice facility. So we can go ahead and save that narrative and throw water on it,
I
right?
wouldn't think so. I assume they're in a different location. Like where their training camp would be.
Santa Clara at the SAP Performance Facility and Levi Stadium. Oh, my God.
That's it.
Is it?
Yeah. You know, like we've seen... So there are studies done that so certain drugs lead to like ligament damage. Like if you take ciprofloxacin or Levaquin or whatever, that it could dry out your tendons. So you see guys who have been recently on that, they all of a sudden pop up with injuries like ACLs, Achilles, whatever. There has to be. The league wouldn't be looking into this, right? If there wasn't something to it.
Was it the league or San Fran? I think San Fran did it.
Yeah, San Fran. I mean, there wouldn't be. I think it's worth the investigation.
By the way, another thing the internet had fun with is apparently Brandon Ayuk said he bought a $10 million house near the Commanders facility. I don't know if I believe it, but if he did buy any type of home, holy crap, this guy is gone.
Yeah, I mean, he bought a $10 million house.
Was a legit story said that? I saw it from
let's say I don't know, I haven't seen that, but let's say he did. I went and looked at his career earnings. He's made $60 million, which means after taxes living in San Fran, he's probably got about 30 left. To spend 30% of that on one singular house as opposed to whatever he's spent already?
Forget about the money, the location. He's not going to play on their team.
Not this year.
He's willing himself on the Commander's roster.
He's willing it, and there are talks he could owe the Niners money based on having to pay him back. Yeah, not happening.
See if you believe. RJ Choppy's inside info on the globe conditions helping the Texas Rangers beat the Mariners. That's next in Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers after this.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
By those two not having a big, huge collision. Here, Pederson lights into one down the right field line. This ball coming down and over the wall. Pederson with a skyscraper indoors, and it makes its way over the right field wall. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs. This one a 3-run shot. It's 4-1 Texas.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about having the most dangerous leadoff hitter in the game?
8.
At least in the American League, maybe.
Oh,
maybe.
6.5.
I mean, Shohei's the most dangerous in the game.
Jock Pederson with 2 home runs, and for the 6th time this season, he goes leadoff and showing the Superman to Clayton Kershaw in the stands.
Yep. Pair of homers for Jock, 4 RBIs. His OPS over 855 on the year, climbing up towards that magical 900 number. But the Rangers take 3 of 4 from Seattle. A stranglehold. Yeah, I said it. Stranglehold of the division now. A 2-game lead.
Stranglehold?
That's a stranglehold. In the American League, that's a stranglehold.
Jock also is just one of those guys where it's like you have certain friends where you know you're going to hear it from them if they get one up on you. He just has that look about him, and I feel like when he gets in front of that microphone again at the end of the year, he's just you're gonna have to hear it. Y'all counted me out, tried to kick me out of town, said I was the next Rowdy Tellez, and he's gonna give that FU energy back, and I dread kind of having to hear that fired back at.
You're gonna have to.
He's earned it.
He really has, and when you look at his reaction after his first home run that he hit in the year, where he was basically cussing out everybody who was doubting him for his slow start. It was a bad start. He's been phenomenal. I mean, he really has. This move, you got to put in the conversation for Team W of the year to Skip for putting him in the leadoff spot.
Yes, absolutely.
Gotta be in the discussion for the dub of the year. The managerial decision to put him at leadoff because he has been really, really solid. So they take 3 of 4 from Seattle. They got a 2-game lead on the Astros. And now if you go and you look at their schedule.
And by the way, Brett Boone tomorrow, he's going to switch things up since we're going to be in California next week. Brett Boone at 9 tomorrow to Rangers Celebrate.
And we got the trade deadline less than a week away. But if you get through these next 6 games, they play 3 in Tampa and then 3 in Houston. But if you get through these next 6 games, you are looking at a team. Listen, when they're win the division by 5 games, if they do. If they go 4-2 in these next 6, they're winning the division by 5. Now, I'm saying this knowing full well. This team plays down to competition like nobody else. Nobody else has taken lesser teams for granted more than this one. That's got to end sooner or later. They have 16 series left after this week. So if you get through these 2 series, you've got 16 series left. 10 of them are against teams with losing records. 3 more are against teams that are fewer than 5 games over 500, so it's possible they're under 500 when they play them. And then the other 3 series are Milwaukee, Tampa, and the White Sox. Those are really good. They have one of the easiest remaining schedules in the major leagues. Meanwhile, the next 6 series in a row that Seattle plays, Tampa, New York Yankees, Houston, Milwaukee, the Cubs, and Philly. That's the next 6 series after the one that they got coming up. That's a tough. All of them are either in first or second place, and all of them are in the playoffs at the moment. And Houston still has 6 series against teams in first or second place as well. The Rangers have got just 4, but that counts. That counts Tampa and Houston. So if they get through these next 6 with a lead, and they play their 4-2, you can buy your playoff tickets right now. That's the Rangers' schedule moving forward. But one thing happened yesterday, and I don't know if you guys noticed it. Oh, the ball carried a little bit well at the Globe.
That Jock's second home run was towering.
Just kept carrying it. The Berger home run. The Duran home run, I mean, that thing was a moonshot. It was gone anywhere.
Second deck.
But
is Mike Bassick, by the way, reading sayings? I need a compilation from Bobby when these balls are getting out or it's an exciting thing to end an inning. Mike seems to be going off some type of, it sounds scripty. I'm wondering if he's written things down or he's just coming up with them on the fly. I also have to call out the Tarps Off crew, which is amazing television. It's awesome. I think they were doing the tomahawk chop yesterday.
Oh, they did. They did it when I was there a couple weeks ago.
Why?
I don't know.
Does someone needs to, am I missing something? Or does someone need to explain to these kids what the hell the tomahawk chop is from?
Look.
TBS. Come on, kids.
Yeah,
And is it just, so are kids around the entire ballpark seeing where they're going? Are they sending out a section?
They all go in that upper...
Is it the same section every time?
Well, at least every time I've been there, it has been. It's upper deck, left field foul pole, last section. Okay. And when they've got a lead, they start going up there and doing the tarp.
So it's just random kids who are like, Mom, Dad, can I go up there?
Yeah, they just go up there. They start doing they take the shirts off. And, this started all throughout the sport.
St. Louis.
Yeah, St. Louis, Chicago. I mean, a lot of places have done it. And then, the Rangers really kind of done it here lately.
It's awesome, but stop doing the tomahawk chop.
The tomahawk chop is weird. It's very, very weird.
The wrong team.
It's the wrong team. And, can we stop doing the white stripes? All that. It's stupid. Everybody does it, and the only one who should do it is probably the Baltimore Orioles because they're the O's.
Ohio State does it as well.
They suck.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, they suck. And you know what, Ohio State? Your band is lame too. The dot in the I is the dumbest, most lame-o tradition. First of all, your band members look like they're about to invade Poland with those costumes they got on. All right, it's stupid. And that tuba player always running in and thinking, I'm so cool. I play the tuba. I'm going to bow for everybody. Get a girlfriend.
Oh, my. Back to Diamond Cavs.
I've got it on good authority. Something is different at the Globe.
Oh, God. Here we go.
So my buddy sits in the same section every game. It's lower level. It's in like the single digits.
Wow.
So when you walk out, you're kind of enclosed. You're not in the main concourse. You're in an enclosed area. And he looks up and he goes, those Giant fans weren't there before. And they're big fans. I think they're big fans. And the usher was like, no, they were there. They were definitely there before. They were absolutely there. But he goes, but were they on? And the usher was like, well, not that he noticed.
I'm not a fan.
And he goes, man, when you walk by, it's visibly cooler when you walk by. Like the fans are blowing. And if these fans are blowing hard, how much is that giving a little bit extra to the jet stream, right? It just takes a little bit. It takes a little bit. But here's what I want to know. Are they turning them on when the Rangers hit and turning them off when they don't?
I mean, your buddy's sitting there.
Yeah,
ask him.
We got to do some more digging on this because the Minnesota Twins got in trouble for this back at the Hump Dome, the Hubert Humphrey Metrodome, where they would turn on. They had these big giant fans behind home plate. If you go look at old videos of the Metrodome page, you'll see this. They had big giant fans behind home plate. They would turn them on when the Twins were hitting, and they would turn them off when they were not. And baseball made them stop. But they used to call it the Homer Dome because balls were flying out there because of these fans. And I just wonder, did the Rangers put these fans in, and now they're using them, and the ball's flying out? And they're certainly, I would assume, not doing that when the Rangers are hitting and turning them off when they're not. But if they're on at all times, the ball's just flying out. I don't know. Makes sense to me. Makes sense to me.
I hate this. God, I hate this about baseball. It's like the different golf ball thing. Like, now I'll take me, who's a scrub, horrific, terrible golfer. If you gave me the most expensive golf balls that there are, and you told me, go out, tell me, and I'm trying to, I'm not good enough at golf to get a range on if these golf balls are making any difference to me whatsoever. And I don't think a lot of people are. Going out here with this, all the intricacies and the science of a door open and the humidity, I hate it. I hate factoring all this in. And I don't want to believe that is a tremendous factor. I never have. I can't.
I know. But something did have to change this thing because the balls were.
But how do I know that Jock's ball, that towering ball, doesn't get out?
Faith.
How do I know?
Faith.
All I hear is that Carey. I don't know of that. What if he just hit it harder? What if he hit the damn ball harder? What if he didn't hit as good a contact? And didn't get out. I know there has to be some carrying. What?
Man, people are saying snitches get stitches. Choppy, shut up. Stop putting this on blast. Yeah. Rob Manfred's listening.
Hey,
Rob Manfred's listening right now.
So there it is. Just the doors opening and the terminology and the science.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
you love it. It's part of your
changed.
Baseball thing.
Something changed because this was not a dead ball.
I just want to know, how do I know that the same ball is affected? How do I know that ball got a jet stream benefit? How do I know that your golf mechanics were not just better on that swing versus that ball? How do I know that all 10 swings you took on the range are the same? So judge the ball. How do I know that?
Because I'm an amazing ball striker. That's why nobody strikes balls as good as I do. Shohei Ohtani or a Rangers trade target that we might love as a radio guest?
Target.
All right. The Athletic has the predictions for the trade deadline for each team. And for the Texas Rangers, their prediction is Luke Weaver becomes a Ranger player. He is with the Mets, and the Mets might be inclined to blow things up. But Weaver is a guy who's pitched in the World Series and in playoffs for really good back end of the bullpen pitcher, and awesome personality, like very, very dry sense of humor. We would love it. We will love him.
The last Met we got with a sense of humor was amazing with Nimmo.
Yeah, and this guy is phenomenal. Doesn't take any post-game interviews seriously, always cracking jokes. Awesome.
It's a nosebleed's dream.
Nosebleed's dream, yes. So you use him with lats because this guy could close or set up. And if you want to use lats in a high leverage situation in the 8th inning with the bases, you got 3, 4, 5 coming up, and you want to use lats there, or you can mix and match righty lefty. I think this would be a good pickup for the bullpen.
We can save lats like you had in a 7-2 game last night.
Yeah,
using them.
Yeah,
but you think it's more rust?
I think they were trying to avoid having him go 3 days without pitching and have to go on the road and pitch in Tampa against a good team, and then let a team that's got base runners galore. Like Tampa is super fast. They're going first to third. They're like the 0-2 Angels with their ability to just be havoc on the bases. So
5 o'clock pregame, 5:40 first pitch. Quantrill on the mound against the first place Tampa Bay Rays. It's taking place here on DFW Sports Station. Your home for Rangers baseball is 105.3 The Fan. It's going to be a sight for sore eyes. He'll be on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Nick Eatman, the Cowboys have arrived. So is Nick from DallasCowboys.com. Next on Sean and RJ. already in Oxnard, California. Didn't get my Red Zone intro, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. This is Sean and RJ. Corey Majors is apparently out for today's show. Wow. I don't know whether the lettuce got him or not, but yesterday in Crosstalk, he was talking about symptoms. And now I was just informed by Alec Medford, Corey is a no-go for the KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Supposed to have on Nick Eatman, Cowboys Insider, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. I'm being told that the courts are locked.
Well, that's not good.
What is going on, Nick Eatman?
What's up, guys? I don't know. I mean, I think everyone's got to adjust to the schedule a little bit. I'm kind of coming down on the field here, see if I can get through the backside of it. I knew I was trying to avoid that, but that's what I was trying to do. I just knew Choppy was waiting for the pause.
I got you.
Nick's always looking for that entryway.
Yes, he is.
But apparently, yeah, the team arrives yesterday on the buses, and everything goes to hell all of a sudden.
This is why, this is why you got to send the big dogs there.
I'm gonna make it. Just had to kind of do a little workaround. You know what? I had to get more steps in, which is totally fine.
That's right.
That's what I need to do. I think I'm going to be able to make it here.
Nick is always out there getting that nice brisk walk. Is it warmer than usual, Nick?
Yes. It's not the same. It's not the same as it always was. So usually you think it's cold and stuff, but it's still. I thought it was going to be, like you said, brisk. It's not. I'm walking into the tent though. I'm walking into the tent. So I'm gonna hang up and then you get this.
All right, hang up and listen.
All right, who was celebrating that right there? With the hey, is that DJ?
Sounds like DJ.
With the tattoos on the fan cam, Twitch. And
that was me, Kevin Hagelin, celebrating the arrival of Nick Eatman to the tent.
Kevin, what are you going to do about Corey today?
Oh, that's a good question. Why? What's up with him?
You know what? I'll surprise you at Crosstalk.
I'm just kidding. Do you think that this is my punishment for being too sassy with you yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, the sass.
That's fair.
Absolutely.
That's fair. Sorry about that. I'll keep it sass-free-ish today.
Okay.
But yeah, no Corey.
Nick Eatman, Dallas Cowboys.
Corey, I just saw him. I saw him yesterday.
He has the lettuce-itis.
Where was he, Nick? Was he drinking?
Bathroom?
No, listening to the, I don't know if it was the Malik Hooker interview or whatever. I just kind of bumped into him. Like, oh, sorry, he was in the middle of it. That was it.
Okay. So he was out there getting that vaunted bus video, pulling up to everyone.
I mean, he had a drink in his hand, but I mean, that was.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
Exactly.
Different kind of sickness.
Sass free though. You know what? I mean, I have a 6-year-old daughter, so it's a sass fest all the time.
I was a little bit of a jerk yesterday, so I'm working on it.
I love that you're admitting it, though. You're already forgiven. It's always nice to be compared to a 6-year-old daughter, though, as Nick just did. Nick, we have a different feeling. I'm extra excited for this year. Does that go for you, or kind of same old after doing this for so long? And why?
Well, I'll say a little bit of both because I'm you've seen it so many times. You've heard the optimism and all that from over the years, and this is what happens. This is what football fans do. I mean, you get into that off-season summer, and you're like, well, you know what? This guy could help. Kobe Durant could be a really good corner. Of course, Caleb Downs and all this stuff. So you just kind of convince yourself. I think it's that vicious cycle that we all go through. So, yes, I mean, will I be surprised if it is same old, same old? No, not really. But does it feel different? Does it look like they did a lot of things to make it different? Yeah, it does. And so that's why I think the optimism is there.
Talk about your Caleb Downs piece that I saw on DallasCowboys.com.
Well, it was the last of our series. We were just trying to, get to know some of these new guys, and there's nobody that's bigger, from the newer players than Caleb Downs and some of the things. It's just amazing when you think about his journey, and you're like, like if you were just to create some guy, you're like, well, what college do you want him to go to? NIL, or in the portal now. How about 2 colleges? How about starts off at Alabama And then he goes to Ohio State, and he wins a national championship. But Nick Saban coached him and recruited him and said he was the best recruiter he's ever had, and 2-time All-American and all that stuff. It's like, yeah, that guy. Like, he's the guy. He's your
and
creative
Patricia,
player.
NFL.
Right. He's the creative player. Maybe you would put him a little taller, but it's fine. I just think he's that guy that he's done everything, and now he's here to play. And it sounds like, it's not great for our social media team who loves these players that grab the phone and do all this stuff. He's not really interested in all that. He reminds me of Sean Lee. He reminds me of Sean Lee in that regard of like, I really just want to play ball. I'll do what you want to do. I'm not going to be rude about it, but I'd rather just play football if you don't mind. And if he can be Sean Lee without some of the injuries, boy, what a great, because he's the quarterback of the defense. So that's what we keep hearing from Caleb about Caleb.
Is it his defense already?
You know what, I don't know if you'll go there yet. But if he actually knows everyone's position and gets them going, I mean, I thought Jalen Thompson, who's a veteran in his own right and a safety, that you have to be smart to play safety and play it well. And he was like, this guy's the smartest rookie I've ever seen. And so I think he probably will be. I'm interested to see what happens with that green dot situation because it's usually a linebacker, right? But I think Caleb Downs is in the mix for that because I think it's also got to be a guy that's going to be on the field all the time. You might rotate those linebackers, Overshown, Winters. I think Caleb Downs might be a good candidate for it if he can get somewhat closer to the line of scrimmage and so everyone can hear the signals.
My overreaction, possible panic freak out for Downs, the only one I have is, besides a little bit of the size, is playing nickel corner when I even think you wrote in the piece, the specialty has been in the middle of the field on the back end. How are they and how are you weighing that when we hear that primary nickel?
Right. I think, but I do think it's kind of like what you want to see on offense. Like the most versatile tight end really helps your offense because he could block for you so you don't know where they're going to be. He also could split out. Now he has a mismatch. So to me, on the other side, I think that's what they're trying to create with a guy like him to say, hey, if you want to go 3 wide, guess what? Our guy will come right down here and he can cover him and we'll be fine. If you're not going to do that, then we'll just stick him in the back and he'll be fine there as well. So it's like he's that versatile tight end mismatch guy, and I think he's I don't know if I've never said this before, but kind of like a mismatch stopper because he can be versatile and interchangeable as well. So that's the hope, at least. And, when you think about, I was a little surprised Malik Hooker was the guy they put out. Kind of forget about him sometimes, when you think about the safeties, because you're like, all right, they got Thompson, they've got Downs. Hey, they signed P.J. Locke, but Malik Hooker's still here as well, and probably ready to as an Ohio State first round pick, just like Downs, maybe help put him under his wing a little bit. And then you got Marquise Bell. You got a lot of guys there at safety. Elijah Clark. It's a very deep room there.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us from Oxnard here on 105.3 The Fan. This was Tyler Smith being asked by Clarence Hill yesterday if he's going to be playing tackle or guard.
We'll see what happens. Ultimately, Shawty makes those decisions. Wherever I do line up, I'm going to be at the best of my ability. So
you haven't been told one way or another?
I haven't been told anything.
Does that mean he's playing guard, Nick?
I was surprised by that answer. I kind of think that Tyler Smith is a pretty smart guy, and I think he's tired of answering stuff. So you know what? I think he just said, I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, no.
I still think
we've worn him out? We've broken him?
No, I just think I kind of think he's still having fun, maybe a little bit. Tyler Guyton has to get beat a lot here at camp and not play well, and for him not to be the guy. Like, he's going to have to start off. That's what they want. That's what they need. That's what they need for that first round.
I'm glad you said that because Bobby's been trying to sell us and arguing with me that it's pretty open competition.
It could be open, but the thing about it is this is not corner. This is not receiver. There's a favorite because continuity on that offensive line is the most important thing. So there is going to be one guy that they are pushing to get. He's just going to have to be. Nate Thomas has to be head and shoulders above, or Shelton or whoever it is. But I just think. I think it's that break glass contingency plan to put Tyler Smith out there. But I did hear this in the offseason. I might have said this. I didn't say this on here, but obviously. But
and you didn't say it.
Yeah, but it's true. It didn't happen. But I was told that one of the things that the Cowboys are really looking at here is they have to decide if Tyler Guyton at left tackle is better than TJ Bass at left guard. And if it's not the case, if TJ Bass is just absolutely better and in that top 5 linemen, then it's only smart for them to move Tyler Smith. So I think we're looking at all these things. TJ Bass is kind of the wild card here. If he is too good of a player, to not be a starter, then I think that's where you might see Tyler Smith at left tackle.
But, Nick, my problem is you listen to some other linemen, and they're like, the training and preparation is vastly different from me playing tackle from guard. So aren't we way too late on the calendar right now? If Tyler Smith, unless Tyler Smith is looking noticeably different or preparing noticeably different, I assume he's been preparing to play guard unless he really is messing with us and they said, no, you're going to play tackle. Like, you should have told him earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly. I that's why I don't necessarily believe that they haven't told him that, because that's a great point, Sean, because you can't get into this and say, hey, just let me know where you want to be. It's not like a party where like, where do you want me to sit? I'll go wherever. No, I mean, because you're right. I think if you prepare to be a guard all off season, even a great one like Tyler Smith, and then you get moved out to tackle, then I think you're probably having a chance to be a good tackle this year. But I don't think he's going to be elite. I just don't think he is going to be an elite tackle. I don't know if Larry Allen was an elite tackle when he did it. Zach Martin knew he wasn't going to be elite. Nate Newton wasn't elite tackle. They played it. They could do it. They were better at guard. They know they're better at guard, and I think that's where they probably should be, unless they just have to have him out there.
What are you most interested in hearing or asking at the presser? What's the one Nick Eatman question if you fire one off?
If I can get one, if I can get Tad's attention. I don't know. That's a good one. I mean, I think this press conference, it's not as on the same category as the pre-draft press conference, where they just kind of say whatever and they're not even really telling all the truth. But it's just like this is the one where you have heard before. You have heard their excitement. Jerry's going to be optimistic and excited about anything, so we know that. I don't have a pin. I mean, I guess what I do.
Go ahead.
Shoddy will name 3 or 4 players that he maybe is really kind of had a great offseason or whatever. That's always meaningful to me, to kind of see who the head coach has done, made that kind of jump. So if he answers that would probably be one for me.
Great start. Thank you for getting in the back door, and we can't wait for it this week and to see you out there soon. Thank you.
All right, guys. See you guys.
The great Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. We're just going to alternate. Nick, Tommy Yarsh. Tommy Yarsh throughout the entire season. Nick starting us off strong. Is Nick going to have to co-host with the KNC Masterpiece? We have chaos breaking in Oxnard. We'll talk about it with KNC after this.
upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Just when I wanted to rename the KNC Masterpiece again, like I did when Bassick was there, they just didn't rename it themselves. It was going to be Kevin, Alec, Corey, but I thought that today's last second co-host would be joining us for Crosstalk, and he is not, with Corey Majors out, as you see on the fan cam. Kevin Hagelin, good morning from Oxnard, California. What happened?
Yeah, so I believe that Corey Majors has been dealing with the lettuceitis for the last few days, and he has fought, and apparently last night did not go his way.
Succumbed to his injuries?
Yeah, he is succumbed to his injuries, told everyone to leave him alone, and he is going to go to the urgent care and hopefully get some, get the meds that he needs. No, not that.
Whoa!
Former me. Hopefully get the antibiotics or whatever it is.
So is this like food poisoning? What are the symptoms?
Yeah.
And how do you get tested for this? What's it called?
Cyclospora, I believe.
Which, don't you think it should kind of be called lettuceitis?
Yes. I
do. So he said he ate a wrap from Whole Foods, I think on Friday or Saturday, and we think that might have been ground zero for this. So
I'm going to ground zero today.
Okay, well, mark that. I don't think you should get any lettuce. Would be
it's $1. My wife called this. She said, "You about to get all the deals at Taco Bell, and today's $1 Mexican pizza day."
Okay.
Now, Aiden is saying, he's shaking his head. He's like, no, you still stay away. It goes to Bobby's seafood theory that
it's contaminated.
Even if you don't, even if you don't order seafood, if enough seafood is being cooked in the kitchen, he believes that your burger will taste like seafood, and that's what Aiden's trying to say about the Mexican pizza today.
You need to be like that little girl in Signs and be like, it's contaminated every time she got the water. You stay away from Taco Bell for the moment and Whole Foods because I don't want you to get the lettuceitis.
Okay, but he didn't get it. But see, that's the thing. You would think the one place that he got it from would be pure.
I would think
this isn't a Bell. It's a pure place.
Does he really think it's related to that?
Yes.
Oh my! Is it like food poisoning, just like diarrhea and puke symptoms?
I was trying to specifically avoid those phrases to not gross out our audience, but I believe that is accurate. I believe that is exactly accurate.
People are saying it is. They're using the term chaotic. They said chaotic diarrhea. It's got to be chronic.
Chaotic.
What would the other?
Apparently it's just explosive diarrhea.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any vomiting thrown in there. Maybe there is. I don't know.
No, I don't think there is. I think it was just the other thing that you mentioned.
Lucky for him that he didn't get it on the airplane.
Right.
That
is true.
Is it like uncontrollable? Like, is he just...
No, I don't think it's uncontrollable. I think it's just painful. Yeah, let's just say painful and consistent.
I mean, why couldn't he fight through it then? Just hold it in.
I don't think that's how it works.
That doesn't sound like it would hold it
specifically,
in. What you just did. That sounded like
clenched for
the start
6 hours.
I don't
fecal matter.
Oh my goodness, I don't think that's how that works. And plus, I don't think he's been able to sleep very well because of this. So I told him after he goes to the urgent care or whatever it's called here to go back home and rest, and hopefully he takes that advice.
What's coming up on the show today?
Oh my goodness.
Not Alec in Crosstalk, apparently.
Hey.
Yeah, where's he at?
He still has to run the board.
Yeah. What's that to do with Crosstalk?
He's getting ready for the show.
Really good point.
What's going
that
on?
Do with Crosstalk?
You get elevated co-host? You too cool for Crosstalk now?
You see what happened was I'm also training a new hire today.
Oh,
so
what's his job?
He is going to be doing some of the stuff that I usually do during the show. that I can't do anymore because I have to host the show.
Okay.
So
you need to go. You want to go finish training?
Yeah.
Hey, what's his name?
All right, go finish.
His name's Gavin. We have a third one.
Oh,
so you knew his name. I was testing you.
That should be easy to remember. Okay. Well, I know you guys will be excited. We have the return of Mickey Spagnola at 10:22. Some NFL overreaction or reality. Who will be the Cowboys non-Dak MVP this season at noon o'clock? And then Joseph Hoyt at 12:20. So we're loaded up for Bear today.
What did you think of Dak's decision to wear the Super Bowl 30 championship shirt?
I loved it. I'm sure he will be on our show this week to discuss it. Is that not? You do not believe that he will be on our show this week
don't believe
to discuss
he'll be on.
it. All right. Well, I would love if that were the case, but I liked it. I liked setting the expectations. He had said a couple weeks ago, Super Bowl or bust every single year. Whether or not we think those are realistic expectations, they do, and so I kind of dig it, man. What about y'all?
It's a nothing to me, you know. I find it interesting that he wore it knowing he's going to be asked about it, and the headline, it's going to be a topic. It's going to be a topic on TV about Dak wearing something having to do with the Super Bowl, but we don't do that topic.
We can't do that topic because he doesn't even know the address. He doesn't even know the address.
Give me the first take topic.
Does Dak have the right to wear a Super Bowl shirt when he hasn't even been to an NFC championship game?
Is it reasonable? Is it a reasonable expectation?
Yeah, that's it.
Fair foul, which Fred Davis would say is ripped off.
Ripped off. By the way, I knew Gavin here. I knew I recognized him. You know who he looks like? He looks like Slick from Bronx Tale, the kid.
Colosimo?
No.
I haven't seen that movie in a long time.
The Friend.
Show me a young picture of him. Very underrated movie. I don't think it gets talked about enough.
It does not get talked about enough.
Right? Very good
Why
movie.
do you think that is? Does it get just lost in the...
Yeah, so many mob movies. What?
It wouldn't let me show the photo.
Cool. Thanks for that radio reaction.
Here we go.
You got something else?
There it is. Yes,
okay, I can see it a little bit.
That's him.
Yeah. Getting great for the radio audience.
Yeah.
All right, let's finish up Ask Reddit.
Hey, if we're going to finish Ask Reddit, don't you kind of feel like since Alec is training especially, we should have Aiden in here?
Yeah, Aiden, why don't you come on in here?
No, we're good. We're okay.
Oh,
we're
but
good.
I thought you needed somebody in here with an A.
We have
Aiden.
No, I think Alec is coming back.
There we go, Alec.
To fill that A gap. So here he is.
The A gap. I like that.
Training over. 2 minutes. 2 minutes more of vital training. You had to go add.
I mean, he's been here for like 50 minutes. We've gone over a lot.
Okay,
All right, Alec. We'll start with you since you're here.
Okay.
What's something people pretend to enjoy?
Ooh, a lot of things.
I know what Mike would say.
You know what?
Basic?
Yeah.
I would say social media.
You think they pretend?
Yes. I mean, Corey talks about it a lot. He says if he didn't have a job like this, he would be off of social media totally.
He is lying.
I think he is lying to an extent, but I think a lot of us, especially my generation, we just try to keep up with everybody more so than actually enjoy it. And hey, you can make a lot of money off of it, so we're really just trying to get our names out there.
Which app are you applying this to the most?
Ooh, Instagram.
Okay.
I don't take a lot of pictures. I don't really do. I take pictures of stuff that I'm doing, not myself. So I always have like events and places I've been, but I don't have anything that actually includes me.
Okay.
So I find myself at a loss. I'm like, how do y'all find this fun? I just don't understand it sometimes.
You know, you're probably looking for a broader societal thing, but I'm going to say the thing that people pretend that they like is Better Call Saul, especially especially the first 2 seasons, which are the most boring garbage
awful.
that has ever been on TV.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, let me play with my metal blanket for 25 minutes. And you're like, I don't care. And everyone finished every episode, and they're like, it's a masterpiece, except everyone really knew that it sucked, and that's why they had to bring in all the characters from Breaking Bad, because they're like, this show is pretentious and intolerable.
I totally agree. It was awful. I tried to fight through it. It was brutal television. My answer is The Beach.
yeah.
I refuse to believe anyone enjoys going to the beach.
Women laying out.
You can lay out at the pool. I like to be at a pool at the beach. I like to go to the beach. I like to go to the hotel, get in the pool that's overlooking the beach, and I can sit there with a bar in the pool, and then I could buy hats and necklaces off the guy walking the beach selling them.
I prefer the beach actually like first thing in the morning or when the sun's going down. In a chair.
Totally
not
different
laying on. The sand is all uneven.
The golden hour is great.
The golden hour, like, because I do like the wave, the crashing of the wave.
Yeah.
Looking at the water, the crashing of it. But no, laying out there.
I like to walk the beach better than laying on the beach.
And sand in every crevice.
Yeah.
No.
Not good.
Forever.
Peyton.
Mine is running a marathon. I don't think anyone actually enjoys that.
You don't think there's a runner's high?
No way.
There definitely is.
They get a few minutes in and they're like, I hate this, but I got to finish because I already committed to it. But no one gets up and goes, oh, baby, marathon. Maybe Carter Freeman does, but not me. No.
Let's do one more.
All right, real quick. What's the worst purchase you ever made, but were super excited when you bought it?
Ooh. Yeah, that's a good question.
That's interesting. I think the car that I had before this one, just because I had a Camaro as my first car, and I needed to get off of that thing because it was getting up there in mileage and the trade value was just going away. I had just started college, and I was like, I need something that's good on gas because I live in Narnia compared to where the studio is.
Narnia!
So I was like, I need something that's better on gas mileage, so I got an absolute soccer mom car that I despised, but it was such a good deal that I couldn't pass up.
I bought a guitar off Ben Rogers, and I was so excited to use it. And I got it. I couldn't figure out how to tune the thing, and I basically gave up. But that thing slays. It really slays.
How much?
It was like $100.
Okay.
Nothing major. I didn't feel bad about it.
Kevin,
15 grand.
There was a time where I bought like 5 brand new suits because I was convinced that I was going to like start working in the corporate world and wear suits to work every single day, and that just didn't really work out. And I was like, I don't want to do that, and so I gave up pretty quickly and realized it was a stupid purchase.
Pepe.
So I bought a new radio for my truck and a new new speakers, and then I sold the car 5 months later. So I put about $500 worth of stuff in it, and then I was like, you know what? I don't want this truck anymore. Sold it 5 months later.
Oh, man. I'm sorry. If I really low-key, the thing that immediately just jumped into my mind, and this is going to sound really dumb, getting my oil changed the morning that somebody wrecked my car and it had to be totaled. And this was when I was like 20 years old, and I was like, oh, man, I could have just saved that money if I'd have known.
That's how tight this kid is.
Yeah.
He's dreading the oil change. For the accident. He's like, what could have been?
By the way,
I could have saved like $30 at the time.
I am getting destroyed for the beach comment on here. People love the beach.
Yeah.
I get the beach for one day. I don't understand the lengthy beach vacation.
A lot of boats, a lot of wedding ring comments. And the wedding ring.
Wedding ring is just it's a necessity.
It's a necessity, yeah.
It's an obligation.
It's a stamp.
It's a stamp.
Put the stamp on it. It's mine. I own this.
All right, Alec Medford taking over for Corey Majors. Woo! Get well, Corey. Kevin Hagelin, KNC, live from Oxnard. Next on The Fan.
presented by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, oh man, probably on the toilet, Corey Majors. And, sorry about that, it had to be done. The famous Alec Medford, except Alec, Corey isn't actually here. So how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Alec, we'll go to you first this time.
Oh, it's a change of pace and quite the phone call to get, but hey, we got football going on. So it's amazing that this time of the year we could be down a man and we're still going to find a way to bring the best live and local coverage here, because you saw all the social medias and stuff yesterday that you and Corey were pumping out. All the players are there. Everybody important is there. We got the welcome to camp presser at 1 o'clock here in Texas time today. I'm amped up. Football's back. I fell asleep to Dak Prescott highlights last night. That's how amped up I am.
All right, but not only is it football, but also perhaps football? There are rumblings that we just might have Chicharito on the show as well today. Yeah, so we've got your football and your football needs covered today. And let's start it off with some Dallas Cowboys news and questions of the day. I know that Nick Eatman made reference to this earlier when he was on with Sean and RJ. Personally, to me, I am not particularly concerned about Tyler Smith's answer yesterday. I am also inclined to be like, I have been asked this nonstop for 10 straight months, and so this is the answer that I'm going to give. But I ask the audience, and I ask you, Mr. Medford, any concern that Tyler Smith actually doesn't know where he is going to play this year?
I don't think so. I think he is just kind of like, I just got off the charter plane, and I haven't really thought about much of anything other than let's get my life figured out for the next few weeks. So, and he gets asked it a lot, and unfortunately, we're in that spot where, yes, he is going to get asked that a lot because of the lack of performance that you've seen from your current left tackle. So, and the fact that we had to come out publicly and say that it is a quote-unquote open competition at the left tackle spot. I think that alone lends itself to we got to ask the all-pro player that does have position flex if he knows, if he has a feeling, or if he's comfortable playing that spot. I think he's being honest when he's just like, defer to the head coach. He's like, I don't want to speak for him. And honestly, I think he probably knows too. Guyton's winning that job. I think everybody knows Guyton's winning that job. He is the runaway favorite, and he would have to be absolutely terrible in camp in the preseason to even have a chance at losing that job to Nate Thomas.
By the way, we're hoping or angling to have Chicharito on at about 11:50 Central, so just check it out. So just be aware if you want to plan your life and you're listening accordingly. Now, my first question of the day for you, a little bit weird, is the fact that there's no drama and storyline. Has that actually become the main storyline of camp?
It has. Everybody,
which is weird, right?
I mean, John Machota from The Athletic even said it yesterday. He was like, I was starting to get kind of worried because it was just so quiet from the front office this offseason. And you know what? Maybe the World Cup is that big of a deal where they're just like, we are so locked in on the business side of this and making sure that everything in our backyard is going according to plan and making all this money. But at the same time, everything has kind of worked in their favor, right? Free agency, for the most part, they filled the biggest need that they felt they had, which was safety. They filled that. They aced the draft by pretty much everybody's consensus agreement. They got the player that they coveted the most in this draft. And then the George Pickens thing was, at worst, a quarter of the nightmare that the Micah Parsons situation was. So they're like every issue that we had is essentially put to bed. Pickens is showing up. We had a good draft. We got the defensive coordinator we wanted. There's really nothing to go on about, and there's nothing to really talk about publicly until we say, hey, football season is back.
Do you believe, and I think you do, because if I recall correctly, you are a believer in this fella. Do you think that Kobe Durant secures a starting spot? So I guess ideally you would think then Bland, Durant on the outside, and obviously we've talked plenty about Mr. Downs being in the nickel.
100%.
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
I am such a Kobe Durant. Yeah, I'm such a Kobe Durant truther, believer, and I will push this narrative about him to probably unnecessary places at the beginning of the season so people remember the name because, again, I said it last week before some dude named LeBron interrupted the segment when we were talking about him. This was the Rams' best corner last year. Make no mistake about it. He didn't leave and not get re-signed by the Rams because he wasn't good. They went and made 2 premier acquisitions and a blockbuster trade at the position to make a Super Bowl push rather than dealing with the free agent negotiation process. So that was just the Rams saying, we're the Rams. We're going to do something splashy rather than go through the negotiation process with other teams battling out for you. So, and Kobe Durant said, let me take the 1-year flyer deal to show the rest of the league that I am as good as I am.
From the 817, look, I feel like I've been pretty consistent about that. Jerry won't abide with no drama. He'll stir the pot at the press conference today. Look, I hope that is not what happens, but yes, there's definitely a part of me. I know, Jerry, there's definitely a part of me that thinks that is going to happen. And I've seen a couple of texts already this morning. Would the Cowboys be interested in taking a flyer on Vita Vea? I just don't see how that makes any sense for them roster and contractually. Like, he's a quality player, but I just don't see how that would possibly work out for the Cowboys. So, hey, look, stranger things have happened, but I would be pretty stunned if that is in fact how that played out.
Me too, because you've already, I don't want to say over-invested, but you really have reached really far to fill the defensive tackle, nose tackle spots over the past year now. And Quinnen Williams, we were just talking about as early as last week. Extension? We need to figure that out before we say, should we add another premier player at the position? Again, we're not the Rams. We're not quite at that position where we can just say overload. We got to figure out some stuff here.
We're going to see if this all works out technically, but we might mix in a little bit of Brian Broaddus right here and right now. Broaddus, I keep thinking, and Alec, I want to know your thoughts about this as well. I keep thinking about how I'm excited to see a little bit of CeeDee Lamb and Caleb Downs match up. I know that's not as important in terms of making the roster, but I'm pretty stoked about that.
Yeah, how much will you see Downs actually playing coverage on him? And the thing I think that we have to understand, I think they want to look at Downs first as a safety.
And not just right to the nickel.
Not right just to the nickel. I think there's some things you're going to see nickel-wise from him. But the fact that Durant played a lot more the nickel role in the OTAs and the mini camps, I think they're going to try and figure out that role. I'm interested to see, and I'd like to ask this question: is this a defense that plays nickel with 2 corners, 1 safety, or is it a defense that plays it with just 3 corners?
Yeah.
So and I think that a lot of it was when he was drafted. Okay, he's going to be the nickel. He's going to be the nickel. I think it's going to be a little bit like what Seattle does with Nick Manowari, and then play. He doesn't play every nickel snap. He doesn't play in the slot every nickel snap. And so I think there's things that they're going to try and do. I think the reps they could get him in the slot will be great. I think that'll be very beneficial to him that way. and kind of get an understanding of how the speed is going to be. He played at a very high level at Ohio State.
Right.
So, he's played against opponents that not the Puka Nakuas and he's going to face some of those guys down the stretch. But I think initially it's going to be a lot more safety and then work him to the nickel that way.
Would you think then 3-man cornerback wheel of, I know health is dependent on this, but go Bland, Revel, and then Durant. So Bland, Revel.
I think Durant's going to be your starter.
Okay.
I think Durant's going to start, and I think now it's going to be about with Revel. It's going to be about with Bland. I was talking to some people in the organization this morning about the health of the team, and everybody seems to be a little bit concerned about Bland. You're not going to have any PUP guys. They're not really. They managed to get Bland through the offseason and then get him ready to go. So that shouldn't be an issue. But there are some clear questions about the corner group and the overall health of the corner group. And even who they drafted Moore, the kid from Florida, he's had some health questions. So yeah, it's going to be a group that is if you miss practice for tight hamstring or quad contusion or shoulder issue or whatever, you're going to probably be left behind. I don't think this coach, this Christian Parker, is all for. He's going to figure out what 4, 5, 6 guys he could use in that secondary, and that's what he's going to go to battle with.
Are you more concerned, at least at the outset, of the talent of the cornerbacks or the injury?
The injury history, I think.
For sure.
If all these guys were completely healthy, I think that you would feel a lot better about the overall situation. I think the thing with Ravel is that, and I was a big fan of his coming out of East Carolina, if you watch some of the clips, and sometimes, clips tell you this, tell you that, they could set it up. He does look like, to me, no knee brace, no sleeve, the pedal, the drive, the plant, the turn, the confidence. He got thrown into a tough situation, 3 games in 12 days and having to play all that. Not making excuses for the kid, but he got beat up that way. His brace, they tried to fight through that brace. He wasn't completely confident. I think he's a confident football player coming into this training camp.
And by the way, for people that missed the answer a few minutes ago, going back to Vita Vea, right now the betting favorite to get him, the Los Angeles Rams. Yeah. So just take that for what you will.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it for a Cowboys situation, Vita Vea coming out of Washington, probably a really good fit that way.
Yeah.
But if you look at how they play with gap and a half, and they need a guy, it's nice to have a 347-pound man that could play as a head-up nose and do all that. But the movement, not just the straight-ahead movement, but the ability to play laterally. And with Vita Vea, there's some times, like I say, young Vita Vea, probably a great fit.
Yeah.
Older 31-year-old Vita Vea, probably not the best fit. And here's a guy that's making $17 million a year. He obviously wants to be paid into that $28 million a year thing. You just recently got rid of Oso Digizua because he was making money. So, yeah, it doesn't fit.
How do you judge over the years, and I know I'm sure it's different every single year, but people are going to be talking about Christian Parker's defense versus Shoddy's offense. How do you balance the defense is just looking good versus our offense might be in trouble? You know what I'm saying? Because if one excels, it's at the other one's expense.
This is where you watch the practices, but then it's going to be they're going to work against the Rams. They're going to work against the Saints. They're going to do preseason games. That's there's going to be some successes out there but if all of a sudden and last year we saw this with with Donovan Ezeraku. He gets a win. He gets another win. I mean, the tackles were just looking horrible. And so all of a sudden, you're thinking, well, man, maybe Donovan Ezeraku. And then all of a sudden, he lines up in week 1 against Jordan Mailata, and it looks like a whole different thing out there. So, yeah, I think that, you take the wins with the wins, you take the losses with the losses, but they're going to have two practices against another team that you could probably get a lot better idea of where you're at in this point in training camp.
Since you brought up Donovan Ezeraku, we got a chance to talk with John Machota yesterday, Nick Harris. There is a lot of buzz around him. Is that just natural with a second-year player that showed some potential?
Yeah.
Or how do you feel about his opportunity to really take a step forward in this defense?
He needs to clearly be the pass rusher he was at Boston College. That was a guy that was going against quality competition in the ACC, and he came in and he did not look as explosive. He didn't look as quick. He didn't look as technique sound. They really didn't move him around a whole lot. That's what Boston College did. Everybody said, he played the run well. Well, he played the run well at Boston College. There's times where you could watch him play. And so if you're trying to hang your hat on that, I'm thinking he was a pretty complete defender.
Yeah.
He has got to develop the ability to get to a corner and to dip that corner and to get in and to finish. He had some pressures, but he's got to do a better job of finishing like he did in college. We'll see how with Malachi Lawrence. I think Malachi Lawrence is a very similar pass rusher, maybe a little bit more explosive, maybe a little bit more bendy than what you have with Donovan Ezeraku. So, there's going to be, who is that guy? I tell you what, I think people are sleeping on Gary as a pass rusher.
Oh, me too. Yeah. That's been my guy.
There could be some finish there with him. So if he gets the opportunity, they could be all right at pass rush. But it's going to have to be guys like Donovan Ezeraku playing at a much higher level.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the return of our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. We are live from Oxnard, and right now, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and Specs. How about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys? We bring to you, it's been a minute, our Dallas Cowboys insider from DallasCowboys.com, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good to be with you. Good to be
here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you kind of feel like Corey ducked out on you?
Yeah, right. Sleeping on me.
Yeah, definitely not sleeping from what I understand. All right, so
hopefully you weren't sharing room.
No. We are, and you know what I've learned over the years? I feel like for the most part, except for my about to be 4-year-old, I am immune to other germs. The 4-year-old, he'll drop me like that if he ever gets sick.
You better knock on wood.
I don't think this table is wood, but we'll go with that nonetheless. All right, so I got to know, what camp number is this for you? And then, is it still special?
It is special. If I include my days at the Dallas Times-Herald and freelancing, and then these last 27 camps here, I believe it adds up to 41.
Wow. What is it that keeps it special for you then? Getting that roster and ready to go? Yeah.
Getting back to kind of day-to-day stuff instead of sitting around and having to read, and no offense to anybody out there, just kind of making stuff up.
Right.
to bide their time till they get to training camp.
Right.
And I understand that. You got to fill the websites. But yeah, just a new beginning, and you never know. This isn't like teaching school, right? Because I don't think I could do that, like teach the same subjects with the same material year after year after year. Everything's always different. And right off the bat, to me, what I wrote about on Friday on DallasCowboys.com was this could be the no-issue training camp.
So I was going to ask you about that. But
and speaking of knocking on wood, and I did it for Brian Schottenheimer.
You know it's going to happen today.
Yeah, something will happen, right? And I was 4 days ahead of getting here. Right. So it's like, well, there's a lot of time left.
So this might kind of answer my question then, but I was going to direct people to, like you said, your column on Friday, camping out to shoo away past ghosts. What did you mean by that?
Well, because I think what happens to this team, which had nothing to do with happened in 2000 or 2005 or 2010, right?
Yes.
But the ghost of the Cowboys past, the 70s, the early 80s, the 90s, it's like that's the standard everybody expects.
Right.
And now can you get back to that standard? And so you start another season, and it's a new team. It's half the coaching staff's new.
Yeah.
The head coach is now here 2 years. So can you do this and make a name for yourself on your own to try to get back to that standard they've been chasing for these 30 years?
So with that in mind, do you think that the fan base really understands the disconnect between the fan base, the media, versus the players when it comes to carrying all of that history? Because I carry it as a Cowboys fan. I'm sure you do. The media does. Everybody understands that. But like, it makes it sound, fans make it sound like they think that every single Cowboys player carries that with them every single practice, and I don't get that sense at all.
They don't know.
Yeah.
So I was reading something, and I can't remember if it was football related or baseball related. Somebody was asking somebody about past stuff.
Right.
And the answer was, I was born in 2003.
Sure.
So how many of these fans have been born in 2000, right?
Yeah.
Or these players,
right,
for that matter.
Alex, a great example back in Dallas. He hasn't seen them win a Super Bowl.
Right?
Nope.
And so, they don't know. They know what's been taking place. They don't have a great history of what previously taken place. You can't take these kids back to 1970, right? The first time the Cowboys went to a Super Bowl.
Stupid Colts.
And you certainly can't take them back to 1966 and 67 when they went to the NFL championship, right? You know, it had nothing to do back then with Super Bowls because the Super Bowl was just starting and everybody's like, well, this is the game that's most important.
Oh, yeah.
And the Cowboys lost both times to the Green Bay Packers.
Do you think, I don't know if I've asked you this before, but do you think, let's say the Cowboys win both of those NFL championship games against the Packers. One would assume they go in there and roll the Raiders and the Chiefs just like the Packers did. So you win Super Bowl 1, 2, 6, you lose 5.
Right.
Any chance it's called the Landry Trophy? Because I've always wondered that. I've always wondered that.
Yeah. And it very well could have been. And you know, and although Lombardi had the success in the early 60s, while the Cowboys, as an expansion franchise, people don't realize that, were kind of waddling around until they actually went 7-7 in 65. And then after that, it took off. 20 consecutive winning seasons, which no one else has done that. And, you know, with the advent of free agency, I don't know if that'll ever take place.
Yeah.
I mean, New England, did they get to 19 maybe?
Something along those lines, which is obviously incredible as well. But to your point, like, I know some people would use the Super Bowl moniker, but the first one by a lot of people was called the AFL NFL championship game. And it wasn't until, like, if Joe, you correct me if you think I'm wrong about this, but it weren't for Joe Namath and them not only winning, but even like really showing up. I don't know how the rest of that would have played out because some people kind of thought that game was a joke after the first two.
Well, let me tell you about the first one. And I got this from Pat Summerall.
Okay, good.
God rest his soul.
Good source.
So he was breaking into the broadcast business, and I believe he was with CBS, and he was starting off, they were rotating. I can't remember who he said started in the booth as the analysis, but he was the sideline reporter.
Okay.
All right, and his half, I think, was the second half.
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
So he's down on the sideline. They come into his ears, he said, and it's like, Pat, can you do us a favor? Because both networks were doing the game.
Yeah,
CBS,
which is
NBC,
also weird.
Right? And they tell him, NBC didn't get back in time for the second half kickoff. They were still in commercial. Could you go up to Mr. Lombardi and ask him if he would kick off again?
Shut up.
Right?
He might have punched Summerall.
Summerall goes, he said, I go, like, absolutely not, right? He's still fearing, you know, Lombardi, right? And so he goes, this is the end of my broadcast career, and it just started. They got somebody to go to Lombardi and ask to kick off again, and they did. His story now.
I can't imagine asking him.
I was watching the game, I'm sure, but I don't know. But anyway, that was
crazy.
That's how the importance the NFL put on it.
Right.
It was like the big game was the championship game. It wasn't the Super Bowl, which wasn't even called the Super Bowl. You're right.
Yeah. And I mean, I remember back, like, looking at the retroactive, I guess, point spreads, and it was like a 16-point point spread for Super Bowl III, and everyone's like, they're going to get stomped out by Johnny U, and then it didn't happen, and that feels like that really gave birth to the game.
And the amazing thing about bringing up Namath, if you go look at his numbers in that game, he would have been benched.
Yeah, right. Don't use old school statistics off of new metrics. Now, the Cowboys have talked about it. There's been a lot of discussion about like putting it all together. Even Malik Hooker kind of said something along those lines. I'm sure that looks different to different people. What does putting it all together, maybe probably especially defensively, look like to you?
Well, I think first and foremost, obviously every team right now, the goal is to get to the Super Bowl. Right? Well, let's keep it in order. The last 2 seasons have been losing records.
Yep.
So I think immediate goal should be, let's have a winning record.
Okay.
Right?
Seems logical enough.
Because the last time they had 3 consecutive losing seasons, as I was pointing out in my article, was 2000 through 2002. Campos, first 3 years, right?
Yeah.
1 year of a tore-up Troy Aikman that didn't finish the season, and then it was the quarterback roulette the next 2 years that encompassed Quincy Carter.
Was that Chutch times, or was that before him?
No, they shared the 2002 season.
Awesome.
Think about that.
Can't believe we had a losing record.
That's why 2003, Parcells' first year, might have been his greatest coaching job ever to get that team into the playoffs.
Right.
With a winning record.
Right.
Okay, so winning record. How about getting back to winning the NFC East?
Okay.
All right.
Do you believe
get in the playoffs?
Sure. Do you believe, like some, that is a 2-team race or not so much in the NFC?
Well, I think right now it's a 2-team race.
Okay.
Right? But who knows?
Sure.
How many times was I asked, well, what do you think about the Cowboys? And I go, well, that's why we go to training camp.
Right.
There's a lot to find out.
Right.
We can look at that change you mentioned on defense and say, okay, this is better. Well, we need to see it.
Yeah.
Right? And so until you see it, it's like, well, you don't, those practices they have, they might as well be flag football.
Sure.
Right? Nothing against flag football, by the way.
Taken off.
But again, there's a lot to see. And then can you win a playoff game?
Yeah.
Can you win 2 playoff games, right? Because that ain't happened, since 95.
Yeah.
So I think you got to look at things in order. Take step, instead of just saying, oh, yeah, we're Super Bowl contenders.
Well, let me go to the first step, or certainly one of the first steps. I'm assuming linebacker or cornerback, but I should not make any assumptions. Is there a positional group that you're most interested in training camp, whether it's for rotation, health, whatever the case might be?
Yeah, I would like to see, it's hard to qualify linebacker.
Yeah,
because when you're in a 3-4, you got 2 guys on the outside, right?
Yeah.
And I think they got a couple good players. The guy that's like continually overlooked is Rashawn Gary. They did get him, right?
Yeah.
And he's a pretty good player.
And he's not a slouch in the run game.
No, and what did they do in the run game last year? Go back and look at the stats.
Yeah, oh, my God. I don't need to. I remember.
12 of 17 opponents rushed for more than 100 yards.
Right.
And some 160, 180. So stopping the run is, that should not be overlooked.
Right.
And that's been their problem. If you go back and look at their losses in the most recent playoff games, they couldn't stop the run. So it's not all about sacks. And so do you count those guys as, defensive ends then when you go to a 4-3 or 4-2 in the nickel? I think Malachi Lawrence has got something. But he's a kind of a defensive end. But again, when they go to a nickel, if he's good enough, he's probably on the field somewhere.
Yeah.
Right? And then with the other linebacker positions, we'll see if Overshown how well he can play in the middle. But again, if you go to nickel, and they played nickel last year nearly 70% of the snaps.
Which is why I've suggested we switch that and call it base.
Right.
But I realize that'd be confusing.
Because the 3-4, how many times are you going to be in a 3-4, right?
Yeah.
And so now I need 2 inside linebackers in nickel that are mobile, and I think they've got 2 right now. The guy I can't wait to see is Jayshon Barham.
There seems to be a lot of buzz picking up about him.
Just looking at him, he looks like an inside linebacker, okay? He can run. He's got this scowl on his face. He reminds me of the old-time middle linebackers. He's wearing 55, by the way, which is a good.
Does he have a neck roll too? Because if he has a neck roll too, then I'll be all the way bought in.
And I can't. I don't know. I probably didn't because I haven't talked to you guys in ages. So when he was being interviewed, they kept asking him, are you a linebacker or are you a defensive end? And his answer was, I play football.
Yeah.
And they said, but what about moving into the middle? Because last year at Michigan, you were a defensive end. And his answer was, I play football. And I'm going, oh, I love that because it reminded me of the hockey commercial.
Oh, yeah.
With the goaltender.
Yeah.
No goals.
Yeah.
Every question, no goals.
Well, and that's I know some people used to take it as an insult, but you would hear it, especially from high school coaches all the time. And they would be like, he's just a football player, which some people thought was like a vague description.
Right.
And I was like, no, I always felt like what they were saying is, where do you need him to play? He'll find a way to fit in and get the job done.
That happened before the Cowboys drafted Micah Parsons.
Okay.
There was a lot of people, he was a linebacker basically at Penn State.
I have to admit I was one of those people.
And are you going to draft a linebacker that high?
Right.
Oh, you can't do that. And so I kept getting the question. I said, where are you going to play him?
Yeah.
And I would say on the football field.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm not sure where you want to put him.
Right.
But from watching his highlights at Penn State, I just want him on the football field. Right?
Yeah.
Defensive end, okay. Linebacker, rushing, okay. So the same thing, I think, with Barham. Just get him on the football. Now, he's got to earn it, and he's got to look like he can do it. And I'm sure when they start practice tomorrow, he'll be the second team inside linebacker, right? And now, what can you do?
Yeah.
You mentioned cornerback.
Is cornerback a bigger issue?
Let's not diminish the fact that Deron Bland is back and healthy. Okay?
We're sure about that?
He's healthy.
Okay.
They slow played him in the offseason. And what happened was he had surgery and did a screw implant to fix his fractured fifth metatarsal.
Okay.
And sometimes those screws wear out, and so they had to go in and redo it. And then they put a bone graft on top of the fracture. Now, I can tell you about, no one wants to hear my injuries, but I had a fractured fifth metatarsal.
I think I remember you telling us that.
And now that spot on my foot, it naturally, the bone grew over, and it's thicker than the one on the other side.
Huh, interesting.
So I watched him rehab. He's good. He's good to go.
Okay.
So now, the other side, right?
I'm so sorry, Mickey. We're going to have to pause it there. We have to go to commercial.
Okay.
I know, but you are a wealth of information, and we're going to leave it on a high note.
We can pick up tomorrow?
Yes, we can pick up tomorrow, if that's okay with you, when I want to say we'll get into real practices, but you and I know that would probably not be factually accurate. We'll get into a practice tomorrow. Thank you very much.
And let me know if Corey doesn't make it, if I need to get here earlier.
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com. Check out his column from Friday. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, a huge individual and series win for the Rangers, plus Squirrels. Next on The Fan.
that, Sally.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
By those two not having a big, huge collision. Here, Pederson lights into one down the right field line. This ball coming down and over the wall. Pederson with a skyscraper indoors, and it makes its way over the right field wall. 2 at-bats, 2 home runs. This one a 3-run shot. It's 4-1 Texas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Oxnard, and right now it's time for a little baseball nuggets. And of course, thank you very much for doing that. Of course, we are going to start with your Texas Rangers. They get the key win yesterday, 7-3 over the Mariners. Key in terms of, obviously, I realize worst case scenario, they would have split this series, but instead you get 3 out of 4, which it feels like this team desperately needed. Maybe the owner desperately needed to see that for the Rangers to push forward and hopefully add to this team. And the man who put it very simply the other day, and Jock Pederson, why should you add to this team? He said, we're in first place. And he hit not 1, but 2 home runs yesterday. He had 4 RBIs as the Rangers jump out to a early massive lead, and they take the game home 7-3 over the Mariners, also officially win the series. I've seen some people ask why you had Jacob Latz out there in the 9th inning. I think it's probably as simple as he hadn't thrown since Friday, so I do not anticipate this throwing off his flow or anything like that to be available when it comes to to today's game. So I don't think that should be particularly problematic or anything on that front. Alec, how big of a deal do you believe it is that the Texas Rangers won yesterday to take 3 of 4 to create that extra gap? And now, believe it or not, is actually the Houston Astros who are in second place, 2 games back of the Rangers.
Oh, gross. It is a big deal. And I think the Jacob Latz sighting is emblematic of how big of a deal it is, too, because I do think it does have a lot to do with he just needed to get some throwing in. But I think it was also partially, if not at least half of the equation, that we can't afford to lose this game in any circumstance. This is a game that needs to be won. We're throwing the closer out there because there's a lot riding on this series and this game specifically. I think, if anything, that's a sign of confidence from the manager to the lineup. Like, we're protecting this lead at all costs. We want to win this game because this is the best the offense has looked in quite some time. And it just makes the heart a little bit happy, at least for me, that Jock Pederson has been at the forefront of all of this. He is absolutely lighting up the world right now, and to see him contributing. Do you think it makes you as happy as it does Jared Sandler, who has definitely put a challenge out to people on Twitter about this? I don't think I will ever be as emotionally invested as Jared Sandler. I'm going to leave that to him, and I love that he's doing that because we were all incredibly tough on Jock at the beginning of the year, and rightfully so. But to see him, and it was whenever he hit the first home run of the season earlier this year, and he was literally screaming at the air and at the dugout, like, keep talking. That's when I said, I think this guy hears all the noise, and I think he's ready to turn things around, and boy, has he.
Man, and so let's talk about another thing you were able to accomplish yesterday, finally touching up George Kirby. So George Kirby has been a Rangers killer for most of his career. The 28-year-old had a 1.33 ERA all time against the Rangers going into this game, and he had never given up more than 3 earned runs against the Rangers. So let's look at all of the ways that they broke out of that yesterday. They scored 7 runs against George Kirby. They had 4 home runs, and they chased him from the game before the 5th inning had even started. So they were able to your point, this did feel like a huge game, not only in beating the Mariners, who the last couple of years have really had your number, especially in Seattle. I realize this was a home game, but to also get to George Kirby in winning the game and winning the series. And yet again, you get another stout offering from Kumar Rocker. We talked about the start before this. We were all at that game when they shut out the White Sox. And so now you can look at Kumar over the last 2 starts coming off that just really dreadful Houston start. You've got 12 2/3, only 5 hits given up in that time, 11 strikeouts against that. And so Kumar Rocker has looked really, really good the last couple of starts at a time where obviously the Rangers need it as we wait for, whether you're waiting for Jordan Montgomery or Cody Bradford or whoever that might be. Another thing to keep an eye out on, Corey Seager. It looks like he is going to begin his rehab assignment today. We will talk with Skip Schumacher tomorrow. I would love some, just kind of thoughts about, do you give him a little extra rehab time, or are you just like, he's Corey Seager? Do you have to be more careful with it because that he has come back and stopped and started a couple of different times this season? But keep an eye out on Corey Seager starting his rehab assignment. I know I teased that we were going to talk about squirrels. We are unfortunately not going to get to that right here because I got to tell you a couple of other quick things. Aaron Boone revealed another big injury across Major League Baseball. Cody Bellinger, he has a grade 2 strain, and he is going to miss about 4 to 6 weeks per Aaron Boone. And so that is of course a grade 2 hamstring strain. I don't think I actually said hamstring. So keep an eye out on that. Yet another injury for the Yankees. On the flip side, a positive thing. The Marlins broke their 12-game losing streak. They were trailing by a couple of runs going into the 9th inning. It looked like that was about to run up to 13, but 'tis not to be. They scored not once, not twice, but thrice to end the losing streak and defeat the Philadelphia Phillies, just in case you were super invested in the happenings of the Marlins. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan?
When it comes to
for. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, live from Dallas Cowboys training camp. Thank you very much to our presenting sponsor, the on-time experts, AC, heating, and plumbing, as well as the Mercedes-Benz Plano and Best Buy windows and siding. Already today, we had our good buddy Mickey Spagnola in that Wild Fork Foods hot seat, your number one go-to for meat and seafood. And right now, we bring back in Brian Broadus for a little bit of NFL overreaction or reality, and we will start with this gentleman. NFL overreaction or reality. There is a bigger gap between the Cowboys and Eagles and the rest of the NFC East. I guess I should try that again. There is a big gap between the top two teams in the NFC East and the presumed bottom two teams in the NFC East.
I think that is that's not reality. I think this division is going to be a lot better. I think with the Commanders, the moves that they made they totally revamped their offensive coaching staff, their defensive coaching staff. I mean, they're actually firing coaches for doing too much. But I think the fact of them getting the quarterback, the draft that they had, I think the Giants are going to be much better. I think the Giants finally got better. They understood that the seriousness of what a head coach actually means. And you can say what you want about John Harbaugh. John Harbaugh is a proven winner. Their teams at Baltimore were extremely tough. They were difficult to deal with. I think they have a talented team. Now, the quarterback situation is skilled guys. They're a little bit banged up. Defensively, front seven, I mean, there's still some things that you absolutely have to deal with. So I think the Eagles are sliding a little bit. We'll see what happens at the coordinator spot. But I think this division is a lot closer than people want to believe.
So do you go in thinking that maybe the Commanders could be the last?
I just think that with the Commanders, yeah. I mean, to me, the Commanders are a team. When you look at them getting their quarterback, and finally, that's the thing about it is, the health of Jane Daniels is paramount to their success. But you look at overall, I like their running back situation the way it is. I mean, to me, I've always been a big fan of Terry McLaurin and Brown, who they got from Jacksonville. We'll see, how that all plays out. But Antonio Williams, I mean, they've tried to add some things skill wise, and this quarterback, when he's healthy, he's tough to deal with in the pocket. He's tough when he runs, and and his accuracy could be very, very good. Again, new coordinator there. We'll see how that all plays out.
Alec, we go to you. NFL overreaction or reality. There is a big gap between the Cowboys and Eagles and the rest of the NFC East.
I think I've changed my tune on this one a little bit. I'm going to go overreaction. I think I've been a little bit tougher on the Commanders this offseason than warranted because I do think, kind of like Brian was saying with the Giants, I think they realized how important getting the right coaching staff around a young quarterback really is, and for Dan Quinn, who's been there for a few years now, to get that right, I think is their number one priority. They got a really good player in the first round of the draft in Sonny Styles. And then the Giants, I do think their roster is a little bit more well-rounded than I want to admit. The Cowboys fan in me wants to think that they're the same team from last year, but they've got some real talent on that team. And like Brian was just saying, a proven coaching staff that has been there, done that, and a team that really hasn't prioritized that, that veteran leadership from the guys up top. And to the point where there was drama in the offseason of if the head coach was going to have too much power going into this season. So I think that I've been a little bit too tough on the rest of the division, and I do think the Eagles are sliding a little bit to make this a little bit more of an even division than I was ready for.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Los Angeles Rams will live up to the hype.
I think that's reality. I think and listen, they go out and they've proven, the one thing that they've proven is the willingness to, go out and get players no matter what. And there's a team they draft very, very well when they move on from picks. They've done a great job of adding talent in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round. They're not afraid to make a move. Les Snead, my buddy out there, has done a really nice job.
That pickup of McDuffie, too, almost feels like it's fallen to the wayside.
McDuffie, Puka Nacua, with the whole thing, the way that they've been able to, Puka Nacua, like a 5th-round guy. Their tight end room is really good. When you look at Parkinson, Higbee, they've got Max Clara, who they drafted in the 2nd round this year out of Ohio State. The Ty Simpson one was an interesting pick for the backup for the future. That'll be fascinating how that plays out. But, man, this is one of the better defenses in the league when you look at overall the way that they go out and they said, oh, by the way, we're just going to discard, this cornerback. Dallas, go ahead and pick that kid up, and we'll be real excited about him. But here they are. They go ahead and add, McDuffie and Watson and guys like that. So, yeah, this is a legitimate team.
Alec, we go to you. Hype level. Do the Rams match it?
Reality, I think they do. I think they've got the right idea, and they've had the right idea for quite some time now. It's fallen on the quarterback a little bit to find that consistency that he found last year and just staying on the field, because it feels like Matt Stafford is the most beat-up quarterback in the NFL every single year without fail. But he found that consistency. I know they had a little bit of issue in the run game last year that might have led to some issues for them offensively, Kyron Williams and the fumbling. But other than that, you go out there and you get the best defensive player in football. And like you said, Kevin, they got one of the best cover corners in football.
Yeah. It's crazy that's the secondary move. Like
nobody's talking about that.
Yeah, they do a really, really nice job, and they survived the hiring cycle of not losing Chris Shula. There was a lot of teams that were talking about Chris Shula being a guy, and McVay on the offense. Shula has done a great job on that defense.
Now, Broadus, I'm intrigued by y'all's answer to this one. Overreaction or reality? The Packers just aren't as big of a deal as you thought they were going to be a year or two ago. Whether it was the seeming ascension of Jordan Love and then obviously making the trade for Micah Parsons, I realize you're dealing with the injury. But a year or two ago, man, I thought the Packers were ready to sit at the top of this NFC.
Yeah, there's been some... they've made the commitment. It goes way, way, way back. They had not drafted a first-round receiver in ages, 2003, something. It was crazy how far back they had not worked on their drafting skill guys. And then they picked Matthew Golden out of Texas, and you're like going, oh, okay, here's the first round. They're finally doing some things. But they're just kind of waiting on these guys, we'll see with Christian Watkins, Golden I mentioned, Jaden Reed. They've had some guys that, that you feel like, man, they've got some legitimate players, but they've struggled a little bit. The quarterback play has been a little bit up and down. They've struggled a little bit in some of their line play. That's been a little bit banged up. But, man, where I thought they were going to do some great things was with their defense.
Yeah.
And, they had to address it. They went out and they thought they were one player away with Micah Parsons. He gets hurt, and then they start moving on away for some guys. But, they've got some good defensive guys, but it just hasn't been able to kind of put them over the top like we thought they was. And a lot of it has to do, I think, with the inconsistency of the quarterback and some of the health things that they've dealt with.
You have a unique insight into the Packers. What did you think yesterday or over the weekend of Ed Policy saying, hey, we're having a hard time keeping up because we can't just sell a minority share of the team?
Yeah, and they don't. And that's the thing about it is, and there was a time when that wasn't the case. The Packers were always able to, now what they could do is they can have another stock sale.
Right.
And they could generate some money and some revenue that way. But, when you look at just the overall salaries, what they're having to pay for a Micah Parsons, that's going to be something that's going to kind of damage their books a little bit. But, yeah, it's a unique situation that they deal with. The thing that they could do is they could absolutely sell the naming rights to Lambeau Field.
Which they said they won't. I know.
And they won't do that.
Yeah.
So there are certain traditions that they are going to hold steadfast to.
That's the right move, right? Not selling Lambeau.
Yeah, but it also comes down to, the operational costs. You got to be able to, if you're Brian Gutekunst, the general manager there, you got to be able to step up. And if they want to make a trade to go, add Micah Parsons or more pieces like that, you have to have the flexibility to be able to take those contracts on.
Alec, we go to you. The overreaction or reality, the Packers just aren't as big of a deal as you thought they were going to be a year or two ago.
Reality, and losing a bunch of their front office and coaching staff this offseason, too. I think that's going to play into it with everybody going to Miami. And what Broadus was saying about the defense, I feel the same way, especially now that the defensive coordinator is gone. I don't really know what to expect. Micah Parsons isn't going to be healthy to start the year. I don't know what to expect from that offense because I don't know what to expect from the defense. If they're going to be getting any stops for them and giving them the ball more, I don't really have many expectations, good or bad, for the Packers this year. When going into last season, I thought they were a true Super Bowl threat. They make the move to get Micah, and I thought that solidified everything. Now, I just see them as a good team.
NFL overreaction or reality will wrap back to the Cowboys. Having TJ Bass as a versatile backup makes you feel better about this offensive line.
I feel better about it, so I'd say that's a fact. Where I have a little bit of pause is, though, I don't know exactly. We'll see what happens at the offensive tackle spot. We'll see how it all plays out with that. I don't believe there's a competition at left tackle. I really
not a
don't.
Real one.
Not a real one. I really don't think so. But having TJ Bass at least gives you the peace of mind knowing that if you have to move Tyler Smith to left tackle, you could plug TJ Bass in there at guard. Now, he might be better at the right guard spot than he would be the left guard spot. But at least you have that peace of mind that you have somebody that has played in league games and has played at a pretty high level.
Do you have to kind of do the cost-benefit analysis of what's it worth to have Tyler Smith at the left tackle versus what's the downgrade going to be then at left guard if you switch it out? Do you have to kind of weigh that?
No, listen, they're starting to pay these guards just as much,
Right.
You look at, because what's happening is defensive tackles are being paid quite a bit. So yeah, the teams are building their defensive lines kind of inside and out with the way that's gone. So having Tyler, I think having Tyler Smith at guard, at left guard, I think is the absolute best thing for this football team. I would hate to see them have to switch that out.
Alec, we go to you on that front. Overreaction or reality? Having TJ Bass as a versatile backup makes you feel better about this O-line.
Reality, because I've seen them do it before, and that's something that the past 2 or 3 years I've felt really strongly about is the depth across the offensive line, that you've been able to see guys like Tyler Booker, Tyler Smith miss a few games here and there, and you've still looked like a competent offense in their absence. That goes a lot to the credit of Clayton Adams and that crew on the offensive coaching staff. Missing Brock Hoffman does sting a little bit, but I do think that you're in a pretty good position to weather the storm of 17 games because the offensive line is going to get banged up. And to Broadus's point, I don't think there's a left tackle competition either. So I don't think you really have any questions across your offensive line right now.
I know it is super early, but let me toss out. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I say something?
Yeah, please.
I'm really disappointed that Alec didn't fight me on all this stuff. I'm really
say shut up, Broadus.
Because I was thinking he's going to make a really, really good point. I'm going to just steal it from him is what I'm going to do. So, Alec, I'm kind of disappointed you didn't fight me more on this thing.
All right. Well, you know what? I'll give you guys one more chance. Overreaction or reality? Michael Penix will never be a good starting quarterback.
I'll say that's not reality. I think he will. I think that Michael Penix, I think there's things about him. I'm interested to see what they're able to do with the new coaching staff and all that with him in Atlanta. I think his throwing motion is unique. I think there's times when you watched him play at Washington. Everywhere he's ever been, he's been a winner, whether it was Indiana, whether it was Washington. This guy is a winner. And I think if you work with some mechanics, get him to feel a little bit more comfortable, he's never going to look pretty throwing it. But, I mean, it's going to be when accurate, he can make some big plays. And I think he just needs somebody to work with him in that way. I'm looking forward to seeing him develop even more.
Alec, then we go to you. Overreaction or reality?
Here we go.
Michael Penix is never going to be a good NFL starting quarterback.
I don't know what in the world Broadus is talking about over there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm with you. I honestly am with you. I think that it's an unfortunate set of circumstances that he's had to deal with in the beginning of his career with the injuries and just the question marks surrounding the coaching staff and the direction of the franchise itself. But now I do like that they got a nice offensive staff surrounding him. They locked up Drake London, Kyle Pitts. They're trying to keep some sense of continuity for him. So when the scheme changes, everything around him still looks like what he's used to. If he can just stay healthy, that's the only issue for me. What I am scared of, though, is bringing in Tua. If he has to start the season because Penix isn't fully built up, what if Tua...
Do you think that's going to happen?
I'm worried. I think that might happen. If that happens, I'm worried that they say Tua's good enough. Why would we pull him? That's what I'm worried about, is that he plays just good enough to where they say, let's not stop the momentum that we have.
All right. Excellent. Very cordial edition.
Yeah, that's a little disappointing on my end.
NFL overreaction or reality. I will try to come up with more potentially inflammatory statements going forward. Coming up next, it's time for a little AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the Jets are like prison. Next on The Fan.
Guaranteed good.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at training camp. Thank you very much to Mercedes-Benz of Plano, Best Buy, Windows, and Siding for helping sponsor this whole deal. And don't forget, at 1 o'clock, the Welcome to Training Camp presser right here on your home of the Cowboys and the first place Texas Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And it's also the home of this special segment because right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Mm-hmm.
That was a solid 10 out of 10. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer today's question of the day right there on Twitch or YouTube as well, which I am on right now, so hello. And you can see this, Kevin. It is Tank Top Tuesday, even though Corey is not here. The spirit lives on.
This is gonna be weird, and I hope you do not use this as a drop, but when I saw Corey this morning, he did not have a tank top on because he had no shirt on.
Oh, he was celebrating No Shirt 9 early.
Yeah, I mean, kind of, yeah.
He was just pre-gaming for it.
Yeah,
Look at that.
exactly.
Look at that. The spirit still runs wild on a Tank Top Tuesday, and we're feeling good. You got to wear a tank top out here. It's going to be 100 degrees today, Kevin. It's going to be 100.
I am very sorry, Alec, because every time I hear the weather updates that we play, I emphatically go, nope.
And I just let out a sigh like that every time you do because it pains me. The question of the day today, Kevin Hageland and Tolos, today is very on brand for me. Today is National Water Park Day. And if you remember, I am the mayor of Hawaiian Falls here in DFW. There's a proclamation and everything. It's sitting on my nightstand right now. It's a real thing. Check it out.
Does Peyton have a proclamation?
He doesn't have one for being a mayor.
Exactly.
He had one day named after him.
Meh.
That's Bush League. We've got an entire title put on my name, baby. So, in honor of that, and shout out to Hawaiian Falls again for having me out in June. That was awesome. What is the one place or activity you miss from your childhood? 877-881-1053.
It is 100%, and I know people are going to try to tell me it still exists in other ways. It is the Wet and Wild off of 635 in Garland next to the Hollywood Theater, where I think they eventually put an Carfax? I don't know. It's some car place. People will help me out on the fan text. Frankel Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. That Wet and Wild was special, man, because, and I'm sure it was special for our parents, because you could essentially drop us off there or like go do your own thing and relax in the wave pool, the lazy river or whatever for like 6 hours. And you got a set amount of money that you were supposed to use for food, but really they knew we were going to use for video games and everything like that. And you could just have all day, and it was your own kid ecosystem, and it was freaking magical.
See, that was Hawaiian Falls for me. That was my equivalent. And then there was one in the city of Hearst Aquatics, a water park out there. That was like our treat because grew up in Mansfield, right? And that was, half an hour, 45 minutes, depending on traffic for us. So that was kind of my mom's way of saying, I'm getting you out of the house and taking you somewhere different, was to go anywhere away from the like Arlington metro area. That was like a big excursion for us as kids. So anytime we got good grades on a report card or something, Hearst Aquatics. That's where we're going.
Somebody texted in from the 469 Penny Whistle Park. I was driving home from, I don't even remember, maybe from our refugee class. I'm not positive. And I saw where Penny Whistle Park was, and there's still like the outline on the building and everything. And I just thought it looked really small, and that's probably the deal with all of these things that we're referencing. Like, if you went back and could see it to scale today, you'd probably be alarmed at how small it was. But like, when you were that much smaller, it just seemed like the biggest freaking place in the world.
It really did. And the one that humbled me, and this is an entrant for my answer for the question of the day as well, is Chuck E. Cheese. Like, I did not realize, one, how simple some of these games were that I just didn't realize as a kid. And two, like, it felt like a massive establishment as a kid. And then you go for, the neighbor's kid is turning 6 years old or something, and you stop by to say hi, and you're like, everything here is tiny. And this building is not that big. Like, this felt like my equivalent of Six Flags now as a kid. And no, it's literally just the size of a Chili's. Like, what the heck?
And by the way, people are saying it was CarMax. I knew that you guys would know what the answer was.
Oh, yes. Everybody's plugged in. 877-881-1053.
Hold on. Okay. Pause. Follow-up question to that. Do you ever have short-term ill will towards the business that took the spot of the place that you loved? Like, I think for a little while, I kind of disliked CarMax. I know it's not their fault that the Wet n Wild went away, but there was like a tiny part of me that was like, you bastards.
Man, the perfect example of that for me was off of Cooper Street in Arlington, across from the Walmart by I-20. There was a Taco Bueno that was there when I was a kid, and it was like the old-timey Taco Bueno that looked like it was like a hand-molded clay building. Like,
yes!
It was one of those authentic ones, and I went there all the time as a kid, and I think when I was in high school, they moved out, and a chicken place took it over. And now I'm like, I refuse to eat there. It might be the best chicken on the planet. I will never know, because I'm never going. Just because I'm so bitter that my childhood establishment, my second home, that Taco Bueno, whenever I was being babysat by my grandparents, they would take me there for lunch. It's gone now. So there's a hole in my heart because it's not there anymore.
I'm sorry.
And I don't know if that void can ever be filled. From the fan text, 877-881-1053, the places and things you miss from your childhood. From the 469 church camp, Vacation Bible School. I was forced to go a few times.
Just fire up some Submerged and pretend like you're there again.
Yes. I mean, there was a couple that I enjoyed, and then there was a couple that were just more of a headache because everybody there was just difficult.
You know what, Alec? Somebody just brought this up, and I'm trying to think of the name of the spot in Garland that was the Dollar Movie Theater. But somebody said they missed the Dollar Movie Theater, because I do remember that is something we could definitely count on. Even if we didn't go to movies like all the time, my mom would always take me and my sister to the Dollar Movie, and there was plenty of times when you just felt like a big deal, because now if you only spend $1 at the movies, then we could get the nachos or whatever else and your soda to rock out with the movies. So yeah, I do kind of miss the Dollar Movie Theater.
Yeah, my mom was a penny pincher when I was a kid, so the matinee movies were a huge thing for us. That was like a treat because, like you said, since we were seeing Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs at 8:30 in the morning, we were able to get a large popcorn instead of a small. That was the biggest deal for me and my sister, so I do miss that as well. From the 817 NRH20, easy for me to say. I went there for a field trip once, but I'm more of a Hawaiian Falls guy myself, if I do say so.
I mean, that makes sense.
From the 214, the International Wildlife Park in Grand Prairie, that's a good one. Really, any of those kind of wildlife parks or observatories that they would take you to on field trips where you got to see the farmland and all the animals and stuff, it was so much more fun as a kid.
So, you know what? And I feel like school trips dominate a lot of this, because I've seen multiple people saying Sandy Lake, and like that was a place that once a year we would get to go out there on like a band trip or a school trip or whatever. And so, of course, you were like, this is going to be the greatest time ever. Somebody said Crystals. Was Crystals the pizza place, or was it the place that showed movies? Was it both? Okay, the pizza place. Because there was another place, that you could like go in the little theater room, and it wouldn't always be movies. Sometimes it'd just be cartoons. But this was at a time when that was revolutionary. Now I know people are like, yeah, and what else? But like at the time, you're like, oh my gosh, I can eat and watch TV. It's amazing.
That is revolutionary. From the 214, I miss Friday nights at Blockbuster with my friends looking for a movie to watch for the weekend.
Okay, so for me, it was the movie. So usually what would happen is you do the sleepover, sometimes the weekend sleepover, not just the Friday night sleepover. So you get the family-approved movie that we're all going to watch while we eat pizza, and then a movie for the kids and a video game that we would obviously not sleep appropriately and just play forever.
That's right. That is right. I missed that because that and Redbox, that was the thing for me as a kid was at some point they introduced the video games to Redbox. And it was like, this is a game changer because the parents never wanted to pay $60 for a new game. So we'd go try it out to see if we actually liked it. And we'd probably keep it a couple days longer than we were supposed to because we just knew that there was no way in heck that mom was paying for that. So it was always me and the next door neighbor just trading games that we would rent out and see if we actually liked them. And then we would put them on the birthday list or the Christmas list.
You know what I learned from working at the video store, this is particularly for, I feel like N64, is people would rent out those games, they would unscrew them and switch out the cartridges, and you weren't quite sure who it was that did it if nobody reported it straight away. So you take all the new ones, unscrew it, put the cartridge in one of your games, switch out your old game cartridge, like the inside part of the cartridge, and put it in there and return it to the video store. And then I'm sure if you did it once or twice, you could feign ignorance.
That is genius. And then Kevin, I feel like on this show we like to dunk on a certain football team every now and then. So I just saw this quote, and I wanted to share this with you. You've heard of the name Plaxico Burress before, and you've probably heard of the name Lil Wayne. Yes, the rapper has his own show called The Joint Venture Show. Ironic. And Plaxico Burress was a guest where he discussed his 20-month prison sentence following a 2008 conviction for illegal gun possession. And he was talking about that, and he said, and I quote, "Going to prison, every day you wake up feeling like a loser. It felt like playing for the Jets." End quote. So he said going to prison and waking up every morning in prison felt like playing for the New York Jets.
Damn. Especially this year, right, man?
Yes, and I think that's objectively awesome. And when you actually put it in context of when he played for the Jets, the year he joined, the Jets had just come off a back-to-back AFC Championship game appearances under Rex Ryan, and they looked like a contender. But that first year, they finished 8-8. So it kind of makes sense. I can't say that he's totally wrong.
I don't know if the Cowboys PR staff would appreciate it, and I'm trying to get guests as the week progresses. But if I asked one question at the presser, I would throw everybody off and be like, yes, this question is for all of the people on the panel. Do you think that the Jets care less about this season than any team in the NFL? Just to see if they would respond.
You get a wink.
And then from the 214, the Sportatorium. I was not as entrenched in the Sportatorium. I got to go, but it was in the waning days of WCCW. But yes, that building was crazy historic. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, live from Dallas Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. We're going to try to pull this off. Have a little bit of gridiron gravy. Plus, I do believe we might be joined by Chicharito right here on 105.3 The Fan.
To upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
First down, Prescott back. Look at this protection. Deep ball to the middle to Lamb. 35 broke away. Left side 20. Walk your dog. Right on in. Welcome back, C.D. Lamb, 74 yards.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live from Dallas Cowboys training camp. Thank you very much to the On-Time Experts AC Heating and Plumbing for being the presenting sponsor of this entire extravaganza. We got Joseph Hoyt from the Dallas Morning News coming up at 12:22, and at 1 o'clock, the Welcome to Training Camp press conference, anchored, of course, by the Jones family and Shoddy. But right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip. And let's start with a couple of moves. We talked earlier in the show about how Vita Vea had requested a trade. They have failed to reach a contract extension. The betting favorite right now to get him is the Rams, as if they really needed it. And I wonder what kind of impact that would have for Aaron Donald. Some people might say decelerate. I say that would accelerate it. And he's like, hell yeah, let's have the most dominant offensive line since what? The Giants years and years and years ago. And then the Chargers are second on the list of betting favorites. So just something to keep an eye out on there. And then Jamal Adams is joining the Vikings. I don't know if that is something that people, kind of think, hey, his best days are far behind him. But just thought I would keep everybody in the loop on that. Now, my question for you, Alec, is besides Kyler Murray, because it feels like we've all kind of, felt established about that. How do you stack the rest of the new projected starting quarterbacks or competing for starting quarterbacks in new places? So we're talking about the Cousins-Mendoza, I guess, combination, perhaps Tua, Geno Smith, Malik Willis. Because it kind of feels like we're to the consensus of Kyler Murray has the potential to make the biggest impact. How do you stack the potential impacts from there?
It's interesting. I circle the Atlanta one. We talked about it a little bit with Broadus and NFL overreaction or reality. That one is intriguing to me just because if Penix is even 85% instead of 100, I think Tua lands that job, and he might not let go of it just because of health. And then the Raiders one is going to be fun to watch just because Corey hates Kirk Cousins, and that's going to be their week one starter. It's just going to be a matter of whenever Kirk Cousins gets forced to the bench because he's not good enough. I don't know how long that's going to take.
Yeah, no, I'm probably with you right there. I want to go back to something that we talk about all throughout training camp, like learning about the scheme, figuring out positions, figuring out depth charts is important. But you go back to the Kansas City Chiefs, where defensive end Ethan Downs tore his ACL. So it looks like he is done for the season. Is stay healthy, stay healthy. I would love to see the progression of these schemes and watching things things play out and be like, man, they really are fitting these gaps and everything like that. But I really want to walk away feeling like this team is still healthy. Yes?
Yes, 100%. And Kevin, I think we should go ahead and start getting ready to pivot to the studio.
Oh!
We are about to be joined here in a few minutes by Chicharito. He is getting his headphones ready.
Do you want to play the highlight then?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's set the scene a little bit.
Here's Chicharito. Javier Hernandez, winning goal. 90th minute. Lift off on every weekend for the Galaxy.
And with that in mind, we bring in soccer stud, the newest member of Atletico Dallas. It is, in fact, Javier Hernandez. Good morning, sir.
Hi, how are you guys?
Man, I'm doing really well. Do we have to earn the right to be able to call you Chicharito?
No,
or can I? Okay, good. Okay, good. Now, I think the big question on everybody's mind is what drew you to Atletico Dallas, and then how important do you feel like your role will be with this team, not only as a player, but essentially as an ambassador for a brand new franchise?
Yeah, it's very difficult to answer that question in just a couple of words, because it's everything, the people who are in charge, Matt and Sam, about this project, but not only the goals, the ambition that they're showing, it's the ways and the how, they are very focused on the people, on how you're going to treat people, on how this team is going to try to connect with the people, because we are doing this to entertain them, but as well, we want them to feel very well represented in this city as Dallas. There's a team in the MLS, but it's far away from downtown, from Dallas. The connection doesn't feel pretty deep. So that's why Atletico Dallas is coming, playing in the Cotton Bowl, And then as well, something that I love, it's that I'm going to be part of the USA soccer or football growth. Why is that? Because of course I play in the MLS, and that's amazing and that's great, but that's already established. Now, for the growth of this country, you need the USL to grow. You need better players. You need better development. So the MLS can even have more players in that case, and then the USL is a league as well, but they can give you a lot of opportunities around the world. In Mexico, I know so many players that maybe they don't have a chance because of the system and the teams over there, and then maybe can come over here, have a better chance, a better life, and then show their potential. So I think everything, it's like a puzzle. They have all the pieces over there. I'm going to be playing. I'm going to be a huge and important part. I'm going to be living in Dallas. The main goal is how we treat people, in the way that they be treating me, in the way that we treat each other. It's like literally it's like a family, but in a family of we can be honest, we can say hard truths, but we're never going to be disrespectful. You know what I mean? So it's a very loving space, not cheesy, but in a very good environment. And then the goals are very ambitious. You never know in the future. Maybe the owners on the MLS decide that promotion or relegation is going to be open, and then we can go there. Maybe they decide to expand and be the second city in the U.S. for Dallas to have 2 MLS teams, and then maybe instead of open a franchise to buy it, maybe an USL team comes there. So you never know. The future is bright.
I'm really glad that you mentioned relegation, because that's one thing that I feel like, as much as soccer has grown in the United States, soccer fans across the country will be like, but you don't really understand the cutthroat nature of the sport until you understand relegation. How important is that to bring to the sport in the U.S.?
Look, I'm going to try to be as prudent as I can. It's more competition when you have promotion and relegation, right? Because in the end, there's like my dad, for example, in Mexico, he was fighting for relegation, and one time he unfortunately relegated, and the situation, it's very difficult. It's tough, and it's like a notification for the franchise who got relegated that things are not going well. We can see it in the Premier League with West Ham, a team that I love, and they treat me amazingly, and the fan base is unbelievable. Even though I'm a Red Devil and I'm a Manchester United fan, I spent there 2 years. It was amazing. They got the chance to play in the Olympic Stadium in London. They spent so many money. So it wasn't about that, because in the end, it's about the sport. They got relegated, and now they need to go to championship and then come back, and it's not guaranteed. So promotion and relegation gives so much for this sport. Not only competition, it brings more opportunity as well for the teams that they can get promoted. They're looking for something, not only winning, earn money, perfect. It's fine. You get the chance to play to another league. And I know for the owners, it's putting too much skin on the game because of the investment. I understand it, but no pain, no gain, they say there. So, no risk, no fun. So, I think in Mexico, one of the worst things that ever happened to the sport, it was stopping promotion and relegation. And we can see it in the national team. We can see it in players. We can see the development of a lot of things that it's like a cottage. They caught it, and it's not working so well, even though that people try to say that it works. So I think promotion and relegation is a conversation that hopefully sooner than later can be heavy, in this country.
Talk with Chicharito right here on 105.3 The Fan, the newest member of Atletico Dallas. Now, you mentioned Manchester United. I know, obviously, you guys would love to turn the Cotton Bowl into the place to be. How do you stack up some of the places that you've played, like being on the home side for Manchester United versus Estadio Azteca? How do you stack up some of these legendary places that you've played?
With a lot of gratefulness, that I was able, because of my hard work, my effort, my dedication, and then thankfully everything conspired in a way to make me be there, and all the people behind the scenes that helped me, my family, the people around me, and as well the club. So the only way that I can stack that is yes, it was amazing, but it was amazing already. I cannot go back. I cannot leave those memories over there. Thankfully, all of that past has helped me, for example, to be part of this project, because, we're going to play in the Cotton Bowl, and a lot of people are going to say USL. But in the end, what it attracts me the most, it's that the ambitions of this project, it's a lot, man. It's we have high expectations. We're gonna demand a lot about everyone in this club, So I think it's gonna be a fun ride, and I think we're gonna achieve our goals. Of course, since day one, it's a process, but of course, this project for the 5-10 years is gonna be as big as people now can call us or can tell me, for example, why Chicharito in the USL, he's a disappointment, or he can be delusional. Yeah, exactly. Everything is delusional until it's done. So, I'm in this process. I'm with amazing people. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to be able... Look, guys, how it's possible that after the 2 years that I have in Mexico, that it wasn't great, in results. Then I just decide in my craziness, let me take a sabbatical year this year because I need my mental health. I need everything to go back, and I don't want to resent this sport. Then I go broadcasting, being a pundit in the World Cup and the Fox Sports over there, that it was amazing. And then suddenly, a wonderful opportunity in the USL, being the face of the franchise. They want me to be here as long as I can, not only playing, be part of the team. Can come. That's a bless. That's a positive thing, regardless of saying that Chicharito is going to play in the USL, So I've seen it like that. I just see so many positives. I want to play again. I want to be part of that. Unfortunately, we need to wait until January, of course, because we start in the season in 2027. But hey, we're going to do right now, these 6 months, all the work outside the field so the team can grow and we can get as many fans as we can.
Well, I just wanted to let you know, not really a question, just a statement. People are shouting you out, saying they love you going back to Chivas. And somebody said that you're their hero, and they're planning on getting season tickets to Atletico Dallas. So I just wanted to let you know that before you got a boogie, because I know we got a busy schedule today. So the people are saying thank you. If you got a message for them, and we appreciate your time.
We players are nobodies without the fan base. Of course, we need the football players. We need the active people to play this sport so the fan base can enjoy it. But without the fan base, spending their time, spending their salary, spending money in your shirts, in tickets, in a lot of stuff, so this sport can grow. We saw it in the World Cup. The best World Cup in my point of view so far. It's just words of thankfulness. Thank you very much. I'm so glad that just doing what I love the most can make people happy, and then as well can aspire in their own lives, to just be better, to just grow and improve. So yeah, thank you to all the people who can hear us and all the people that are going to be there supporting us in Atletico Dallas from now on. Thank you, and we're going to do our best to don't let them down.
Thank you very much for the time.
Hey guys, it's me, Chiquilin, and hey, and one of the things is Friday we're gonna be at Gillies. That's gonna be the day we officially introduce Chicharito to the Metroplex. 6:00. Everybody's invited. AtleticoDallas.com. Free tickets. You just gotta go to the website to get your tickets so you guys can come out and see him and celebrate with us on Friday.
Look at that promotion right there. Well, welcome to the Metroplex. Of course, Chicharito, thank you very much to both of you fine gentlemen. Coming up next, we bring Brian Broaddus back in and ask the question, who will be the Cowboys' non-Dak MVP this season? We'll do that next, live from training camp on 105.3 The Fan.
fan. Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Dallas Cowboys training camp. Thank you very much to the on-time experts, AC Heating and Plumbing, as well as Mercedes-Benz of Plano, Best Buy Windows and Siding. Sorry that we are late to kick off the top of the hour and the return of Brian Broaddus, but we were having a fun conversation with Chicharito, who has joined Atletico Dallas. Now, Brian Broaddus, as we bring you in, the Eagles have apparently made their decision. 4 years, $152 million for Jalen Carter with $106 million guaranteed. That is a heavy chunk of change, about $38 million per year for a hell of a player, but also a player that feels like there had been a lot of discussion about what his future was in Philly.
Yeah, they obviously feel very comfortable with the player. And, that's something I think the discussions have been more outside than inside.
Okay.
And so, you always got to be careful about the whole thing with the whispers and things like that.
Right.
But obviously, they feel as to making that kind of a commitment, and maybe this is what Vita Vea knew was about to happen. Maybe they were getting some wind that, hey, there's about to be a big deal come down the pike. Now, we're talking about a younger player, of course.
Sure. But that trickle-down's going to hit him.
Yeah, so maybe they were trying to get ahead of the game here, or he was trying to get ahead of the game. But that is a massive deal for a player that is, as you mentioned, I think there's more questions from the outside than there have been from the inside. Obviously, you don't make this kind of deal
unless you're
ironclad sure that's going to work out.
Now, since you mentioned Vita Vea, obviously with the Bucs, any concern? There's another source out there this morning per ESPN that there's not been any real progress on the Mayfield and Bucs contract talks. Do you think that will essentially get it taken care of maybe somewhere a little bit above Daniel Jones level, or is that maybe going to become a problem for the Bucs while they're also dealing with this other problem?
Boy, that's a lot of things going on with your quarterback situation. Baker Mayfield has proven that he is more than capable of leading the team. Offensively, you look at and Baker Mayfield is, I have a lot of respect for his ability. And the thing it just appears with the Bucs, and I hope this is not a situation, but I'm bringing it up, with their ownership too, with what's going on with Man United. You wonder about
who Chicharito played for if we tie it all back in.
But you just wonder about, with you talking about ownership and where money is going and how liquid are we, and are we able to kind of, wait a minute, are we trying to rob Peter to pay Paul? It just seems like to me that the Bucs are drawing really some hard lines in the sand over some of the players that are, that have helped them, over the years. And I think, paying Baker Mayfield I don't think it's a bad thing to think about right there. And I think Baker Mayfield has to appreciate the fact, now he's given him some quality years, and he probably feels like, well, wait a minute now, you guys are going to have to step some things up for me here a little bit. But boy, it seems like the Bucs have just taken an odd time to be drawing some lines in the sand.
Yeah, it is a really fascinating juxtaposition. I've asked a couple people this. I haven't got a chance to pick your brain, and I didn't tell you this question ahead of time. If you had to kind of isolate 3 players from the Cowboys for whatever reason, who are 3 players that you're maybe most interested to see how their camp goes?
Well,
is Tyler Guyton got to be on that list?
Well, Tyler Guyton, of course. I don't think there is a battle at left tackle.
Yeah, it's a faux. I'm with you.
I think there is a legitimate battle at Mike linebacker for Overshown's position.
Yeah.
I think there's some legitimate battles at cornerback. I think there's a legitimate battle at running back, and I think the Cowboys want Phil Maffa to be that guy.
Really?
Yeah, I do. I think that
what makes I
talked to Will McClay. I interviewed Will McClay the other day.
Yeah,
and
that's fascinating.
And Will was talking about, and you could tell there's a real love. And maybe the thing that with Phil Maffa and what he brings is Phil Maffa is very similar to what they have with Williams.
Yeah,
and I think there's some thought about let's not let's not have to just violently go another direction. Everybody talks about the explosiveness of Blue and all that, but can Blue pick up the pass protection stuff? The interesting question to me is, I would like to ask one of these guys, Brian Schottenheimer, one day, is if it is, to you, your backup running back, is it more important to have a guy that can carry the ball or a guy that can pass block? That, because they're, to
That's
me,
an interesting question.
Because to me, when they're going to use Williams as the primary ball carrier, but your backup, who's more? Do you need a guy that's going to be like Williams as far as carrying the ball, or do you need a guy that when you have to play him, he's not going to let you down as a pass protector? And I think this is where they like Maffa, because they like his toughness, they like the way that he's able to pick up the offense, and they like the way he catches the football. So I think that those are the spots where I would look at the linebacker first, the cornerbacks next, and then see what happens at running back.
What about Malik Davis then? When it comes,
he's
to
like a
all
break
of this?
glass in case of emergency guy.
All right, okay.
They know that they could go get Malik Davis off the couch. I mean, he's part of this. Banakanda's another guy that has a lot of toughness to him. I think that they're going to have to try and figure out what's going on at this backup spot. There was a side of me that would like to have said, hey, whoever, maybe if Blue did show that he could be a starter, maybe you use Williams in the role of the guy coming off the bench in order to keep him healthy.
Yeah.
He catches, he blocks, he does all the things that complete backs do. And maybe you use Blue just to kind of start drives, start games and that. And then as you get going, then you'll incorporate Williams more, and that keeps him fresher, because they clearly, by the end of the season, by the time they got to December, he was beat up.
I know a lot of it falls on the special teams scheme and performance as well, but is it too harsh for me to be like, hey, Kavontae Turpin, I know you want to be a wide receiver, but let's figure this other part out first?
This time last year, we really didn't know who the third wide receiver is, and now you've got Ryan Flanoy. Now where it comes down to is who's the fourth and fifth guy.
Right.
I am totally on board with telling Turpin, you're a Pro Bowl returner. You're going to be a Pro Bowl returner. You're not a guy we're going to put in the backfield anymore. We're not going to put you in 11 personnel. You just worry about helping us get better field position, because last year they were awful at it.
Yeah. And I realize that there are other factors at play, including the blocking and the scheming when it comes to special teams as well. I know when we talk about defensive improvement, I know that can mean a lot of different things. Do you believe there's potential there for creating havoc in front of the quarterback's face and potentially turnovers? I realize those two usually go together.
Yeah, I think that where I'm going to be really focused on in this camp and the opportunities I have to watch practice is sometimes when you go through individual drills, you're kind of talking to your buddies around you like, hey, what do you got going tonight? Oh, you going to the rudder room? Oh, what are you doing this? What are you going to dinner and all that? I think as media, we need to pay attention to what's going on in the drills, the position drills, and when they get the pre-practice stuff. We need to know how these defensive coaches are coaching these defensive players, and you need to see what kind of drills they're running. You need to see are there things that they're working on that they need to carry over. I'm fascinated because Christian Parker is a very cerebral guy.
Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see if his message gets to these guys, to the classroom, to the practice field, and then to the game field. But from the classroom to the practice field, how are they coaching these guys? And if these guys are making mistakes, are they making mistakes because they're making them on their own, or are they making them because they don't understand the coaching aspect of things? I think the thing that could set this whole thing back is if all of a sudden we get after that Tampa game, it's week 5, and we hear Brian Schottenheimer say, hey, we're going to have to scale things back. We're going to have to. And then that, to me, the minute you say we have to scale things back or we have to do things differently, it's it might be too much for the players to learn, or B, Christian Parker and the staff just do not have an answer how to get. There's a lot of things that involved with this defense, and it's predicated on positioning. It's predicated on an understanding. It's predicated on knowing what the guy next to you is doing as well. Not only your job, but knowing what's happening next to you. So if all of a sudden we hear we're going to have to scale things back, then this defense is in trouble.
You know, you kind of, when you're talking about that cooperation, that sounds very similar to what you need on the offensive line. We talked about left tackle. At right tackle, are concerns, it feels like, especially from the fan base, about Terrence Steele overblown, given that he is good in the run block, or do you think those concerns are quite legitimate?
I think the thing that hurt Steele the most, and we all know what Steele is. There's times when Steele is not strong enough, when he doesn't have a good set, and when he doesn't punch, when his feet get out of whack. I mean, there's things that they can run by him. Those are the concerns we have for him. But we also have to remember him working all those years next to Zach Martin.
Yeah.
And then Zach Martin going away, and then Tyler Booker comes in. And now it's the whole, because there were times where they didn't pass twist stunts all that well. And there was a disconnect between him and Booker on how to make that work. So I would think with another year to task, that with him and Booker working together, that I think that you'll see Steele play better. I think Steele is who he is. And I don't think that's going to change. I think that he's just a guy that he's got really good athletic ability, and sometimes it's going to be a little rough on him.
Well, I appreciate all the insight, not only here, but you've bounced in and out multiple times to help us out today. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good
Happy
sir.
to help. Yep.
Absolutely. And you can catch him back on the G-Bag Nation after the Welcome to Training Camp presser. Coming up next, though, we will continue your Cowboys information overload with Dallas Cowboys beat reporter for the Dallas Morning News, Joseph Hoyt, will be in the tent in Oxnard next on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Prescott on second down, back and runs up out of the pocket. Runs to his left, to the 10, to the 5, cuts to his right, somersault at the goal line, touchdown! Touchdown for the captain! Touchdown, Prescott!
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and no, KNC does not stand for Kevin and cycloitis or whatever we're saying, but yes, Corey does have some of the lettuceitis. That is why he has not been with us today. We will check in with him afterwards. But right now, on the Wild Fork Foods hot seat, don't forget, Wild Fork, of course, your go-to number one for meat and seafood. We bring in from the Dallas Morning News, it is Joseph Hoyt. Good morning, afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good morning. I'll be honest with you. If there was a Deadpool for who would get the lettuceitis among the Cowboys beat, I feel like I would have been like the most popular bet.
Sure.
So honestly, the fact that Corey got it first, I mean, I'm a little relieved. It's not on me.
I will be sure to pass along to Corey that you were glad he is not feeling well as opposed to you.
And condolences.
Okay, there you go. There you go. Now, let's start with quarterback. I know you put out like kind of potential what the roster could look like, which of course can be a churn by the day out here at training camp. How much do you think the Cowboys and probably every NFL team in existence would like to go to quarterbacks so they can go heavy somewhere else?
Yeah, ideally, I think that would definitely be the case. But I think in terms of this year's roster, and I keep, it's one of those knock on wood things for Cowboy fans. Dak Prescott would tell you, hey, don't make that correlation, right, about, hey, every other year I haven't been fully healthy. But it is reality. And I think that's something the Cowboys need to guard against. And if you look at what happened in last year's training camp, I think there was a lot of optimism about the potential of Joe Milton and what he could be. And, to be honest, I think that the rawness and the potential didn't really come to fruition in terms of the reality of hope where they hoped he would be.
100%.
Yeah. So I think they need to guard against it, and that's why you bring in a veteran like Sam Howell. They're going to duke it out, and I think if Sam or Joe can really prove to them, like, hey, we do trust you to actually start games in case Dak Prescott goes down, maybe they go with 2, but they might do a better safe than sorry thing and have 3.
Do you think it's an absolute guarantee? I know for some of the people in our fan base, they might think this is foolish. Do you think it's an absolute guarantee that Jaden Blue breaks camp on this team?
No, I mean...
I don't necessarily think that either.
And I think, that's my gut reaction, and I think... Kevin, what it kind of goes back to is looking at the last, 20 potential open spots on this roster, 15, 20 spots. And I think there is a lot of room for flexibility, right? I think if you look at the running back position in general, let's say Jaden Blue regresses in terms of the professionalism that they saw from him this offseason. Well, let's just say hypothetically.
Right.
That could be something that would be hard to shake, right? But simultaneously, what if Phil Maffa and Malik Davis played really well and Hunter Lipke had some more carries that kind of...
Hunter Lipke's in. He's good to go, right?
You'd think. I mean...
I would think that. Do you not think that?
Dude, when I did that exercise projecting the roster, like I said, the last 20 spots, I think there's a lot of room for flexibility. I think there's a lot of guys that have to go out and earn spots, and I think that, let's take Hunter Lipke, for example, right? What if Brevin Spann-Ford becomes this just, movable kind of H-back tight end option that they just love?
Interesting.
And they say, you know what, he kind of brings everything outside of, actually carrying the ball that, Hunter Lipke would. So why don't we use that spot there? I think there's going to be a lot of room for flexibility. And if you're looking for a storyline to kind of keep an eye on, it's not the sexiest storyline by any means, but it's how does the back end of this roster kind of manufacture itself and who earns spots?
Do you think we should all just accept at one point or another during the season Spann-Ford will be on this roster? He always makes his way eventually onto the roster. I just don't know when it will be.
I think there's a lot of optimism about what Brevin Spann-Ford can be. And to be honest, he's another guy, we talk about Michael Trigg and DJ Rogers as some guys that were draftable grades this year. Brevin Spann-Ford was a guy that was draftable in his class that fell off. They put a lot of money into him. They liked him a lot. I think he's someone from a receiving standpoint that is growing into what they hoped he could be. If you look at the tight end position, last year the Cowboys did not get enough from the seam. Maybe that's Michael Trigg who makes some plays in the seam with some of that contested catch ability, or maybe it's Brevin Spann-Ford with that size and that red zone ability. We'll see what happens there.
When it comes to wide receiver, it might be somewhat similar to tight end where, look, injuries, even a week, could really wipe you out of this competition. Trayshawn Holden, Anthony Smith, Jonathan Mingo feels like he's hanging on for dear life. Marquez Valdez-Scantling. How do you anticipate those 4 shaking out, and is there room for more than one, or probably just one?
I think if we're looking at how the roster is going to play itself out, I wouldn't be surprised to see 5 more than 6. I feel like that would be kind of my initial guess.
Okay.
Based on, especially when you look at the big 3 they got in Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, and Ryan Flanoy.
Yeah. Interesting that you include Flanoy in the big 3. I'm not saying the potential's not there. I totally get it. But that's a little bit of a jump for him production-wise.
Oh, big time. I mean, like, this is still a guy that we talked about that had, I think, 400, 300 receiving yards last year. Like, that's not something significant. But I think talking to people around the Cowboys and honestly just seeing the progression that Ryan Flanoy has, there's a lot of optimism there. I'm kind of bullish on him personally, you know, if we're taking an objective thing. And I think it goes back to this, you know, his rookie season, he was a raw, you know, college prospect, you know, had a lot of ability, but not a lot of, you know, production, didn't come from a big school. He never even had a receiver trainer until his second offseason.
Wow.
So, like, think about it. And then it kind of took off. He looks bigger. He looks way more confident this year. I think that Ryan Flanoy is a guy that I'm kind of penciling in for 700 to 800 receiving yards this season.
Potential for people like Bullard, Overton, Ogbonya. How are we feeling about, I mean, I know everyone's Quinn and Kenny. What about after that? How do we feel about that group?
Dude, great question. And I think it goes back to, and I hate to kind of sound like a broken record here, there's a lot of spots and a lot of things to figure out on
Which makes the training camp fun. That how excited are you? Sorry to cut that answer off, and I know we'll circle back around. But how excited are you to answering a lot of football questions instead of Pickens, this, that, and the other?
I thought about that. If you go back to last year's press conference, you know, the great Brad Sham, you know, 20.
Can we talk about football?
That was like 20, 25 minutes into the press conference, and it was right though, right? Like we needed to ask some very important off the field business questions. I don't know when the first non-football question is going to happen now. I mean, or the first football question, excuse me. Is it going to be 5 minutes in? Is it going to be 3 minutes in? Like,
I could see that.
I think it's going to be a lot of football today, which I think is exciting and refreshing for Cowboys fans.
Can Jerry handle that? Or is he going to drop a bombshell about, you know, we could always go back and trade for Max Crosby if we want?
Well, he might get asked about that today. Who knows? I think also, like, we just had the Jalen Carter extension happen right before this.
Big-time money right there.
Big-time money. The second record-setting defensive tackle contract of the offseason.
4 for $152 with $106 guaranteed if you miss that.
Yeah, it's a substantial deal, and it makes you wonder, okay, Quinnen Williams is signed through 2027. You really like him. What does this guy have to do in order to get a pay raise this year? Or are you going to talk about that at camp? And I think, too, when you look at the Cowboys moving forward, I do think that they want to, for a lack of a better term, utilize or weaponize the franchise tag. I think that they want to use this to the most of their ability. I think they believe this is a kind of way to be flexible with the contracts and the salary caps. And, you know, you start to wonder who the next one is after George Pickens this year.
Right.
Who's the next guy that they strategically plan to use the franchise tag on? 2 years from now, could it be Quinnen Williams? Who knows?
And since I kind of cut off the other defensive line answer after Quinn and Kenny, how do you feel about that group, at least at the outset, knowing that things can still change?
Well, they're just going to trade for Vita Vea and call it a day,
No. Did you see the betting favorite is the Rams?
Oh, is that before or after Aaron Donald comes out of retirement?
I don't know. I've been trying to figure that out, too.
Oh, my gosh. That would be an incredible
Just
thing.
think about that for a minute.
Yeah. Fun fact, I once tackled Vita Vea in high school. So, you know.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Stop.
So
we'll get to the rest of the defensive line. Walk me through how that happened.
7 of us hung on for dear life. So I was one of 7.
Okay.
Yeah, it was kind of like taking Agamemnon, you know, to head on. You know. Yeah, that's what it felt like.
Wow.
Yeah, but he played running back before he played defensive tackle.
And you were one of the guys that was
one of the
to
7,
him.
the spectacular 7, as we called ourselves years later.
All right, depth on the defensive line.
Yeah,
I know we've had a couple stop starts there. How do you feel about the depth on the defensive line?
It's one of those things where I feel like it's solid, but I don't know who's going to be the third guy that differentiates himself to be the third most snap count guy among that group. Who's behind Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark? You know, I know that I've heard good things about Otito. Jonathan Bullard has veteran experience, and I don't know about you, Kevin. I tend to, in terms of like projecting these kind of things, I tend to sometimes side with the veterans.
I get that.
I think receiver is an interesting one too. Like, okay, if we're talking about the 5th receiver, would it shock me if you know, Marquez Valdez-Scantling ends up earning that spot? No, because he's been on a lot of teams. He has experience. There's trust there, and trust is such a huge thing with these teams. And veterans usually kind of earn that. And But the guy that I kind of am really intrigued to see is LT Overton. From a kind of big end standpoint, I'd like the ability there in terms of stopping the run. I don't think he'll give you a ton in terms of pass rush ability, at least not early on. But I think in terms of what he could do from a run stop standpoint next to guys like Quinton Williams and Kenny Clark and allow them to kind of play those positions, I think it could be cool.
See, and this is one of many reasons why I probably wouldn't make it in the NFL as a GM. I actually usually go the complete opposite direction. I would be like, hey, Turpin, this wide receiver thing didn't really work out. Let's focus to getting back to being the best damn returner in the league. Holden, Smith, you're in. Overton, it's your time. Like, I feel like I would accelerate younger players perhaps to my detriment.
And I would be the same way. Like, I've always had this philosophy. Like, I don't know why teams don't draft a quarterback every 7th round. Or every 6th round. You never know when you might end up getting the guy in camp that becomes Tom Brady. And obviously that's, it depends on situations and stuff like that. And if you have Dak Prescott, you're okay. But if you're looking for a quarterback, I would throw as many darts as possible every single year. Or if you're looking for guys in certain positions, let's get some more competition. Let's get some youth. But we'll see in terms of how that third one shakes out. It's going to be fascinating.
Now, fascinating is a good way to describe the linebackers and cornerbacks as well. Now, for cornerback, does it, and I've asked a couple people this so far, does it just come down to the health as opposed to the talent? Or do you think it's fair to be concerned maybe about both aspects of it?
I think it's, in terms of how that battle shakes out, it's going to be really interesting because I think everyone pencils in Deron Bland.
Sure.
But I do think, just from talking with people, I think that there's an element that Deron Bland not only has to prove he's healthy, but prove that he can be the all-pro guy that they had before, right? And if you start looking at contingencies and, catalysts and what could happen here, let's just say Deron Bland is solid, right? But let's say Savone Revel takes that step.
Yeah.
Let's say if Kobe Durant continues that momentum from the mini camp and what he did. The Cowboys were so bad last year with getting their hands on the ball, worse than the NFL. They had less pass breakups than the New York Jets, who had 0 interceptions last year.
And I believe the Cowboys' interception total tied a franchise low.
It was second worse than the NFL.
Okay, well,
just that season, yeah. So, I mean, you can't beat 0, right?
Yeah.
So, I think that's something that Kobe Durant brings to the equation. It might be a little Trayvon Diggsy's in terms of like, hey, we're going to take some risks here. We're going to do some things. But he's kind of a new age corner in terms of what Christian Parker wants from what the Cowboys are used to. They don't need the 6'4" lengthy corner anymore. They want someone who can play well in space, take chances, be athletic, and I think Kobe Durant at 5'11" brings that ability.
How important is this training camp for Sam Williams, Maris Leofau, anybody else you think kind of falls in that group of, hey, you contract or no, you need to fight for your spot?
Huge. Yeah, I think Maris is going to be one of the more interesting guys. I think if I was a Hard Knocks producer, right, and I was like targeting specific guys for this training camp who to like follow as on the bubble, like Malik Davis and Maris Leofau, I think would be two of the more interesting characters.
Interesting.
Maris, because I think he has a lot of talent. But we haven't seen him be on the field a lot, right? Yeah. And even last year, amidst everything, and I know that he moved outside linebacker this year. He bulked up. Credit to him for that. But even last year, amidst all the struggles at middle linebacker, we didn't see a lot of Maris Leofau. And you kind of just start to question a little bit cynically, like, why, right?
Sure.
And then you move him to a new position, and the Cowboys are very adamant. They believe that this is a good move for him, that this is a better fit for him, that he'll have the ability there to showcase himself. I think we just need to see it.
Do you get the sense that he believes the same thing?
That Maris does?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Talking with him, to be honest, I don't think he would have bulked up like he did. He looks way bigger.
Right.
I don't think he would have bulked up the way he did if he didn't believe that this was the best path for him.
Okay.
He's a smart guy. Like I'm curious to see how he does in this camp with his new position. Is it just a, hey, we're going to throw one last ditch effort here? Or is it truly, we believe that you can be an asset for us at this spot?
And then Sam Williams. I know different person, different kind of scenario, but is he also fighting to keep his spot on this roster?
For sure. And to be honest with you, I was a little surprised, like just objectively, that they kind of brought him back. I was like, oh, and the money makes sense, right? It's not like it's a bunch of money, but this was a guy that, coming off the ACL last year that they had really high hopes for. He had really high belief in himself that he could turn this into a big contract a year, have 8 to 10 sacks.
Yeah.
But we'll see if that shakes out this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I want to switch gears since we mentioned the linebackers as well. Expectations, or it feels like expectations have built for Barham. What do you think about D. Winters? And then I feel like Shamar James got a bad rap last year because he stepped in at a time you desperately needed him. And then when he wasn't really, really good, people were like, hey, what's his deal? And I was like, did you see where he was drafted? So I guess kind of scatter shooting. Your thoughts on those three?
I think, too, if you look at Shamar James, and I'm more inclined, and maybe that's not fair with what I just said about Maris Leofau, right? But I think I'm more inclined to give him a pass a little bit from last year because of just how how messed up everything was defensively in terms of alignment and where things were. If you look at Shamar James, one of his biggest bugaboos last year was that he was making tackles 7 yards downfield in zone coverage, or that he was just kind of a little bit off guys. And you wonder how much of that was communication stuff, or how much was it, hey, we want you to be this far off the ball. This is your zone. Stick to it. I like Shamar James' ability. I'm curious to see what he does. I do think D. Winters is someone that I think people are kind of sleeping on. He's small. He's definitely not, the big linebacker. He's not Jayshon Barham.
He can move side to side, though.
But he can move side to side. And I think that if you also look at where he came from, if you go to the Fred Warner School of Linebacking,
right?
Like, I think that there's lessons you can take with you. And Curtis Robinson was also there in San Francisco.
Okay.
In terms of someone who could also kind of pair with him, they have camaraderie there. I think that's a guy who's going to fight for a job as special teams / linebacker depth. It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. And DeMarvion Overshown's the biggest X factor. If he can stay healthy, showcase that ability going into a contract year, I think that'd be the biggest thing for this defense.
And then, speaking of contracts, my dreams of Bobby Wagner just sitting out there, lingering in the ether. We could bring him to Dallas.
Right? One of the questions I think I might have today, unless someone else asks it, is what do you have to see from this roster to not sign a veteran? What do you have to see from the linebacker group to not call Bobby Wagner, Bobby Okereke, Von Miller on the edge? I know that he was there. That's not a thing yet, right? But like, what happens if you do need more juice on the pass rush and you can get a guy with a career record like Von Miller? Who knows?
Well, I enjoyed the entire interview, but thank you very much for adding that you might need to ask that question at the very end. Look, I've said before, you've been the hero that we all needed in the press conference. So the pressure is really on today and going forward.
I got to bounce. I got to keep going. I can't, rest my laurels here.
Exactly. I know, obviously, Dallas Morning News, where else can people find your stuff?
Yeah, at Joe J. Hoyt on Twitter. I'll definitely have a lot of video content coming on TikTok, Instagram, and all that jazz. But excited for another training camp and excited to see how this all shakes out.
Man, and I was excited that you got the chance to join us and we got to see it face to face.
I know, and I did see Corey yesterday briefly, so at least I saw
He's here. I can confirm that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Joseph Hoyt right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since we got...
Let's give something away!
Oh, it is time. 877-881-1053. Is it possible I could have forgotten about it? Maybe. Caller number 10 right now. 877-881-1053. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to go see Muse at the Dos Equis Pavilion on August 14th. You can go buy those tickets or you can win them for free right now. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, we've got some Rangers survey results for you right here on The Fan.
market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
And the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a drive deep out into left. Arozarena going back. That one's out of here. Berger smashed one. A smash burger, if you will. His 19th home run of the season. A 2-run blast. And the Rangers are up 7-2.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're getting ready for the Welcome to Training Camp press conference in probably about 12 to 15 minutes right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are here courtesy of our presenting sponsor, the On Time Experts, AC, Heating, and Plumbing. Now, I wanted to pivot back to some Rangers, so we're about to get about a good hour of Cowboys in there. Kennedy Landry ran the survey. We answered several of the questions. Wanted to run through a few of them for you. When did you become a Rangers fan? This did not surprise me whatsoever. 15.6% said in the 2010s, 29.9%, tied for the highest number, was in the 2000s. So you're just looking at it right there, and a little bit of a chunk from 2020. You've got about 47% of your Rangers fan base that have only been fans of the team since the year 2000. Now, I realize part of that could be when you were born as well, but I thought that was very interesting. Alec, what grade would you give the Rangers season up until this point?
Ooh, I would go. It's weird because they're in first place, but they got here in such a weird way that I'm still not totally satisfied. I'm going to go B-. Okay. If you asked me a week ago, it was probably a C+. I'll go B-.
So they stuck with just the solid grades with no plus or minus. About 1%. Sorry. About 1% gave them an A. Another 6% gave them a D. 29.4% gave them a B, which means all the rest of that, 63.6%, gave them a C. So a lot of frustration. You are only 2 games above 500. If you were in any other division, you would most certainly not be in first place. But still, the secondary chunk gave them a B for the season. If you had to pick one thing, what is the biggest reason for the Rangers' struggles this season? Here are your options. Rotations regression to the mean, offensive inconsistency, bullpen usage, lack of high leverage options, or health of key players.
Or E, all of the above at different points. I would go, it's tough because I want to blame the offense most nights, but I seriously do think that there's a lot to be said about Corey Seager not being out there. Yeah. 1, for the production, but 2, I think it's got to be annoying at this point. Like, I imagine there's at least one person in that clubhouse that's like, come on, dude. Like, let's figure it out. So I'll go health of key players.
See, and you know what? And, like, what was number 1 would probably be 3rd on my list. Number 1, more than 46% of the vote, offensive inconsistency. I just don't see that as much this year, especially over the last couple of months. And I'd be with you. Health of key players would probably be my 1 or 2. That got 26.5%. Rotations regression to the mean would also be 1 or 2 for me. So I'm not sure how those two would sort out in my brain, but that's about 15%. And then only 12% bullpen usage, lack of high leverage options. I feel like that has particularly come up to bite you in the last several weeks. So probably that's why. All right, you get a five options on this next one. Which player do you feel has contributed most to the Rangers' success this season? Once again, thanks to Kennedy Landry for running this survey and publishing the results. Wyatt Langford, Josh Young, Jacob deGrom, Brandon Nimmo, or Ezekiel Duran?
Ooh. That's interesting, and I think I'm going to go with the last name you said, Ezekiel Duran. I think the fact that they ask him to do so many things and play a lot more than he probably expected, and the defensive ability, my gosh, you can plug and play him anywhere.
Well, Alec, you are a smart man because 41.6% of the folks said Ezekiel Duran. Second, Josh Young, 25.5%. Brandon Nimmo, third at 21%. And Wyatt Langford, fourth at about 11%, which leaves an amount on the pie chart so small I can barely even see it for Jacob deGrom. Now, on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the least amount of concern, 5 being the most, how concerned are you with the health of the Rangers veterans during the home stretch?
5.
I do not know how that wasn't the runaway winner. It actually finished second.
What?
32% said 5. 43% said 4.
Come on.
I am shocked that it wasn't like 75% 5. But to the bigger point, that means 75% of the fan base said 4 or 5 as the answer. But yeah, only a 4, number 1, followed by a 5, and then it trickles down as you would probably expect. Third is in the middle. 2 is second to lowest. And then 3 whole people said a 1. I would like to hang out with those 3 people so they can help me brighten up my outlook on things. Now, last one for you. Okay, last one for you. What do you think the Rangers should do at the trade deadline? Buy, sell, a little bit of both, or stand pat?
Sell. 100% they should sell, but I have a feeling that people don't necessarily agree with me.
You know what? I was interested with the way that this played out.
Oh?
So buy is in third place with 21%. Sell is in second place with 24%, which means the hodgepodge, a little bit of both, far and away the leader at 43%. But stand pat, only 12%. So it's an interesting breakdown that pretty close to an equal amount of people want to buy and sell, and that lends itself to by far and away the winner at 43%, a little bit of both. That's another thing where I would wonder what that would look like for people. Do you think that would lend itself to some deals where maybe you're sending off Major League talent because like maybe you acquire Major League talent with Major League talent? That feels like that would be a little bit of both. What those options are for the Rangers to do that, I'm excited. The trade deadline is coming up on Monday. Coming up next, though, we will have the Dallas Cowboys welcome to training camp press conference, and if it doesn't start on time, I've got Madden rookie ratings for you. Next, live from Oxnard on 105.3 The Fan.
They said this show would never work. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get going with the Welcome to Training press conference in just a minute. But in the meantime, I have the top 10 rookies rated for Madden because it seems as though people would like to know. Leading the way at an 82, both Jeremiah Love and Caleb Downs. So they are tied for first on that front. I don't know how surprising that will be to some people. We'll get to a name that I think will surprise you. Rounding out the rest of the top 5, David Bailey with an 81, Ruben Bain at an 80, Arvell Reese at 79, and then we move into the back half of the top 10. Mansour Delane, Akeem Messidor, Spencer Fano, all at a 79 for 6, 7, and 8. And then at a 78, Francis Mauagoa along with Malachi Lawrence. That's right. He is tied for 9th in the Madden rookie ratings, and I know that has caught some people by surprise, but hey, it's a video game. Hopefully that lends itself to how good he'll be during the season. If you want to know about the rest of the Dallas Cowboys rookies, Barham comes in at a 73, Devin Moore 71, as is LT Overton. Drew Shelton is a 68, Anthony Smith a 67, and Michael Trigg a 63. In case you are fascinated or following such things, we throw it out for you. Now, another bit of news since we were just talking about the Texas Rangers. Corey Seager will officially begin his rehab assignment tonight with the Frisco Rough Riders. We will see how long that experience is going to take. We'll have Skip Schumacher on the show tomorrow, hopefully to get a little bit of clarity about how he foresees that excursion going. But yeah, Frisco tonight with the Rough Riders. Corey Seager is ready to go. Now, Alec, we didn't get an opportunity to talk about this earlier, but I feel like since the Cowboys are running a little bit behind, perhaps we could do a little bit of baseball squirrel audio. How would that sound for you?
That sounds objectively awesome.
All right, so let's go. I'm glad that you said that, because if you had not, then it would have kind of bummed me out just a little bit. So let's go to the Baltimore Orioles last night, and normally it would just be focus on baseball, but instead we got a little something else. If you want to go ahead and fire up the beginning of the squirrel extravaganza.
The squirrel just hopping around. Taylor Ward, somebody please tell the squirrel that Dylan Beavers is out of the game.
Does he know the playing surface?
And down the stretch he comes, the squirrel getting to the finish line, but he doesn't know where it is. He'll stop, he'll look, he'll glance, he'll glare. If you're looking for an illuminated warning track to take you to the exit, it's not happening here tonight. Only, oh boy, now the squirrel's on the field.
Pause. All right, so that's part one. And you're like, all right, squirrel ran amok on the field, no problem. They eventually got it figured out. But did they? Because we go to part 2 of the squirrel on the loose at the Tigers-Orioles saga.
Only, oh boy, now the squirrel's on the field. Now the squirrel is an active participant in the festivities. The squirrel is on the field. The squirrel is on the field. The chase for the squirrel is on.
Pause. All right, so that was part 2 of the saga. The squirrel eventually did get on the field, as you heard, and I appreciate this last part of the call for sure, because they brought out, I don't know, like 10 to 12 people to really try to wrangle this squirrel as it was in the right field corner and moving into the outfield. Let's see how it went, and maybe more importantly, how did the fans react?
The chase for the squirrel is on, and the squirrel is in the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members, and the squirrel's free once again. Hemmed in? No, I won't be hemmed in. I have freedom on my mind. Trying to go between the legs, and eventually he gets away again, and hops through the towel. And hops through another towel. The force field is activated. Towels can't stop him, or maybe they can.
So, Alec, please tell me you enjoyed watching this video and heard the crowd get behind the squirrel and then actively boo the people who caught the squirrel.
It is amazing. The fact that they paid for a baseball game and they're like booing the fact that they're going to watch baseball again is incredible.
Now, Probably secondary of note, unless you're an Orioles fan, is the Orioles would go on to, of course, win that game 8-5. But it definitely felt like the squirrel was the story. In the world of the NFL, the story today has become the Jalen Carter extension. So a 4-year, $152 million extension that can be worth up to $160 million with incentives and $106 million guaranteed. That guaranteed money and average per year value are both the highest in the history of the NFL when it comes specifically to a defensive tackle. Now, is that something, as Broadus mentioned earlier, that Vita Vea was taking a look at? If you are, in fact, going to extend Quinnen Williams, feels like certainly that would bear some relevance to that entire situation as well. So we will see how that's going to play out, but a huge payday right there from Jalen Carter. And you know what? As long as we're just checking off all of the boxes for sports today, we'll stick with the NFL. Aaron Rodgers says zero debate. 2026 is going to be his final season. And while it will become his final season, this might be the final season for Baker Mayfield with the Tampa Bay Bucks, because now sources who have said that the Bucks and Mayfield made very little progress in getting a deal, now those same sources are coming out and saying that Baker Mayfield is going to play out his deal. He will become a free agent after that. Now, I know sometimes deadlines can be made to be broken. We'll see if that actually is the way it's going to play out. But the Bucs got a lot of stuff to deal with right now, with Mayfield maybe ready to just play out his contract and then walk, with Vita Vea saying that he would like a trade. A lot of things transpiring right now for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, I feel like you're like, hey, that's all fine and well. You haven't mentioned the Mavs one single time today. All right, fair enough. Let's go ahead and mention the Dallas Mavericks for probably the only time today. You look at last season. Sorry, I mean, just because we're going to have a press conference, everything like that, it's not meant as a slight against the Mavericks, but I appreciate your concern. The Dallas Mavericks going into last year, they were predicted to win 39.5 games. That was the over-under set by Las Vegas heading into last season. And then I think we all saw how the Mavericks season actually played out, and they undercut that number by a good bit, going 26-56. And perhaps because of that, that number has dropped heading in to the beginning of this season, even though we've still got a couple of months. The over-under of projected wins for the Dallas Mavericks is now down to 35.5. I think, Alec, that is a really interesting number, especially if you believe Kyrie Irving will be back and essentially be good to go. This feels like a number that the Mavericks certainly have the opportunity to surpass, does it not?
It definitely does, because it seems like the team is locked in on the idea that Kyrie's going to be on the team. And if that's true, this team is a little bit older than we think it's going to be. It's a little bit more ready right now than we were expecting, because everybody thought that all the veterans were going to be gone. We all thought it. We thought PJ, Clay, Kyrie, everybody was going to be moved. So I do like that number. I really do. I think it's achievable.
Now, we said we're going to try to check off all the sports boxes, so I feel like we got some football in there. We've got some baseball. We've got some basketball. Still haven't gotten any hockey, so we bring you this. The St. Louis Blues, over the weekend, they hired Sergei Zubov, all-time great Dallas star, part of the 99ers, as an advisor to hockey operations, the team announced on Friday. I know we all move forward with life as the Cowboys representatives are going to walk up to the podium, but it breaks my heart. Same when Madonna joined the Red Wings, now Sergei Zubov going with the Blues. I know it's all about, hey, somebody's got to pay you. You got to get the work from somewhere, but it still breaks my heart just a little bit to think about another player from the 99ers moving on. And finally, on the soccer front, there's a petition to kick Argentina out that was going with the World Cup, but it's time to go to the podium and listen to the Dallas Cowboys. Welcome to Training Camp Presser.
I think you're sitting left, Dad. You're next to me.
I don't want to sit left. I want to sit right there.
Okay, I'll change. Okay, boss.
Having fun.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to camp. Good to see everybody. Let's go. Just a reminder that I'll call on you. Flag me down. I got a list. And please let us know your name and your platform before your question, the first question that you ask. With that, we will get started with Calvin Watkins.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jay, what have you seen this offseason that gives you confidence that this team can get back to the playoffs?
Well, maybe confidence is not the word I might use. What I've seen in the offseason gives us a chance, and we have the goods, so to speak, to really change up parts of the team. That adding 9 of 11 coaches on defense, that's a material change, and the system that's going to go with it, that's a material change. So what I'm excited about is that I really believe that we can do something. The last time there were this many changes of any team that I've been involved in, where we changed the system, changed out all the players, and plus changed out the coaches, was the first year with Jimmy Johnson, and we won 1 football game. So we know that changing out and starting new can obviously create quite a challenge. But I like what we've got to work with. I, of course, have a lot of confidence in our head coach, Shotty, and have a lot of confidence in the coaches that he's involved. I believe we ran it up. We probably interviewed as many as 40. It could be 45 coaches that we interviewed. And so we're looking for the best that we could get our hands on, and made the decision with the ones that we've got. I think that's going to make gives us something to be positive about. I think we can build on it, and I think we can have some success.
Dak Prescott had a Super Bowl jersey, Super Bowl shirt, T-shirt on. Tyler Smith said it's realistic we can get to the Super Bowl. What do you guys think about those aspirations?
Well, I sure like that. I'll speak first. I like the idea that thinking that positive about what we're going to work for. We've got a long way to go, really having started in our spring. But that's good to me to be positive, especially coming from him. He's a big part. He's got a first-hand feel for what we can do, certainly on his side of the ball. And I like it. I like him to be thinking of that success level.
Clarence
Hill, DLLS Cowboys. Welcome back, Jerry. We haven't heard from you since the draft. It's been a drama-free offseason. Can you just talk about if you feel that way, there's like no contract issues or anything over and over his team? Does that lend yourself to believe that we have a different outcome coming this year?
Yeah, and Clarence, I never left, so don't need to tell me welcome back. You and I just haven't been laying eyes on each other. Okay. So seriously, I like the idea that the word is that we have had a quiet off-season relative to, dare I say, off the field noise or chatter, whatever you want to call it. I like that. That hasn't been the case. We've had a lot going on, and we've had to really scramble a lot, the kind of stuff that you don't see. But that should be that way. It's supposed to be hard. But we've had a very active, we have made a lot of decisions. We have made a lot of difficult decisions in my mind. But consequently, what might have started out as a really nice, let's take it in and let's get it all, let's take it to the shop and repair it up. What started out that way, especially on defense, we ended up turning it into something completely different than it was when we started. So we even did more than I could have anticipated when we started. And I personally like the fact that the perception is that it's been a quiet, non-confrontational off season. That's good. I have really a lot of that where I live in my mind. I do, but I have some times when it's not fun too. So all of that's good. I like the mood. I like what we're coming to camp with.
Get back to the Super Bowl talk real quickly. Dak said he feels you have a better chance to get to the Super Bowl this year because of all the changes you've made. He said, our goal is Super Bowl every year, but this year we have a better chance because of the things you did in offseason. Do you feel the same way?
Well, I would say this. Dak's feeling about it is more important than me feeling about it, because Dak actually tangibly can cause his teammates to play at a higher level than I can. So when Dak is that positive about it, that adds some credibility to it. I too can say that the fact that Dak is looking at what he's looking at causes me to feel the same way. I think we've got a chance to really be good. It's going to be hard. It's going to be nip and tuck. As old Switzer used to say, we're going to burn some of these wagons on the way to California for firewood. We're going to lose some folks. We're going to have some barn, but the wagon train's going to get there. So bottom line is, I love the excitement. You guys, for all practical purposes, don't expect us to be a contender in the Super Bowl. Y'all don't. Why would you? I like that. I do. I like that. And I like what we put together to show you that we can do it.
Lindsay?
Hi, Jerry. Lindsay Theory from ESPN. You said you like the perception that it's been a quiet off season. A year ago, you did mention that you like to sometimes stir things up so that we are always talking about you. So was it kind of a conscientious decision going into this off season to keep what you guys were busy with quiet and more behind the scenes than being maybe stirring things up in front?
Yeah. I've never thought that there was anything quiet or subdued about the Dallas Cowboys. I never thought of it that way, but I have been guilty of stirring it up, and you guys helped me. and we have been a great team. I promise you that, for the last 30-something years. And so that does happen, and it is good. I don't believe it makes one iota worth of difference on whether or not we block the guy or go off tackle. But I do like the perception that we've had a quiet, uneventful off season, and let's see how we can work in that. Perception is big. Perception is big. But what I will tell you is I don't plan on doing anything around here for the next few days to stir anything up.
John.
John Machado with The Athletic. For Steven, as you come out here, you look at your roster, do you feel like everything you need is on this current roster, or could there still be potential moves to be made?
I think there's always moves that you can make to be better. I mean, we're entertaining thoughts on players as we speak right now. I mean, Will does an amazing job of getting the players and putting them in front of Jerry, myself, Shotty, and so we're always looking for ways to get better. I will say that I think we've done a good job of putting together a roster that's going to take the field today. They were out there working working out. That gives us a great opportunity to really do the things that we want to do, which is be a lot better than we were last year, and hopefully compete for a Super Bowl. That's every team's goal. I'm sure if you ask 31 other teams in this league, their goal is to win the Super Bowl. And certainly when we go to work every offseason, that's our goal. And but I do feel like we've done a really good job of doing the things that we need to do to improve not only coaching but also players to give us that opportunity. But the other answer to your question is no, we're not finished. I mean, we're going to look for opportunities, every day to improve this roster. And obviously guys will go out on that field, they'll compete, and some guys will really show up. You'll be really pleased. And, like any team in any given year, even in years where we won Super Bowls, you're looking for ways to improve, as you go through training camp, into the preseason, and then ultimately into the season. You're always looking for ways to make your team better.
With Donovan Ezerasu, Deron Bland, do you expect them both to hit the ground running right from the beginning of camp, or will they need some time to get acclimated? And is there any other players that might?
No, Easy and Deron will be the two guys that we'll just monitor, but we don't see any restrictions. We're just going to be smart with them because they missed the spring. But we're very, very healthy going into camp, and hope that continues.
Thompson's ready to go?
Yeah, doing great.
We don't see any PUPs or NFIs at this point. Obviously they got to do a little workout here, and we'll see. But right now, talking to Jim and Britt, we don't feel like we'll have anybody start on the PUP or the NFI.
Nick Harris, forward Star Telegram. Jerry, you kind of alluded to it a bit ago. A lot of change on the defensive side of the ball, so there's a process that you're going to have to trust throughout training camp and this season. How do you balance trusting that process, but also with the urgency to win?
We don't have any alternative. We made that bed when we brought in new scheme, new coaches, new players. We're going with new right there. So I've bought into that. That's going to happen. We're here. Now, in dealing with it, we've got to start out here right now doing as best we can and bringing that thing to opening day and having these guys as ready to go and having the new guys that are new to being here at Oxnard and Cowboys, have them ready to go. One other thing I'd say that Stephen was commenting on is, candidly, I'd be very interested. I'd give up future to add substantive to where we are today as to a player, to give you an idea about would I invest something substantive to get the right kind of deal to improve us opening day. I would. I feel that good about this team this year. And of course, you know that I haven't seen this team play together. And so, but in general, looking ahead, I think we've got a chance to be worthy of spending some future if we saw an opportunity.
Are those kinds of conversations that are ongoing, or is that something, hey, let's look at the first 2 weeks of camp and then address to see if you want to put something substantial?
I talked to yesterday. I talked about a situation yesterday with another team and another owner. Yesterday.
Patrick. Hey guys, Patrick Walker, DallasCowboys.com. Jerry, Stephen, Coach Brian, welcome back.
Thank you.
This is more so to you, Coach Shoddy. Obviously, you come out to Oxnard just like last year. This year, your task list is probably a little bit longer because you have some things that you want to improve upon over last season. Speaking generally, leaving Oxnard in the next 3+ weeks, what do you need to see happen out here to be able to say, you know what, we did everything that we needed to do to be contenders to start the season?
Yeah, I think it comes down to the work ethic, the way we practice. I've made it very clear we expect to have very physical practices, not only against ourselves, but we got the 2 joint practices against New Orleans and the Rams. And so I look forward to that. I'm going to go back to Nick's point, competing against the defense every day. I'm very confident in what they can do. The scheme it fits us well. The personnel moves that we made in bringing in Rashawn Gary and D. Winters and Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence, all those moves that we made, it was not a quiet offseason for us. And it was a great offseason for us. And one that we worked extremely hard on, starting with the coaching search. And I feel amazing about what we did, bringing in the defensive staff changes with Christian Parker leading the way, and then into free agency and getting Jalen Thompson a guy. I mean, it has not been a quiet offseason. It's been an awesome offseason, and I think that's why we're excited. But now the goal is the Super Bowl. We don't shy away from that, but you got to trust the process. We haven't even had one practice yet. We've had a little bit of mobility run today, but the first practice is tomorrow. We get through this ramp up, but I think you're going to see a very, very confident football team coming out of Oxnard.
Just a quick follow-up to that. I know that you want to have physical practices, and what's the challenge, though, of upping the ante in that capacity, but also living within the CBA restrictions of doing so?
Yeah, there's less restrictions. There's more caps when you get to training camp. The spring practices or the OTAs have more restrictions than we do, but we do everything letter of the law. And if it's an hour 30 minute, which is what tomorrow will be, we'll be right at that. But you got to get better playing football by playing football, and that's what we're excited about.
Jane.
Jerry, you didn't say it loudly, but the word substantive stood out to me. You were engaging with the Raiders about giving something up substantive as it related to Max Crosby. Now, you don't have to tell me it is Max, but could you, one, why did you walk away from Max Crosby when it fell apart with the Ravens and not revisit that then?
We didn't.
On that
no, no, because there's nothing more to elaborate about. But we did not walk away. That's about all there is to say. Because, we understood his injury well, and so we thought he could help us then. And we're surprised the way that was resolved, but to basically take what happened with him after he came home from back to the Raiders, to inject anything about what we're thinking or doing in because he went back to the Raiders would be a mistake.
He's a Raider.
He's a Raider.
With that being said, would a player of that caliber be someone that you would be willing to engage with another team in 2 weeks, so that we're not all speculating?
Again, let's don't hypothetical here and use specifically a player in a hypothetical situation. That is tampering. That really is. And so we don't want to talk like that and act like that. But that is a good example of what you can stand ready if, in fact, you think the rest of your team is coming along well, then those things stay alive. If all of a sudden you don't think it's coming along well, then those things don't stay alive. It is a good indicator of how good we feel about the team, the fact that we could do things like you're talking about right there. Now, I really got to emphasize here, because it is flat. He is such a Raider. He's complete a Raider, happy a Raider, everything in the book. And we shouldn't even be having this kind of discussion with him.
I just wanted to follow up, though, in terms of when you said that you would be interested in adding those players. Has that been part of the process this year of, you guys really, you've talked in the past about looking in the mirror. You've talked about the windows closing. And the last time that you really did this sort of soft rebuild was back in the early 90s. Have you guys been very deliberate as it relates to this roster and then waiting to not get one of these big fishes possibly in the offseason, but waiting to see what your team looks like heading into camp?
No, let me say this, and that was a mouthful for your question, and a good one. Seriously, very much in that look is looking right over there and looking hard and looking at our coach. Okay, how is he? This is second year, his 33rd year in the NFL on a coaching staff, but his second year as coach, or some number. But you look at that, you look at what we have, you look at our quarterback, you look at our quarterback room, you look at all of that, and then you come up with a feeling. The feeling is that if we could get some things done right, avoid that injury bug at some key areas, we got a shot to make something happen here. I think the material, so to speak, or the players, the scheme, the measure of success we had on offense last year, the projecting of our offensive line being more efficient than it was last year, whether it be the player, whether it be as a group, as a team itself, all of those things are in place, and it feels good. Now, we're going to have to read the tea leaves as we go, but we're operating as though we got a chance to be one of the better teams.
Joe, Trey.
Joe Trahan.
Joe Trahan, WFAA TV. This question is for Jerry and Shotty, and it's about the scope and impact of the brand on your players. Because your brand is so paramount, we can't talk about the lack of Super Bowl success for the last 3 decades. We just can't because you're too big. My question is about the message to your players in terms of what you tell them about dealing with the brand itself and also not letting that shadow affect their performance and how they get to be the best players that they can be.
If we had done nothing but win Super Bowls over the period of time you're talking about, what I'm going to talk to them about in a few minutes wouldn't have helped them at all with what's ahead of them tomorrow, the next day, opening day, and this season. It is inconsequential. Okay? So it really is whether we have the kind of execution we want in the offensive line or whether or not we have the kind of discipline we want on our defense. As much as I'm a big believer in tradition, and it's such a big part of the entertainment and the game, it is not a prerequisite to being a good team this year as to what we have done the last few years. Now, if there are players on this team and coaches on this team that one of the reasons we haven't been to a Super Bowl, they're there and they don't improve, that's legitimate. But it's not legitimate worrying about how long it's been since you've been to a Super Bowl as to the first step they make on this football field out here. So that's the approach.
That's part of what I'm saying, right? 30 years ago has nothing to do with, what they're trying to do. What's the message? Because again, we're in a different world here with the scope of social media and what these guys have to deal with as players. And unfortunately, they can't tune it out the way you'd love for them to just say, hey, filter out the noise. It can't happen anymore because social media has become too big. So how do you manage that and foster the message correctly?
Well, you talk about the pride. The pride of putting on that star is different. I get up every morning, I put on this shacket, whatever you want to call it, the visor. Our guys put on their jerseys and their helmets, and they're proud of being a part of this. That's why we go to the lengths of having the legends back, and we let Drew Pearson stand up in front of the team and talk about their time. And that was their time, and it was awesome. But it's our time now. And now what we do on the field is what matters. And so we celebrate the tradition. We're proud of what this team has done, winning the 5 Super Bowls, and we are in pursuit of that every day to get that 6th one. And not just for any one of us, but for them, for the guys that have put so much into this game that they love so much. So it's very easy. I mean, it's a pride thing, and I talk to more people around the league, and there's a lot of people that want to be a part of what we're building because it's special, but also because of the Cowboys.
1989, we rolled up out here on a bus. We were down at Thousand Oaks. We came up here to have a practice against the Raiders. Al Davis met us right out here on the field. Around this field were green fence and green tarp, as I think it might have been as tall as these structures right here. I mean, it was high. A cricket couldn't see in to watch the practice. It was that void of anybody being around or having any kind of influence on what goes on at practice. We have always been the opposite. We have wanted to practice in front of thousands. I personally believe that when you're out there, your pride, and you're doing a drill, that if you're sitting there doing it in front of thousands of people, that adds something to it. That adds some, not discipline, it just adds what you do when you're an athlete. I've always believed that. We've done that since the day we got here. When I used to practice in college, we'd go out there and practice, and 15 feet away from me, there were 1,000 people sitting on Knoll, sitting there watching it. You did not want to get your ass beat on a one-on-one drill in front of all those people. And that you played above your play level, you practiced above it with that skill. That's why, philosophically, I think it helps the team to have the visibility.
Joe Hoyt.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Steven, there's a shifting defensive tackle market right now. Jalen Carter signed a record
record-setting deal today. Vita Vea wants a trade. Obviously, you guys are very bullish on Quentin Williams. Is that something you anticipate maybe having to talk with him and negotiate here in training camp?
Absolutely. I mean, we're very open to that. We want Quentin here for the long haul. Obviously, we've got a lot of resources tied up in him, and he knows what we think about him. We've, had some discussions with the agent about how to go about the process, but certainly he's one of the best in the business, and we know, kind of what that market is. Obviously, it evolves and changes, with each new deal, which is the case, at any position. But certainly he's at the top of the list in terms of people that we want to keep around here long term. And there's other players on the roster that we may take a look at as well as we move forward. Camp seems to always be a nice time, to look at something like that.
You guys told George pretty early you did not want to negotiate with him long term and wanted him to play on the franchise tag. He responded by showing up for mandatory events and obviously coming to training camp. What does that tell you as the owner that George Pickens is doing all these things?
Well, he's a valued part of our aspirations and our potential success. The combination that he has with the other talent on the team, I think, will make you feel pretty positive about what we've got a chance to do. For the way we have worked this out is the way it fit. I'm proud that he will work it that way. I'm proud that he will. I hope that he comes out here and is the most prolific, successful receiver in the NFL this year. Now, how would you like to be a free agent and with his credentials and step out there and have a year like that? So I wish all of that, because if that happens, that was good for us. And we did it the way that we thought was best for everybody concerned.
Nick Eatman.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. This is for you, Coach. You've talked about 5 offensive linemen, the best offensive linemen on the field together. How do you go about finding that, but also building the continuity of the offensive line at the same time?
Yeah, it's a good question. Obviously, Nick, there's a ton of reps out here. We're going in this deal where, from left to right, Tyler Guyton, Tyler Smith, Cooper Beebe, Tyler Booker, Terrence Steele, but we're going to move guys around and pieces around. And at the end of the day, we've been very open about the fact we're going to play the 5 best guys. We'll find time to move Terrence Steele around. We'll find ways to move Tyler Smith around. But, at the end of the day, the OTAs are good for teaching scheme and some skill development. But it's not until we put the pads on for an offensive lineman that you can get the real, true evaluation of those guys. And we kind of have a timing period that we think we want to have that sorted out. But it's a ways from now.
Tyler Smith sounded yesterday a different answer than we've heard. He said he wasn't exactly sure. Is anything changed on his front of where he's going to play? Yeah,
he's going to start at left guard, and we're going to get him some reps at tackle. Why? Just because we got to be ready, but that's no different than Tyler Booker having to get some snaps at center. Because at the end of the day, we're committed to winning and winning now, and we're going to play the 5 best guys. But, again, I'm really excited to see Tyler Guyton, Nate Thomas, Drew Shelton. Those guys compete at tackle as well. So,
Tim
Kalishaw, the Dallas Morning News, still printing 7 days a week. Good to see all of you. Jerry, is that your helicopter, by the way?
I'll tell you this.
Long way out in a helicopter.
You're going to scrimmage the Rams in a couple weeks, and they won a Super Bowl 4 years ago, and you talked about them betting it all for 1 year. They were back in the championship game last year. They made huge moves to get McDuffie and Myles Garrett. Do you look at them and see maybe there's a way, more aggression, being more aggressive than you have been, that works in this era? Do you look at them as a model for that? Because you're talking about making a kind of move that you haven't been making.
Yes. I've had the discussion coming to camp with all of us. I admire the job that the Rams have done and how they've done it. That swapping quarterbacks was gutsy. And so they've done it. They've done it and moved. Yes, I admire the way they have put teams together and the way they have competed and sustained the competition. Yes.
And for Brian, when you look at last year, you're an offensive coordinator coming in. The offense was great. The defense was not. Beyond all the changes, coaching and players, do you look at anything you want to do personally, differently, in how you look at defense and how you examine or coach defense this year?
Yeah, and Tim, it started early on. I mean, we first started with the OTAs. I spent a lot more time on defense than I did last year. I think part of that is, again, excited to hear what Christian and the staff are doing. Him coming from the Fangio tree and the problems that it's kind of given us over the past, 10, 12 years of my time calling plays. But also, I think it's a lot to do with my confidence in Clayton Adams and the job that he's done. I mean, this guy is someone that I just think the world of, no different than what we did with Christian. We went through this process, Jerry, Steve, and myself last year when we found Clayton Adams. And so we'll have some really cool comp days at practice where I won't call the plays and I'll let Clayton and Christian, dial it up against each other. And, I'm looking forward to that because, we need to win as a football team. And we didn't do that enough last year, and that's why we made some of the tough decisions that we made. And you make those decisions to make changes, you better get it right, and I think we did that.
Tommy
R, StouseCowboys.com. Brian, you've seen Christian work a little bit in the OTA setting, but what stood out to you about his plan over these next 3.5 weeks to get his players ready to play his defense?
Incredible communicator. I can't say that enough. The way he's an elite coach, Tommy, is when you walk by his office and multiple players are in there wanting to listen and talk to him about scheme and things like that. But the organization, the way he's organized this camp on the defensive side of the ball, from the individual section to the tackling circuit drills to the ball disruption drills to the install packages from first and second down fronts, pressures, coverages, things like that. He is a first-time coordinator that doesn't act like a first-time coordinator.
How difficult is it to, in your first year doing it, you had it as a head coach last year, like you mentioned, this is his year as a coordinator, to put together a plan like that for the first time?
I think if you've never thought about it in your, years prior, it's really hard. But Christian's been preparing for this for 4, 5, 6 years. He's known that this is where he wanted to be in the defensive coordinator's chair of an NFL football team. And again, maybe the hardest working coach I've ever been around. And that's why we're so excited about not just him, but the staff that we put together. The amount of hours that went into identifying the strengths of Christian Parker, Chidera, Derek Ansley, these guys, it was tireless. And so that's why I laugh about it was a quiet offseason. It was on the outside, maybe with storylines, but for us, we worked our asses off, and I'm excited to finally see it all come out into real football.
Michelle
Montaigne, WFAA. Jerry, do you personally feel pressure to win this season?
Yes, I do, for all the obvious reasons. We've got certain things in place here that won't stay in place. Now, I personally think that when you haven't done it before, when you're not necessarily young, you just haven't done it before, I think that is a huge value to your associates. I think that you not ever being some of the things you've always wanted to do. And I think we're going to get a lot of that. Obviously, it's a great thing to have experience of somebody that's done something for 20 years. But that is a good pressure to be involved with a group that has really, they can do something they haven't been a part of. I saw where Williams said he's never been a part of a playoff team. Now think about that player. As accomplished as he is, hadn't been a part of a playoff. Well, there is a big plus there. That's good. So I like the makeup. I'm aware that we're doing some things for the first time in a lot of places, but I think that's going to be offset by with our coaching, the makeup of the coaching, and frankly, the mix of some of the new guys. yet they are veteran players as they mix with some of the newer guys that are, if you will, last year were playing college. I think all that is a big plus. We'll see. I don't care whether they are rookies or whether they're 10-year guys. If they can't communicate with each other when they get out there, it didn't make any difference on an individual basis where they were. And one of the main things that I have heard us talk about and say in interviews, countless interviews, and after we made the decision of who's going to be doing the coaching, the word of communicate, talking to each other, understanding what it is that the other one expects of the other one. This thing is ad nauseum, the chant. If you listen real hard out there when you're watching practice, you'll hear it be one of the real focal points of this whole camp is communication.
Deuce. Mike Ducey, Fox 4. Brian, you may have answered this in part, but in spite of how long you've been around the game, were there things, or maybe one thing in particular you experienced having gone through this yourself the first time last year that will serve you especially well in year two?
Yeah, I mean, Mike, it's a longer story than just one response. I mean, you learn things every day when you go through this process. I think, there's countless lessons that you learn. I'm real big into doing after-action reports on everything that we do, from the way we, grade film, the way we throw a practice, the way we have a mock, the way we have a meeting, things like that. And I'm also real big on not rinsing and repeating. What I mean by that is I don't like the first team meeting to feel like the same first team meeting that was last year, right? I think players in this era tune you out. So, but the big thing coming out here is I want us to practice, and I want us to have, really physical practices. And, we know how to practice the right way. We know how to protect one another. But we're excited about getting out there on the grass and playing real football. And, but there's a number of things. I'm always learning, and I lean on everybody. I lean on the players. I lean on Jerry and Steven and Will, and the way I make decisions is by talking, and it helps me to think out loud like that.
Jerry, Super Bowls come up a dozen times here already. With that said, what would have to happen for you to consider this a successful season for your football team?
Oh, I think to contend for a Super Bowl, which would, if you contend, you got a real chance of being in it and being in the game. I think those are the kinds of things that I don't believe are an outlandish or a reach to expect. And so that's a successful season. I expect us to be significantly improved defensively. Significantly improved. And I actually expect us to improve over on the offense. And I expect the enthusiasm that Coach has talked about here to be contagious on the field. And if something like that happened, you can have somebody get in the big hunt and get in the deal that maybe a lot of people didn't think were ready for it. So let me just say this: there's no way that I would do anything that would delay until next year or the next year to try to get to a Super Bowl this year. I feel that good about what we're starting with that and it kind of alludes over to what we were talking about if a trade or something like that came along. But we certainly can think about as far as my individual focus is concerned, I'm interested in being as good as we can opening day.
Clarence.
There's so much talk, we're talking about a quiet off season, and I guess what we mean is there's no drama, right? Not that you haven't done any work. Did you learn anything from last year dealing with Micah and how you dealt with Pickens to eliminate drama this off season?
Well, they were two different, really. Two completely different situations and different people. I want to give Shotty really accolade for how he worked through this with George, and in terms of not him, but how he helped us communicate and work through it. This can be a very win-win thing that we've done here, us, George, and George being on the team. Make no mistake about it, George could be a cowboy for the rest of his career, and that'd be a long time. Make no mistake about it. This just fit for us, and thank goodness it fit for him, and we got it done. And let's look at that. It's not uncommon with these teams around the NFL to have this tension going on regarding players and contracts and things. We, of course, are focused when it's us, but this is not uncommon to have happen. It gave us an opportunity, the process gave us an opportunity to make some decisions last year. A lot of people disagree with some of the decisions that we made, but it gave us an opportunity to make some decisions. I think going forward here, we're going to see, hopefully, the positiveness of some of those decisions reflected in this year's football team.
Nick.
I want to talk about the cornerback room, obviously going to be one of the more heated competitions you guys see out here in Oxnard. What's your confidence level and how excited are you to see that competition?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I think, when you look at, from top to bottom, Duran obviously did a great job coming back. He feels great. Excited to get him back out there. Siobhan Revel was finally, feeling great, and I thought he had a really good offseason. I'm really very, very pleased with the ability of, DA and Ryan Smith and Christian Parker to really dive into the finer details of how you play certain coverages and the techniques. Like they spend, ad nauseum amounts of time talking about fundamentals over scheme. We all have the same scheme. It's the way you teach the fundamentals that make the difference. I thought Kobe Durant was an awesome pickup for us. Darion Kendrick. It's going to be a fun battle to watch, and they're going to be able to go up against some of the most elite receivers in the league, which I think is important as well. And but what I expect to see is the confidence of that group grow. And that starts by getting into these practices and getting into the one-on-ones and some of the 7-on-7s and team drills that we do and watching those guys compete. And the thing that will be definitely different this year with CP is the trash talk, because he's pretty good at it.
Before we close out, I want to give a shout out to ESPN's Todd Archer, who would have been here. He placed himself on the non-football related injury list, and we miss him, but I know he's watching, observing, monitoring, getting ready to write, tweeting, all of that. We look forward to him getting back at it and joining us back here, because he's one of our regular long-time beats, and we miss him. So thank you, Todd. All right, everybody, that's going to wrap it up for today. Thank you.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. krld-fm and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It is a little bit early of a G-Bag Nation with you on 105.3 The Fan, coming off the State of the Cowboys address. Welcome into the show. I am Gavin Dawson. Eric Chiafalo's in studio. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup. We'll get this party started properly here before too long. Brian Broaddus is on his way in. If I imagine he's in the parking garage just mainlining this Cowboys press conference.
Oh, he's here.
Oh, that's right. He is
here.
He is in
Gavin
Oxnard,
Dawson,
California.
In Oxnard. He is sitting here at the table. I'm still here at the table. So we're here for whatever you want.
There we go. Okay. Brian, how we doing, buddy?
Doing excellent, sir. Good to be with you. Thank you. Interesting press conference, I would say. Wrote down 20 different points. But I think the main one that Jerry Jones cannot help himself, that he's trying to trade for Max Crosby.
Told you.
So here we go. These are the kinds of things that, if you let Jerry talk long enough, it was a borderline tampering. And they tried to kind of walk it back. But, he opened a big old can of worms right there. And good for him. If he's going to go try and trade for somebody, by all means, if Max Crosby's that guy, go for it. That could definitely help this organization. But the fact that they're open to the opportunity of, They like to talk about 24/7 and the roster and all that and building. Jerry just told you that he's had conversations, and that seems like the one that he has the best relationship would be Mark Davis, and that's the guy that seems like the highest price if you look at players potentially available.
This, believe it or not, we had a couple of predictions when it came to this little presser, and I was like, hey, who's to say you're not going to get hey, if we still wanted to trade for Max Crosby, we definitely could. And so that came up, and not surprising, but interesting. I don't know if this is one of the notes that you made as well, Broadus, but smart, but no restrictions on Bland or Ezeraku to start their practices. I thought that was noteworthy.
Yeah, a lot of noteworthy stuff in there, and I look forward to talking about this, exchange about Max Crosby more as this show goes on. We have 3 hours before Rangers resume as the first place Texas Rangers here coming up at 5 o'clock. But salute to Jane for sort of pushing the envelope on that and keeping Jerry talking for as long as he did. I don't know if he avoided tampering charges. I know.
No, I don't think he did. I don't think he did. But the silence that the group had when this, and they were hearing the question.
And Steven tried to jump in there with he's a Raider.
Quickly, you got to quickly jump in there. And Tad probably should have jumped in there and said, "Hey, listen, we're not going to talk about players that are under contracts with other teams." But let's be honest, Jerry's relationship with Mark Davis, that seems to be the one that they were interested in. Jerry Jones when Jane asked the question, Jerry Jones basically said, "It's not closed. We didn't walk away from Max." And when you say we didn't walk away from Max, well, then I think right there, though, that the conversations and, I think probably Mark Davis said, "Hey, Jerry, welcome out to the West Coast, and maybe we can hook up and talk about some things." And, maybe that Max Crosby was part of that. I don't think it was about a Vita Vea or anything like that. I think this is clearly, they've done a lot of legwork about this Max Crosby thing, and if it helps them, then they're gonna pursue it.
Broadus, Dawson, I heard and thought about that exact same thing, and they were like, "Well, what made you walk away?" And they go, "We didn't walk away."
We didn't walk away.
And so that really stuck out as a fascinating point to me, because it also lets you know if you pick it back up, like you just said, Broadus, there's so much legwork already done. You surely have the outline of what that would look like once you go back to the table.
Yeah, and just generally on top of that, when he threw out the line, I'm willing to give up future to add substantive. This party was already rolling. I think that is the new Jerry Jones phrase du jour. If it was if it was bust the budget leading up into free agency, now it's future to add substantive.
Well, it's there was a quote in there. It says it's our time, and it also said we have a shot. And as long as he believes that he has a shot, I feel like that he's going to do everything possible to add to his roster. They were quick to say to us also, too, that, hey, you guys think it was a quiet offseason. It wasn't a quiet offseason. There was tireless building of the staff. There was thoughts about, the player evaluations and things like that. I mean, they like I said, they tried to sign guys, couldn't get those signings done, tried to trade for a guy, couldn't get that done. So I don't think that they've walked away from any of this. And the fact that Jerry Jones in question 16 basically says, "I feel pressure." I think that tells you a lot about him, the willingness maybe to do something to help his football team.
The quote that went along with that I thought was really telling too is he goes, "We are not going to put off a move that we could do next year or the year
for
after."
The future,
Exactly. Yeah. At the sacrifice of a move we could make to make us better this season. That is kind of the tag-along quote with that I thought about.
It kind of seemed like he believes they are going to play well, and if they play well, it will confirm what he was thinking and make him more apt to continue to invest in the now of this team. And it was interesting because he opened the answer to the first question that came from Calvin, what makes you confident you can get back to the playoffs? He says confidence isn't the word that he would use, but they have a chance. So if you kind of combine those three ideas that we're talking about right here. Maybe he feels like they're close, but would love the opportunity to add another impact player or more to this team to make them closer. Because right now it's the Rams clearly looking like the best team in the NFL, and then everybody else, has significantly longer odds. And I would agree with that. If I'm the Cowboys right now, I feel like we got work to do from a front office perspective. I don't think the coaches and players can do enough here in Oxnard to bridge that gap.
Well, and then for you then, Dawson, and Broadus and whoever else wants to jump in, I thought it was fascinating that he was pretty upfront with the fact that they seem to be aware that people do not expect them to be contending, because he goes, I get the sense that maybe you don't all agree that we're ready to contend. I just thought that was an interesting admittance that not only is that the media's take, but they're aware of what the media's take is.
And I don't know if I agree with Jerry on that. I mean, you guys consume a lot of media. It seems like people believe this team has maybe it's an outside shot because you have an elite defense and you just have to make the defense average to be a team good enough to win multiple playoff games.
Yeah, it does seem like it's been trending that way. And you know how I know that I think you're onto something there, Dawson, is I've started to see articles of people saying slow the hype train on the Cowboys. Well, you can't slow something that doesn't exist. So to your point, there's clearly some sectors of the media that believe that. I am not one of those people. I'm one of the people that firmly has them in the 9 and 8 category. So he might have just been talking about people like me.
Yeah, I think nationally there's been a lot more love for the Cowboys.
I could see that.
And maybe locally. You got Walchuk.
There you go.
Here is the voice of local Cowboys hopium. He has them going to the NFC Championship game. But outside of that, we all understand the reality of the situation, and we will all be pleasantly surprised if they outdo us when it comes to playoff expectations.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Your third best corner right now is probably Savone Revel, who's a massive unknown, and then after that it's Devin Moore, an injured guy, and you're fixing corner with a guy who's been hurt for 2 consecutive years, and even when he was at the height of his powers, he was average in coverage. He just took the ball away. And then Kobe Durant, $5 million, and what they've done at linebacker and on the edge, I think I think that's a great point. The national voices, I feel like, have been beating the drum. And maybe that's clickbait for them.
It's good for business for sure.
But what do you guys think about their chances of contending? Like, take away the perception. What is reality here with this team? I think other than the Rams, I could see them being as good as anybody.
I think the division clearly is up for grabs, and so what you have to do is you have to find a way to win that, and then win as many games as possible to get as many home games as you can. But yeah, if you look at things in the NFC, clearly out west is big time. You're going to see, you're going to see those teams on your schedule when they pop up. You're going to get a chance to play them all, and you'll have a really good understanding at the end of the day when you get through those games how you measure up against. I think those are the best teams when you talk about the conference. So the fact that you're going to have to play against some teams like a Houston is involved, Tampa's involved. These are some teams that are on or can win their division. So the schedule is not going to be give them any breaks at all. And so I feel like that. Yeah, it's. To win this thing, to be competitive, they're going to have to fight through this schedule first.
And I think you're obviously spot on about that. I think my mind can be changed to a certain extent depending on the health and a little bit of the looks in training camp from the linebacking core and the cornerbacks, because I know people are saying the right things about the cornerbacks. I still want to see them out there at full strength in health to see what that looks like.
There's 3 positions, and Hagee, you and I were talking about it earlier on your show, is the 3 positions. It's the linebackers, it's the corners, and it's the running back room. I mean, who is going to be that backup guy there at on the running back spot? And so if they, and health is, it's like every team. If health is able to afford you opportunity to win games, well, then that's what you have to have. And the fact that they have nobody going on the PUP or the NFI, and the great Jane Slater's making an appearance now. I don't know if she's saying hello or she's
getting the Cowboys fine
today.
She
might pop on a headset there. Jane Slater from the NFL Network and ESPN takes off her really nice sunglasses.
Jane,
go ahead.
Do you think that Jerry's going to go directly to you when they get fined for tampering?
I did walk over to Stephen and Jerry, and I go, I screwed up there. I did not mean to walk. I found myself as a journalist, and I'm sure fans perked up a little bit.
They appreciate you.
But I appreciate. But you hear the word, I am willing to give up something substantive.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
substantive.
Ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And I was like, that was an interesting word choice. And then, did I miss this? But he said he talked to another team's owner.
He did. He did.
Instead of a GM.
He sure did.
So
that sounds like the Raiders.
Okay, so I'm thinking here, and then I'm like, okay. And then he says, I don't want to delay something 2 or 3 years to get to today. And I'm like, what person would excite the fan base in that way? And I was like, you can't throw Nancy Drew some of these clues without me asking questions. But to be fair, Steven reiterated and Jerry reiterated, and I want to make this as clear as possible. They said it both on the podium and off. He is a Raider. He likes being a Raider. So for now, we have to put that to bed. But I just wanted to make it clear I was not trying to do the I gotcha game.
I thought you did a great job.
When you get in there and you ask questions, but he said he looked out because I had my sunglasses on and my hair is a little redder, darker. He goes, I'll be honest for a second. I didn't know who that was asking the question. So when he paused it, I was like, oh, man, are we starting off the season this way? When I said, so you moved on from Max, he goes, we didn't. I was like, oh, man, this is awkward silence.
Jane, he said, though, to your question, we didn't walk away from Max.
Yes.
Yeah. He opened that door for you to go. And so I'm glad you went, though. But when he said that, your thoughts about that, about him saying, hey, we did, and they were all silent because they're thinking, we're real close to having 1 foot in the parking lot.
I know. I was like, I'm going to get myself in trouble.
It's a fair question. But he said we didn't walk away from it.
And he also said they were very familiar with the injury.
Yep.
And so
Dr. Cooper.
Right. So maybe they were so familiar with the injury and they felt good about they didn't walk away from it.
Right.
It's like saying, like, it's not that I'm not going to propose to her, but maybe I need to see how she gets through family holidays and how she does if I don't get her flowers at Valentine's Day. It just felt like I didn't walk away, but we needed to see more. And if you're a fan, and let's say, again, he doesn't like hypotheticals, so I won't go there. I've got to be careful here. But what I would say is, you know that Jesse Hawley loves the hopium?
Yeah.
There was some, I thought, interesting things there that your team didn't say, whoever the player is, X, Y, or Z, we're not afraid of giving up draft capital because that was a significant draft capital that was rumored with Max Crosby, but it wasn't a no, it wasn't a not right now.
Right.
And so then when he started talking about, you know, when you tell George Pickens you can't pay him the money, and they were clear on it, and they're not going to get to extension, so they're saying they've been keeping away some money.
Right.
And they're also saying that they want to see how these guys look, and what better time to look at the guys when everyone's actually healthy.
Right.
So I think it's interesting. I could be, you know, who knows? I love my tinfoil takes, you know, my conspiracy theories.
No.
But I just thought there was some interesting things there. And as I said to him, I go, you didn't say it loudly, but substantive felt very loud to me.
And the other thing we just talked about with G-Bag fellows back in Dallas and brought us is when he said he didn't walk away, that to me means they know what the kind of outline of the deal looks like. You know what the outline of the deal looks like.
It's very interesting.
So I don't think that's a tinfoil thought at all.
But, again, Max Crosby is a Raider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
It was incredible work, Jane, and salute to you for pressing him on that. I know you didn't intend to. You were asking him about the past, and it just kind of turned into reflecting on what could be. And I feel like after listening to all that, we can be very confident that Jerry's going to find a way to significantly improve this roster, whether it's Max Crosby or somebody else.
Yeah, and there was also this other moment, and again, you know, I'm always impressed the fact that year after year, Jerry shows up. This is now my 14th year, and I've heard words like the window's closing and looking in the mirror, but it did really seem like he didn't say anything crazy today.
Yeah.
You know, he said, you know, I'm comfortable sort of not stirring it up.
Right.
If that is what is required for us to move ahead. And the last time that they rebooted this roster this way was in the early 90s with Jimmy. So it's like, are you putting Jimmy and Shoddy and like your trust in their vision for this team at the forefront? And then the fact that they made it very clear, like, we've done a lot of work. It's just been behind the scenes. So he wasn't just laying back on the Eugenia all summer like we thought. And maybe they're not even, I will say this, they're not being as upfront with some of us that get information either.
Yeah. Shoddy seemed offended by the idea, and I know Clarence clarified, and he was like, oh, we meant in terms of drama storylines, but Shoddy seemed a little bit like, oh, well, there's a lot going on.
Like they're trying to tell us we're working on something.
Yeah. Do you feel like, though, that maybe that Jerry kind of put Shoddy in a situation with the way the offseason went, that he stepped back, and now if it doesn't work, well, it's shoddy, and we brought in all these coaches, and we,
But then he tempered you right off the gate. He said, we added 9 of 11 coaches on defense, and the last time that Jimmy only won 1 year. So he's like, I've bought into the fact that this is new, and it may not work this year. So I was like, what are we doing, Jerry? Now you're tempering things?
I kind of felt like that
you're letting Dak say that he believes in a Super Bowl, and you're like, and he said, and I appreciate when he said this, there's more credibility when your quarterback saying that versus you guys know I say this stuff every year.
Right.
I was just like, who is he? We did our
He said he can impact the game.
We did your Doing All Right podcast, remember? And I'm all about my conspiracy tinfoil takes. Do we have a Jerry clone out here? Like, who is this guy?
I just felt like that maybe that he's saying, listen, okay, I effed it all up because of the way I did things with Matt Eberflus and all that, and we're going to do it a different way. But I kind of felt like he put the ball in Shoddy's court, that if it doesn't work, if him and Christian Parker and those guys don't work, it's like, well, listen, I tried.
No, because then he'll sell to us, look, Jimmy only got the one win that first year. It takes time to get these things in place.
But that's what we've all been asking for all along. Like sink or swim. Haven't we all been like, let the effing coaches do it?
Yeah.
Like maybe it works,
no, absolutely.
maybe it doesn't. So to your point, I kind of think he has, but you're right, he tempered it. But I like that he did, that he was like, we succeed, we fail. It's because of these people.
And I think there's a youthfulness, and I've said it with Shoddy, it's almost like the college coach. And I wonder if it's Jerry going, maybe there's something to the energy and the wisdom of a Clayton Adams and a Christian Parker. Like, this is no disrespect from the people they've had in the past, the Zimmers, the Dan Quinns, but these are guys who've been around the league for a while, right? And so they're used to doing one thing the same way. I mean, we see it in our media business, right? Trying to get some of the people just in my position at my network, you're going to have to do this now. And the people that evolve, and there are coaches that are older that evolve, but I feel like this is really fresh ideas. It's fresh energy. And I actually think being in the room with a Clayton Adams, a Christian Parker, and a Brian Schottenheimer, I think it energizes Jerry.
Okay, let me ask you
Jerry
this.
gets excited, like, wait, this is the sort of stuff that made me feel something when Jimmy came here.
That's what I'm saying. If all these coaches that have little NFL experience and now are coaching on the staff, and that's what Jimmy's staff, all the Butch Davises, the Dave Wansteads, the Tony Wise, every one of those guys were college guys. There wasn't very few NFL coaches on that staff. So maybe he's hearkening back to that time in 1989, putting this thing together, and it's like, God, it kind of reminds me of having a bunch of inexperienced kind of go-getter guys.
And remember, he even referenced today how he admired the way that the Rams have built their team. And, like the energy of Sean McVay. The one thing I think is interesting about Schottenheimer, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, he is not afraid to speak up and talk in these pressers, and he commands it a little bit with the energy. And Jerry
defers to him.
Let's not use the defer word.
That's right. He allows it.
But I think it's because he likes what he's selling. And I find that very...
He's about the brand.
And I feel like I think he likes that Shoddy is as excited and wants to win as like the Jerry does. And I'm not saying the coaches in the past didn't want that either. It's just, I don't know about you guys, maybe he's just a very good salesman, but it just comes across different to me.
Well, and speaking of Shoddy, find somebody who talks about you and looks at you the way he does with Clayton Adams.
Oh, yeah.
Man, that kind of fires me up as well, but he loves Clayton Adams.
And Christian Parker. I thought the most interesting thing he said, and there's so much that gets said in these pressers that we don't always drill down on him, but the way that he said he's a first-time DC, but the way he has come up with the practice, how the drills are going to look, how the periods are going to look, and the fact that he said he likes spending time in there because that Vic Fangio coaching tree has given him so many problems. I'm like, they're saying a lot of things, and I don't want to get too excited.
But
I don't want to go choo choo.
Too late. He's married to this guy now, though. This is his hire.
Yeah.
This is his hire. He has to push and talk him up, and I'm all for doing that.
But what's interesting about this hire, this was not his guy to be the head coach. Remember, he came in as the OC.
I'm talking about Shoddy hiring Christian Parker.
Oh, yeah.
This is Shoddy's got to cheerlead this one.
But I think if you talk to the players,
let's see.
It'd be one thing if the coach is like selling us on certain guys, and that's happened in the past.
Right.
But it's when you talk to the players, or when I've talked to some of the vets who've come in here for these days, and they're like, man, you had Darren Woodson on.
Oh, sure.
It's different.
Different.
But I know the fans are tired of hearing that. We've said that before.
Yeah.
Like, we've talked about some of these defenses, and there's just so many new faces. That's why for me, it's like, I really haven't, none of us have seen them in action.
Yes.
It's going to take seeing that before we can sort of predict what the future is going to look like.
And that's why I said with my prediction, a lot of wiggle room comes with looking at the linebackers and cornerbacks out there. I'll be willing to be like, all right, let's bump it up.
Let me ask you guys, because you're better at this. What?
That's why I'm talking to you.
And we're not tampering, so don't say names.
Okay.
But if there was any guy out there that you'd go make a substantive trade for, would it be a pass rusher or would it be a corner?
I'd go get a linebacker.
You'd go get a linebacker.
But I tell you what,
Jordan Brooks is off the table. Y'all love him.
I love Barham.
It's not a trade. Give me Bobby Wagner.
I love Barham. I think there's going to be some competition there. I think adding an edge would be a lot. I mean, in a good way. I think, to me, if you could, the linebacker stuff, Bobby Wagner makes a lot of sense. These corners, man, I think in my heart, I want to believe these guys are going to stay healthy. I think you got some guys. It's that linebacker spot, and if you want to convince me about an edge, I would surely listen to that.
If it's Fred Warner, but once you know that Max Crosby is the edge that we're talking about, one of the absolute best players in the game.
We don't know if it's the edge.
That's
we don't know.
That's right.
Well,
I'm not going to give.
I don't work at .com anymore. I can talk about this. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose Jane Slater, NFL Network.
Well, it's now technically ESPN.
ESPN.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Anyway, thank you so much. We're going to let you go, Jane, but terrific work there.
You're like,
and
get her off. She's talking too much.
Bye,
boys.
Great.
The star of the Cowboys press conference immediately on your home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. We'll see you out there shortly. All right, we're off and running. Thanks so much, Hagee. Terrific work today.
For sure. Are you done with me too? Am I dismissed?
You are, sir. Thank you.
All right.
And salute. To you and Corey Majors, 10 to 2 every weekday on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, wow. That might be the most eventful State of the Cowboys presser I can remember with everything. And that's just part of it. That's a small sampling of the juicy storylines that Jerry, Steven, and Shoddy were upgrading for us. We got updates on Quinnen Williams and George Pickens. A lot of stuff to talk about. Of course, the great Brian Broaddus in his native environment down there on those tennis courts, observing practice over the next 2 weeks. He'll have all the takeaways for you. And Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. We're back with the champ and then Wolchuk's Top 10. Chief, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's celebrate National Water Park Day with the Top 10 summer activities next right here in the nation.
girls, as we bask in the glory of the Cowboys press conference from about 1 to 2, and it was action-packed. We have a 3-hour show today to react to a lot of this stuff. Jerry gave Shoddy the accolades for communicating with George Pickens, smoothing everything out.
Yeah, sure did.
I think Pickens deserves quite a bit of that credit as well. You know, I don't know how much credit the Cowboys deserve for the quiet offseason. I think that just happened to them because Pickens chose to be chill. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Got the top 10 coming up in just a second. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Lucius as the champ.
All right. Our winner and champ while you were out, Mr. Dawson.
Yeah.
It's a church clip. Okay. It's a church clip. Surprise, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, it was John Blaze. Just
John Blaze church clip.
It was super tough to figure it out.
Hey, man, they making fun of me because those streets, they are parched right now with good content.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
2 days in a row of being off at 5 o'clock is like a total godsend for Lucius
You
right now.
have no idea. I told him yesterday I was cutting beans. I was slicing beans in half. One for you, one for me.
Yeah.
Rationing his balls off.
I think everybody's on vacation or something.
Well, there's no more FIFA, no more World Cup. There's no more good content going.
Yeah.
We need to put some more microphones in front of these these camp players.
Yes,
so I
we
can
do.
hear what they have to say. I called them tramps for a second.
Yeah. And the tramps
it's
too?
crazy. Yeah, put the microphone on them too. Yeah, it's a praise and worship service. The musicians did not want to stop the praise and worship service. They had that Holy Ghost feeling, but the pastor said, "Nah, man, I'm gonna get on with the service."
Amen. We're going to start right now. But Hood, we're going to start right now. We're going to start right now, Hood, because the pastor said stop.
Hey.
Stop.
Stop.
Stop. Stop. You want to find me? After the day, your service are no longer needed.
Damn.
Your services are no longer needed.
Ain't nothing like getting fired during service. Jeez.
They did not want to stop, dude.
No, they was feeling it. Even after he said your services are no longer needed, you can hear two people in the back. Yeah, all right. Hit them drums, baby.
Can't stop my joy. All righty. Thank you, Lucius. I don't think we're going to have a G-Bag of the day for a couple of days.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Yeah.
In the name of
Thursday.
the Father.
Okay. In the name of the Father.
In the name of the blood right now, bro. Thank you. I needed that.
All righty. It's time now for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10. Here's the chief and his broadcast responsibilities.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. National Water Park Day. Boys and girls, has anybody been to a water park this summer? When's the last time someone went to a water park? You got to have young kids, right?
Yeah.
The only
I went
way.
to the Epic in Grand Prairie. I didn't expect to go to the water park part of it, but I ended up doing that.
Did you hit some slides, little wave pool action?
Just waited in the water for a while. I didn't do any rides or anything slick.
Yeah.
I just got in.
Kept it chill.
Yeah.
When we were on vacation, we did a community vacation pool that had a slide. I don't think that counts. Okay, there's multiple pools. There's 2 slides, but they're not good enough to be considered a water park. There was one in town that I went to like 10 years ago, maybe 8 years ago. It was like indoor. It was fun. There was like a lazy river thing.
Indoor water park, dude. The lazy rivers
Is that
all the time.
Great Wolf? I mean, that we had the Great Wolf around here, right? Isn't that in our backyard, the Great Wolf Lodge?
It is a good suggestion. That's the only one that really comes to mind, indoor water park style.
And the Epic.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
That's
the Epic
very
does
indoor.
that too.
That's also indoor
very,
too.
A lot of
very much
chlorine
indoor.
smell.
Lot of chlorine smell.
Lot of chlorine smell.
Your eyes are red. You didn't even go underwater yet.
The humidity hits you right in the face when you walk in.
John Blaze in the eyes for sure.
You can't wait to walk out the doors into 105-degree temperatures. Just
I promise,
for some
Dad, I
fresh
quit.
air.
I promise. I was swimming.
All right, what are the top 10 most popular summer activities according to Americans? Lucius, what would be your go-to? If you could do one thing in the summer, what is it?
Well, I thought it was camping because I brought it up with my old lady the other day. Like, yo, we need to go camping before the summer's over. She said it's too hot.
Yeah.
I thought that was a summer activity.
Okay, it is. I mean, it's certainly on this list here, but I think for other states, it maybe makes more sense. Like if we lived in Colorado right now,
that'd be the vibe.
Let's get a camp going.
I'd like to chime in for a second if I could. Lucius, I thought staying at a Holiday Inn was like camping to you. That's like roughing it.
I do love hotels. That is my bag.
Yeah,
I stay vacation in hotels right here in the city all the time, every other weekend.
So that'd be camping for Lucius would be going to a hotel.
Yeah, it won't be any tents. It would have to be glamping for Lucius, for sure.
AC, Wi-Fi,
room service.
Yeah, a real mattress.
Watching movies, all that type of weird stuff.
Yeah.
I love it, man. I feel like in Texas it has to be water related. Or maybe leaving the state, going on vacation to a less hot state. There you go. Yeah. I mean, if you're doing the camping thing, or if you want to go find a beach somewhere, something like that, maybe you're still in the hot temperatures, but you get the beach action going. Broadest go-to summer activity.
Fishing.
Yeah,
I love fishing. Let me go out late in the evening or really early in the morning. Get out of the heat, but I love being on the lake when I can do it.
No question about it. All right, 877-881-1053. We have the top 10 summer activities on National Water Park Day. At 11, the one on the outside looking in is the amusement parks. The Six
Rides
Flags.
are too hot. Too hot.
It's way too hot. Like not in a million years would I want to do this, but this is summertime when your kids, when they hit that age where they really want to be roller coastering, this is the time of year that you make that happen.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate. I'm actively playing defense against that for the next probably 12 years in my own house. I hope to never set foot in an amusement park. I think you have to go very early in the summer, or just have some like childhood heat immunity built up.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be outdoors in this kind of stuff for any more than 90 minutes. Just sweating all over your funnel cake. It's just not a good time.
Let me tell you, Chief, I took Bennett, I think he was age 5 or 6, and we sweated. I mean, he looked at me and goes, "Never again, Dad, please, never again." And so from that point on, it was never go back to an amusement park because
wise beyond his years. Yeah, what a legend.
I was kind of like thinking like, okay, he's going to want to go to Disneyland and Disney World and all that stuff. And he said no more. I think I traumatized him with the 105-degree weather at Six Flags.
That'll do it.
Got him. Yeah.
It's good play. Yeah, that actually is a play. Before kindergarten, let's get these kids to Six Flags on a 105-degree day. We won't have to hear about it again.
Where they get burnt on the rides, they touch the metal on the rides and like, Dad! And I'm like, oh, watch that, son, and then deep down driving home with a smile on my face. Yeah.
I like this. We have the 480 golfing and then drinking by the pool in that order. Those are the top two.
Water volleyball is cool in the summertime, man.
Yeah, the volleyball stuff. Sand volleyball is incredible. Probably a little too hot maybe at this point this summer.
Water volleyball, that's get me that.
There is something about playing sports that allows me to tolerate significally higher temperatures. You put me out there on a golf course, I can handle that for 5 hours. I don't know what it is. The athlete, competitor in you clicks into game mode. 102 degrees, I can play softball for 6 hours. Golly.
Wow, that's impressive, yeah.
That is very impressive. Thank you. Okay, sitting here at number 10, we have just simply going to the movie theater. Oftentimes you get the summer blockbusters. You get out of the heat for a little while. I know with the Odyssey situation going down right now, Lucius got a chance to experience that. Was that the IMAX one that you checked, by the way, Lucius?
That was IMAX.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. IMAX.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Right there from the comfort of your own home. Let's see.
What's the subscription on that IMAX there,
Lucius? Number 9, I guess Americans enjoy a good hammock nap in the summertime. Now, if you've ever experienced like a legit hammock, like whenever we go visit my wife's family in Mexico, a lot of times like they have them in their homes. That's their everyday bread and butter sleeping arrangement. Okay. And I laid in one, and then I opened my eyes 3.5 hours later. I was like, oh my gosh, that was incredible. The weightlessness. Yeah, there's something about it, cocoon-like. Yes, crack some windows, get the air flowing in there. I don't know. I had a great time. So the hammock is getting a lot of love in the summertime, according to Americans. Number 8 is hiking. Little summer hike, especially very rewarding. If you want to get out there in the heat, you can do that here for sure. But certainly around the country, hiking this time of year is extremely popular. You do have the water parks on National Water Park Day coming in at number 7. Number 6, the top 10 summer activities. You have road tripping.
You know, I don't know how many people are just aimlessly road tripping, or they have a couple of different destinations they want to hit, but you're going to bypass the airport shenanigans. You're just going to throw the boys in the truck and go make some plays.
You want to hit like the Grand Tetons. You want to do Yellowstone. You want to do Shasta, Grand Canyon, but you want to make sure you do Moab, Utah. On these where you're just out. You got a tent. You have no responsibilities. Your bills are paid, and you're just cruising around to different spots. It is, it's unbelievable the kind of spots you can find yourselves in with the views and really tapping in, becoming one with Mother Nature. It's all waiting for you.
I wish I could RV something like that, Dawson.
Yeah.
I wish just get an RV and drive around and go see all those
the
places.
Sprinter vans.
Yeah.
The Sprinter vans are, I mean, they are upfitting those, and people are living out of them.
I'm scared of them.
The tip factor.
The tip factor.
High centering.
Yeah.
I think there's different ones though that give you like a little bit more ruggedness. You could go off roading in, and that's why I would choose the van maybe over an RV. RV, you're in a parking lot.
Yeah, you don't want to get into some terrain in a Winnebago.
I think that's the best camping, is to be up on these mountain old logging roads.
Yeah.
And then find where there's a dirt road that goes even further into the wilderness. That's when you're really camping.
Just straight
off
the map.
I'd mess up pulling a Jeep or something like that. I would not hook it up the right way, and I'd be down the highway and it'd go rolling past me or something like that. So, yeah, I understand that.
Number 5 on the list, top 10 summer activities. You have the camping in the national parks. That's a big deal. People like to do that. Number 4, we have lake days. Lake days out, boats, jet skis, party coves, fishing.
Yes.
I mean,
tie all the boats up together, kind of a thing.
Absolutely. Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's nice having a buddy with the lake house, or at least a boat situation that you can hop aboard.
Those inflatable pools that you can get from Walmart that you can put in your backyard. Look, inflate that joint up and sit in that in the lake.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh wow, in the lake. Oh.
Yeah. Big ass float, just a huge float. It's like 3 of y'all in that thing.
That's incredible.
Hey, Lucy, you ever gone to that Lake Havasu, like in Nevada?
Nope.
Have you ever done any of that? Dawson, you ever done that?
No.
No? Like, they talk about that like it's this kind of a spring break destination. I flew over that the other day coming out here, but I wondered, it looks like a tie-up and everybody have a good time party situation.
Yeah, I think it's like Lake Louisville with a much better view.
Yeah, better surroundings.
Is that where Pam and they were at when he was on that boat?
Ooh.
And he was driving the boat with his...
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. But, yeah, I flew right over it the other day, and I was thinking, I've heard a lot of things about this Lake Havasu thing. It looks like everybody makes it sound like a lot of fun.
A lot of Tolos coming in with the going to baseball games in the summer. I mean, that's a no question
especially
pastime.
the indoor park.
Yeah, when you got the indoor park, that's a no-brainer. Number 3 here is going to be beach vacations for the top 10 summer activities. A lot of beach hate coming from RJ Choppy this morning. You have number 2, just the swimming pool activities of any kind. Got to have it. Got to find it. Number 1, though, is the grill out, barbecue, hangout with the friends and family. Hopefully there's a pool within striking distance when you're getting together for that, but that's all about the summer. I mean, you go to one of these grocery stores right now, it's hard to find propane tanks.
Oh, is it?
I mean, everybody's getting after it.
Yeah.
And I love it.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you, Chief. There's Wolchuk's top 10 most afternoons here, 220 on 105.3 The Fan. We do have a number of Cowboys takeaways. We'll give you what Jerry Jones had to say about, or Stephen Jones had to say about a possible Quinnen Williams extension here before too long. But a little news bag coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, featuring the most badass man in America next in the nation. But first, Tolos, I got to let you know that America Can Cars for Kids
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We are now just an hour away from the first Krusty's Corner of Training Camp 2026 from the tennis courts with Brian Broaddus coming up in 1 hour. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo's Newsbag Nation.
Lots going on at the desk here, including what I believe to be the most badass American in the world right now, right after this.
You're rolling with the Newsbag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Thoughts and prayers with the gut of Corey Majors.
Oh, what happened?
He got the cliospora.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He's down bad right now. He had to punt on today's KNC Masterpiece program.
Yeah.
Because,
Sure did.
Broaddus
Heggie did a great job, and so did Little Red. They had to kind of fill it in. I had to leave when Mickey came on. I didn't want to have a fisticuffs. Heggie was nice enough to let me go. I thought Mickey was going to kick my ass, so I needed to be ready for that.
Well, Mickey always
trying
shows
to avoid
up
him at camp. Trying to avoid him a little bit.
He always shows up to camp in tip-top shape.
He does.
So this is
He's tan, ready to go.
Not the time of year you want to mess with Mickey Spagnola,
No.
but we do send our thoughts and prayers with Corey Majors right now.
It is confirmed Clio?
Well, that is, I think he went to the urgent care today, so we'll see what they think, but he had some type of lettuce wrap.
Heggie's sitting here with us. Heggie's sitting with us. He can kind of give us, Heggie, the question is about your teammate. Can you give us a status report?
Yeah, he has lettuceitis is what we're putting that at. He went to the, whatever is their variation of the urgent care this morning. They gave him a prescription. He said they tested him for 2 different things. Results by tomorrow. One is viral. The other is a parasite. So we shall see. And until further notice, he is on a clear liquid/broth diet. So no extravagant California eating for him.
No Spencer McKenzie's for him.
That's brutal, dude.
Ooh. Yeah.
That is really brutal. I hope he can bounce back from this. This is now 2 trips in a row where we've had we've gone a man down because we had Wolchuk in surprise.
Yes.
He got bubble gutted. And now you have Corey fighting through the same thing.
And this Cliospora can last a week, can it? So he might be sacked for...
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't know that. That is, that sucks. I did not realize it was that long. Yeah, because he said he didn't feel maybe super great on Saturday night or when we were going on to the plane. So I kind of thought he would just work his way through and he'd be okay by today. But I did not realize it lasted that long. Holy moly.
Yeah. Is Taylor Farms involved here? Is that what we're doing?
Yes, yeah, they're the supplier of the explosive diarrhea that's ravaging our nation. Taco Bell.
Is it all via lettuce?
Well, I think there was some other veggies like pico de gallos and things like that.
I didn't mean to throw Taylor Farms completely in on this one.
No, I mean that's reported. That's 100% out there. It's not really speculation any longer. We know Taco Bell got in the mix on this, and they're trying to do right by their patrons. I think Lucius is going to appreciate this today. You can get a Mexican pizza at Taco Bell.
Bro. I seen this
for $1.
I gotta say, I seen it last week. I was licking my chops.
No lettuce, okay? A lettuce-free Mexican pizza. You can
What if
get
you
it
want
for
lettuce on
$1.
it?
No,
Can you
you
put lettuce on
can't. They have set fire to all of their lettuce.
If you want lettuce on your Mexican pizza, you're a weirdo.
Yeah, well said. Well said.
Cooked. Do you want to know maybe the saddest part of this whole thing then? I actually knew that because Corey said he was looking forward to, once he felt better, getting that $1 Mexican pizza. And today is the day when he feels the worst.
Oh, man. He cannot win for losing right now.
Can you only get one? I was asking my old lady that when she brought it up to me because I was like, man, I can go with $10 and just get 10 joints.
Yeah, that's actually a really,
I can go crazy.
Do you think you could put 10 down?
Do you want one?
The deal.
Who else want one?
The deal is limited to one person, I guess.
You got friends? They got nothing to do. Send them up there.
Yeah, you could probably bounce around from bell to bell or change your shirt at the drive-thru and throw some glasses on. I'm a totally
How
new
do you
person.
do?
I'm a totally new person right now.
Chio, if I sponsored this or got all my friends to put it together, how many Mexican pizzas do you think you could put down in a show?
Wow. Oh, in a show? If you're going to give me 5 hours of time here?
20?
I'd bet on Lucius is what I'd bet on.
Nope.
I'm thinking, gosh dang, dude. I feel like I could hit that 20 marker. I feel like that's a fair place to put it. I mean, that's lofty. I'd actually walk away from the show at 13, 14, 15 of those things feeling pretty dang good about myself. But 20 is one of those where you feel like, okay, we met expectations and we came to play today.
I think we can figure this out.
I'd like to buy 20 to see if he could do it.
You want to
Hell
get
yeah.
I got
At
5
regular
hours.
price.
You got 5 hours. So
At
maybe,
regular price. I'd buy him at regular price.
Would you really? Okay.
Yeah, here's what I'm thinking, Eric. A little on the air producing here. We front the 20 Mexican pizzas.
Oh, I know what's going to happen.
And then if you can't do it, you pay us back. But if you can, we got a little extra bonus on top of all of that for you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Put some incentives in this contract.
Do you have
for
a
me.
calorie number in mind that you're confident consuming? Drop of a hat.
Ooh, I've never
any place, anytime.
I've never looked at it from a caloric standpoint. I've always just looked at it as what is the item. What is the item itself? Like I know my wheelhouse. Like beef patties, you could load them up. Chicken wings, you could load them up. Turns out like the waffles from Waffle House. That is not.
Could you eat a whole cake or a pie?
It's not in my. I could. Yeah, I think I probably could.
Because just to give you a reference point here, you're looking at 530 calories per Mexican pizza, which is high. That's more than I thought it was going to be.
10,000 there?
God, bro. It takes like 45 minutes to get 3,000 out your way.
Yeah, dude.
Chief, I think you could do it.
It's going to set back the summer bod.
I think you could do it, Chief.
Me too.
All right.
The original 2-foot boomstick hot dog is approximated at 4,000 calories.
Okay.
For the boomstick dog. I don't know how the boomstick burger.
He ate the stick burger.
Yeah, the burger might be a touch more in the calories.
530 per pizza. I mean, it's crazy, bro.
Makes you rethink.
Seriously, it's 45 minutes for like 300 calories to get you out your system.
Yeah,
to burn.
It'll take weeks to
It's
burn
going
off
to take
one.
weeks. It's with you.
Yeah, you can only have 4 of those in a day without exercise, without operating at an overage.
Yeah.
So Chiafalo might put on some weight while Corey is going to come back thinner than ever.
100%.
Yeah, we're going to look like completely different people when we get back in town. Okay, I do want to address what I believe to be the biggest badass in America right now today. Now, obviously, this can change minute to minute, hour to hour. I think this guy has locked it up for at least the next 24 hours. His name is David Cafaldi. He is 32 years old. He is a male nurse. Okay, so he's not off to a good start being a badass. But turns out he went with his buddies to Montana to hike Granite Peak, which is almost 13,000 feet in terms of the highest point of the mountain. And he was with some of his buddies. This was a few days ago. And he was relying on like trekking poles. You know?
Oh, yes, I've seen this guy now. Yeah.
Okay, so things took an unexpected turn when he slipped on some rocks before realizing one of the trekking poles had actually stabbed through the left side of his chest.
Ouch.
I've seen the photo of this. It's almost like under the armpit, in your lat, going through the front and then peeking out the back. Okay?
Not through the lung.
Not through the lung or the heart or anything like that. And as a nurse, I guess he realized he was like going to be somewhat okay here. So they're not reaching out to paramedics at the top of this mountain. He just starts hiking back down. 10 miles into their hike is when the injury took place. Yes, but he's stabbed all the way through. It took another 6.5 hours to get down to the bottom of the mountain before he could reach the paramedics and they could get him over to the hospital and get everything taken care of. 6.5 hours of hiking with a trekking pole stabbed inside of you.
I imagine you would have to go slow due to the pain, but also you wouldn't want to slip and fall and have that thing jamming around against the ground and messing with you. But I heard he didn't call because he didn't want to do the expensive ambulance ride.
Yeah, I think that was a part of it. Like he knew
the helicopter.
He knew he was going to be somewhat okay based on his nursing medical background, and yes, he didn't want to pay whatever it was going to cost to get a helicopter to the mountain. So
smart guy though, not pulling the pole out. Right?
Exactly.
Anytime they say when you get stabbed,
keep it in there.
Just leave it in there and then try and navigate to where you can get it taken care of. Because you might bleed out if you do.
Yes. Yeah, I'd say the nursing paid off in a major way.
Yeah, it did. What a stud. 972. Dude, my son is a RN. He's an absolute badass. Okay, my apologies.
They've
I
seen
guess
things.
They have seen things. The nurses see a lot of graphic stuff. And shout out to Jay Ochoa. Just crushed himself a $1 Mexican pizza. Legendary Tolo getting after it right now. 530 calories.
Shoot, yeah, we got one down, 4 to go.
Boy, am I impressive.
G-Bag Nation plus Hagee on the tennis courts, hanging out with Broadus, doing your Cowboys coverage. Hopefully Majors feels better soon. We'll get you an update on that story as quickly as we can. Hodgepodge coming up. Do we have time to dive into some of these takeaways from the Cowboys presser?
Yeah, let's go wall-to-wall with some Cowboys coverage, plus my favorite sports audio clip of the day, next in the nation.
Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I think we're going to have an hour of really good Cowboys talk for you. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. C-Note at 3:20 as we are still laying in the wake of the Cowboys training camp opening press conference. You heard it from 1 to 2, and boy, did we get a lot of very interesting updates on the biggest Cowboys stories. Jerry was in rare form, I felt like, as far as his willingness to be candid and to bring up subjects that he knew the media and fans would be feasting on. I think the biggest takeaway for me is this off season of increased activity hasn't left him satisfied or confident, and that's using one of his own words. He's not confident that this Cowboys team is ready to go out and do something big. And that, to me means chances are still pretty strong that we could have some big-time news and player acquisitions to talk about with you here in the coming days, weeks, months, NFL trade deadline, week 8. So this is going to be a lot of fun to watch what this Cowboys team does and react with you. Okay, for more on that story and what we listened to this afternoon, here's Chief with his afternoon hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. Let's get after it right after this. TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10? You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is the home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Don't be little shock jock stuff.
How about old Jerry saying, I don't want to stir up the pot or anything, but of course I would be willing to give up the future to add a big-time player to the roster because of how good I feel about this team at the moment. He also mentioned that he had a conversation with an owner as recent as yesterday.
Yeah. You add up those breadcrumbs, and it does seem like talking with the Raiders about Max Crosby is maybe happening, in present time. Like, we've come full circle from Radio Row in the Super Bowl, where it's all anybody wanted to talk about anywhere we went. And now, what is this, 5 months later, 6 months later? Here we are still talking about Max Crosby. And I think it makes sense because the Raiders have a new coach, and I'm sure there's some excitement there about being better and a new young quarterback. But it's kind of like the Cooper Flag thing right now, where we have a young guy in a timeline there, and anybody older, if we're not ready to win big right now, it would make the most sense to exchange those for future assets.
For sure. And Jerry mentioned that they have a great understanding of the Max Crosby knee injury, Dr. Cooper being the one that was very hands-on in getting that knee back to health. So there, I guess that has to be what, like, he was talking with Mark Davis yesterday, Broadus. That's what he was doing.
Yeah,
the owner of the Raiders.
Yeah, I believe so. And they were very, very. When Jane asked the question, nobody really knew which way to go with it. There was that silence, and then Jerry went into some conversations, but she dug in a little further and got Jerry to say, "We didn't walk away from Max." She kind of gave him a way to get out of this, and Jerry didn't take the way out, but he did say, "Hey, listen, we're Max is a Raider. Max is happy being a Raider." He did everything he can to try and cover his tracks, but that was borderline. That was borderline tampering right there with what they were doing, and so it's if that's the way that Jerry Jones is approaching this season. I think he's confident in his coach. I think he likes his team. Steven said that hey, we're still trying to pursue some things. But if Jerry's coming out and saying he would give some significance to get a type of player that can help him win, this is the one they've worked the most on. This is the one that they have the most understanding of, and it's the one that would to them would obviously make a lot of sense.
Yeah, and he fits the bill just because he is a guy that would be an every down player. And like you have some of these edge rushers that are premier edge rushers, but they're really just getting after the quarterback type players. And I think Christian Parker really wants guys that can play first and second down and be legit run defenders. That's what Gary brings you. That's what Ezeraku brings you. And Max Crosby brings that as well. So where it's like, okay, he's a big name player. He clearly wants to be an every down player, but we can do that with Max Crosby because he's just as good at stopping the run as he is getting after the quarterback.
The only pass rush guy, the situational pass rusher, is going to have to be just that in this defense. It won't work if one guy's out there playing hero ball. So I think as far as your high-paid edges, it's going to have to match the description of what a Max Crosby is. And, I think it fits in the puzzle of the offseason if you're going into it thinking we need to bring in the pieces to make us a good defense, and you don't do anything at edge other than basically swap Clowney for Gary. That's a pretty even trade.
And then you hope Malachi Lawrence does something.
Malachi Lawrence, yeah. And you hope Ezeraku steps up too as well.
Yeah. So I think it would make sense that in the back of their mind they were like, let's not go out and do anything more than this because we are planning on making a push for Max Crosby.
Let me ask you guys this. Do you think that they did not try and sign George Pickens because they wanted to keep that open, having the money for Max Crosby? Do you think that they, and I think that you could say, well, maybe it's stuff to do with Quinnen Williams as well. But do you think that they said, we're just not going to do anything because we still believe we have a chance to get a guy like Max Crosby and have that money available?
Yeah, I do think that was probably part of the thought process.
I mean, going forward, you know what I'm saying?
I think that's part of the thought process. Maybe with other teams and different general managers like a Howie Roseman, you wouldn't consider that because he's like bleep it all, less need, whatever, doesn't matter. We can have as many players as we want. We'll figure out how to pay them. But from a Cowboys standpoint, they look at, okay, if we paid you, then we're not going to be able to pay X, Y, and Z. So I do think that was probably a part of their thought process.
Yeah, I just don't know because, Max is on a contract currently. It's not like if you traded for him, you got to do a new deal with a bunch of guarantees.
Yeah, but maybe that's something you would try and do and add some years to it.
Right.
Maybe lower it a little bit more if they can. But, yeah, I just wondered if there's – obviously, you could tag it to, I think, Quinnen Williams. Stephen Jones was – he was very much adamant about, we really like Quinnen Williams and, we'll do everything we can. And so, he says, and training camp seems to be a good opportunity to do things like this. So
I am fascinated by how, private ownership or, the Packers deal is different because it's not a family owning it. I guess they're technically publicly owned, but there's some sort of structure in place for them that's similar to the Cowboys because we don't have a big bank or hedge fund or insurance company with billions and billions of dollars in assets they could liquidate and pay contracts to. You're dealing with a situation, and last week we learned that the Packers, for the first time in their history, had actually lost money. And what pushed them over the top was Micah Parsons' $130 million contract. So if you're not a hedge fund, if you don't have a war chest of money sitting waiting for you to sign contracts, I could definitely see the Cowboys in a similar situation. Like, we need to be making money to hand money out. And considering how aggressively Jerry Jones is in investing in non-football things when it comes to real estate and the oil market, I wouldn't be surprised if player contracts did have some sort of a significant bearing in the timing of when they want to give out these deals.
Right. Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's also they've had a problem with contracts not being staggered. They have contracts that have all come up together, and that's been a little bit of a problem for them going, in the past.
Okay, so what are we willing? I know, Broadus, you went viral last month with your love for Max Crosby and what you would be willing to move on from in order for the Cowboys to acquire him. Can you reset that, and do you still feel the same way?
Yeah, would I go 2 1s? Is that what I did? What did I?
I think
I went a 1 and I went 1 in Pickens.
That's right.
I went right.
That's what it was.
Yeah, 1 in Pickens is what I did, and if you have that much faith in Ryan Flanoy, it could be that too. And if you feel good enough about this, I mean, that's what it's all going to come down to. How good do you feel about Ryan Flanoy if you're going to move on? And there's some people that came back to me, and I respect people that want to have that banter, but they're like, hey, Broadus, think about how the offense was without Pickens. Think about how it looks, and you want to go back to that. You want to, and I'm like, you make a good point. You really do. I understand. You don't want to go back to the offense completely, falling apart. And if you take George Pickens out of that, maybe that does it. Maybe it really, really hurts this offense. But I was willing to do that. I was willing to do the one in Pickens and let it go, let it ride.
I like the idea of adding Crosby as another sort of cherry on top to what you've already done. Moving on from Pickens here in this scenario, you're going one step forward and maybe one step back. If I'm going for Crosby, I want it to be additive to what is already fully in place here. That would be where I stand on it. But
so you're just going the 1-1, or you're going to 2? What are you going to try and do here?
Yeah, I mean, if it has to be a 1, I feel like a 1 should be good enough.
It was going to be 2 1s from the Ravens?
Yeah, it was going to be 2-1
and next year's from the Ravens, yeah.
I'm going to try to get to mid-season and offer him a 1 and a 3. Right now I'm doing a 1 and a 2. That's the most I can do. I'm definitely not taking 2028 picks, but you can have 1 and 2 right now.
Let's be honest here. If we're going to do Pickens and we're going to do Pickens and a 1, I want this deal now. I ain't waiting around till trade. If it gets to the trade deadline, you're lucky you get a 2 from me. You know what I'm saying?
So how much are we losing on this offense by giving up Pickens? I need to be sold on this.
That's the question you have to ask yourself. That is the absolute question. If you feel, how good do you feel about Ryan Flanoy? That's the question the Cowboys have to ask themselves. Do you feel like that? Hey, we can survive this without him. We've got one of the best pass rushers, got an elite pass rusher. We're giving up a guy that's probably a top 6 or 7 receiver. We're getting one of the best pass rushers in the league.
Yeah.
I'm not paying a ransom from them at the trade deadline. I need the player now. If we're going to do this, let's do it. Let's not dick around. Oops, sorry, I probably shouldn't have said that. Let's not do this, where let's not wait. Let's get this thing done and go from there.
Yeah, I don't want to dork around with it either. I would prefer to have
words. Sorry about that.
I enjoyed that. That was my favorite moment of the show so far, other than when I opened up and forgot you were an Oxnard.
Mainlining. You said I was mainlining. I was mainlining.
Mainlining Cowboys press conference down there in the parking garage. Broadus. I was like, "Where's Broadus? You must be listening to this thing. You didn't want to miss a moment."
Nah, yeah, good, man. It's all good.
I can't move on from Pickens right now. He was so dominant last year. He has the chance to be just as good, if not better, this year. He's hungry, looking for that contract. He's young. He's in the prime. You've seen CeeDee Lamb miss time. You trade Pickens, and now Lamb has a rolled ankle and he's out for a month.
Okay.
And now we're throwing to Flanoy and Turpin and Mingo and God knows what else. I can't be risking that.
It's okay. So here's how I could legitimately see it. Jaden Blue he's going beast mode, and everybody is like, "Oh my goodness, this guy's awesome and he can pass protect." Because I'm going to need to get him involved in the offense. I need to hear Michael Trigg is ready to step in as an undrafted guy and give you down the field stuff. I think it's not only Flanoy, but it's where's your juice coming from. I think Flanoy can be a nice possession receiver.
If you have no intention of re-signing George Pickens, you need to make this deal. You need to make this deal. If there's no intention, and Chief, I respect what you're saying. I respect what you're saying, but they obviously, by not extending George Pickens, they think that Lamb is the guy. They're not thinking that Pickens is the guy. They're thinking that if we could use Pickens to get us one of the top 3 edge players, one of the top 5 defensive players in the league, I'm giving up. I'm giving up a guy that I'm not going to re-sign.
Okay, would you rather give up a first and a second or a first and Pickens?
I would rather keep the pick. I would rather keep the pick and give up the player
because of the long term, right? Because you're viewing Pickens as a rental at this point.
At this point in time, they've told me that they're not interested in signing him. So no, I'm I'm going to move on.
I don't know what my offensive identity is, and
your run game's going to suffer.
Run game's going to suffer. I think Dak's going to suffer in a very significant way.
You guys think then by the way you guys are talking, and I'm just trying to get an idea here. By the way you guys are talking, you're thinking it's a mistake that they didn't extend him.
Yes.
No, I mean, yes, ultimately I do agree with that because I think Pickens is good enough to be here long term. And
you think he's better than Lamb?
I think it's close. I think it is extremely close.
If that's the case, I can't argue with you guys. I can't argue with you because if that's the way you feel, if you're going into this feeling like he is an equal footing as Lamb, we can't make this deal then. If that's how you guys feel about it.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at it as they are telling me that they don't think that way, and it's really he is here for just 1 year. I think Jerry even said about stuff, going and looking into the future and things like that. So,
yeah,
I'm going to do what I have to do to get one of the top 5 defensive players in the league.
That would be something. He is, 5 years older than George Pickens?
Yeah.
I would have to weigh that as well. But more than anything, when you're in win now mode, I don't know if all in or championship mode is there, but they're talking like they want to go for it. You can get closer by moving picks for players. I don't need to lose a Micah but gain a Quinnen Williams. I need Micah and Quinnen Williams. I need George Pickens and Max Crosby if we're gonna get this thing done.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it as well. Like I love the idea of getting Crosby, and I don't want to move on from one of my best players to get another really, really good player. It just changes the balance of your team right now, and I don't think they have enough in terms of weaponry to just move on from George Pickens right now.
Yeah,
but gosh, man, you tell me this offense is really good.
I think he's a big reason why. He's a big reason why. You have an advantage that only one or two other teams have in terms of the way defenses have to account for your dominant players and the trickle effect of how that not only helps your quarterback, of course, but I think it helps your run game in a big way as well because teams are too scared to load the box up on you.
Yeah, I think it's totally doable if you have more juice at other positions.
But now you're depending on Turpin. You hate watching Turpin out on offense, but now Turpin might be your wide receiver 3.
What's the thing that we always ask from Shoddy about this offense? What's the thing we always ask from him when we talk about? I don't mean to make you guys play a guessing game, but I'm going to make you play a guessing game. What do we always ask from Shoddy about this offense? What's the one thing we'd like to see him do this year?
Red zone touchdowns.
How about not let people shut George Pickens down?
Oh yeah.
How about move him around? How about put him in the slot? How about do all those things? If it's a lot different. George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb, we talk about him being kind of a similar type of thing, but one is clearly more comfortable playing in a role of a move around guy.
For sure.
And you can't take him out of a game. It's harder to take Lamb out of it. Lamb's faults are drops. Lamb's biggest problems is when he has drops or he loses concentration. Pickens' biggest problems is he's more comfortable playing just one spot and not moving around. And that could be the thing that takes him out of games. So to me, if it's all going to be about, I'm with you guys about keeping Pickens. I'd sure like them to be able to move him around and not let people take him out of games like they did at times last year, playing that cloud coverage and stuff.
Yes, sir. Good stuff. Brian brought us live from the tennis courts in Oxnard, California. We got Cowboys news of the evening and what Shoddy and the Jones boys had to say about other players coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay. G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. It's been a huge, 72 hours of NFL news, and Chief will deliver football's finest coming up at 4 o'clock. Krusty's Corner's right around the corner from the tennis courts, and right here, your Cowboys news. I want to talk about why Jerry Jones is so, aggressively hyping up their flaws or talking about the lack of confidence. Why was he willing to do that today at the Cowboys presser? We'll get you what they had to say about Quinnen Williams and some other stuff as well. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, right off the top, Jerry was asked what gives him confidence the team can get back to the playoffs. He said confidence is not the word he would use, but they have a chance. Said the last a time they changed this much was the first year when they brought in Jimmy and they won one football game. This isn't the Jerry we know selling dreams. Lucia's been telling you how Jerry sells dreams for last 3 decades, and usually that's what he does. He's leaning optimistic. He's told us 5 years ago famously, yeah, I'm overvaluing this team because I'm an optimist at heart and I'm always going to believe in my guys, and try to give us that old romantic thing. I think he realizes the fan base is fed up with that. I think, number two, he realizes that at this age, and he referred to that last year on the red carpet, the Netflix special, he doesn't have many more goes at this. And it's time. And Brian, I think he's trying to internally talk the Stephen Jones and whoever else needs to get on board with him that we got to go for this right now. This is my last shot. And Stephen Jones is still managing it like it's a long-term investment.
It's funny when before you might have heard when they were getting up onto the podium, Stephen was trying to tell Jerry where he needed to sit, and Jerry said, "I don't want to sit there," and he was kind of just having fun with Stephen, and Stephen looked at him and goes, "Oh, okay." I goes, "I want to sit here," and he goes, "Oh, well, you're the boss. You're the boss." And he said that it kind of went over the speakers and stuff here, but we keep talking about this. I believe we all know things. Will does the stuff in player personnel. Steven is there to support with contracts and stuff like that. Jerry kind of signs off on some deals, but this really has been taken over. It has, the whole operation has been taken over by Steven, and it's been years now. It hasn't been just this year or last year. This has been years where Steven and Will have been doing more of the day-to-day operation, and Jerry's kind of like, guys, I'm still here. I'm still here. Let's find a way to. I'd like to leave this earth with one more of these things if I could. And there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of pressure on Will McClay. There's a lot of pressure on Stephen Jones, just because of Jerry. And the question 16 or 17 was asked to Jerry today, do you feel pressure? And he says, yeah, I feel pressure. And so he knows he feels pressure because he's not guaranteed tomorrow. Yeah. And I think that's where, there was a time when we first came out here 20 some odd years ago where we can, and glory hole and do all this and all that. We don't hear that. We hear now of a more reflective Jerry Jones is like, hey, I believe in these guys, but we got to go out there and do this, and if I can make a move to get us a championship or put us in position to make a championship run, I want to be able to do that. I want to have the flexibility. I don't think Jerry's just saying this to saying this. I think he really believes he's saying out loud. It's like, listen, Steven, listen, Shotty, if we could do something to go forward, to make us better, let's do it. Let's not sit back and wait for tomorrow because I'm not guaranteed that.
Yeah. No, I think you're on it. I think he said he likes that the media doesn't see them in the Super Bowl. I think he said he likes that because he's taking it to Steven and saying, look, we're not fooling anybody, bro. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And if I'm Jerry, I would feel like I better get this family another Super Bowl before I'm gone because my son doesn't have the aggressive streak that I got. Mm-hmm. The it factor that maybe Les Snead and Sean McVay are using right now with the Rams to put championship and winning above all, and they have made that the most successful franchise in the league, I believe.
Yeah, and he actually spoke to that in talking about the Rams and how they have operated. Jerry says they will put tomorrow out there for today, and that's worked for them. Sometimes I may be trying to get a little bit of both in, a little for today and save some for tomorrow, and you end up a little milquetoast
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
And Jerry said that?
Jerry said that.
Yeah. So I think that's a good nickname for Stephen Jones. Milquetoast Jones.
Milquetoast Jones.
Yeah.
Bro.
I mean,
It's better than Catboy, isn't it?
I mean, you've managed to not win anything. Yes, it is better than Catboy or Captain Caveman or whatever else we've called him over the years. But I mean, you've managed to be Milquetoast for 3 decades and still be the most highly valued sports team in the entire world. Congratulations on that. So, and maybe that's all that really matters to Stephen Jones.
Get your freaking priorities straight, bro.
We got our 3 Super Bowls. We're just going to manage this thing to protect the brand and grow it and remain relevant for 17 weeks. But I would also say, managing that way has now put you in jeopardy of not being good enough. Managing that way has not, for 3 decades, it did protect you from having back-to-back losing seasons, but it hasn't anymore.
Right.
So for the longest time they could say, well, our system works because we're relevant and we just need to get a couple of breaks once we get to the playoffs. But now that you're not even making the playoffs, maybe this is the pivot point that Jerry needs to grab a hold of that wheel and do what needs to be done for the greater good.
Yeah, and to your point about the pressure stuff, Broadus, when he was asked about that, he says yes, he feels pressure for all the obvious reasons. We've got certain things in place here that might not stay in place.
Yeah.
And so is that talking about Pickens?
That's talking about Pickens.
Is that talking about maybe even a Clayton Adams? Who could be off to head coach.
Could be anything in the organization. Yeah, it could be Will McClay if he feels that way about Will. Will might be in that mode right now of like, man, I've done all I can do here. I can't keep turning down jobs or turning down opportunities.
Yeah,
to go do something else.
You just get more of a sense of urgency from Jerry. Maybe that what I'm not totally used to.
Yeah, and we can hope, especially in light of the big picture conversation, which was Jane Slater kind of walking them down a path of explaining that they weren't out on Max Crosby. I believe it's the Raiders that have decided we're not going to re-enter negotiations because now we're talking about trading Max with the idea that he's damaged goods. The Ravens were the only team willing to give up 2 1s, so I think they're probably trying to hold out for somebody to hit that threshold. But how does this play out over the summer? And then once the season starts, and the Raiders are horrible because they will be,
right?
Whether it's Kirk Cousins or Mendoza,
they're talking about Kirk Cousins being the guy. Actually, Kubiak came out today and was saying, "Hey, we are going forward right now with Kirk Cousins being our starting quarterback. Now let's see what happens in week 7 or 8 or something like that. But their plan right now is to go and try and win some games with Kirk Cousins.
I'd be nervous about Mendoza. I would. But to the point of, what will make the Raiders want to trade Max Crosby again, I think it's probably going to take Max saying, hey, listen, I want out. And I think after the trauma of the offseason and everything that went down, he just wants to go back somewhere that's safe and work and prove that he's the guy. And then maybe the Cowboys will be willing to make a bid for him if the season starts and all those things are coming together. Okay, Joseph Hoyt asked Steven if he expects a negotiation with defensive tackle Quinnen Williams. He said yes, and added they've talked to his agent about the process for negotiation. They want him here long term, and, quote, he's at the top of our list. So that's interesting, especially because today Jalen Carter and the Eagles signed a deal at 4 years, and I think it's $37.5 million. 38 million, could be 40.
Yeah, 4 years, 152 million extension worth up to 160 million. So they're saying $38 million a year. So, I mean, and you've got Jeffrey Simmons, $35 million, Chris Jones, $32 million, Dexter Lawrence, $28 million, Milton Williams, $26 million. The cost for the premier defensive tackles is really high right now.
But the Cowboys want to get something done with Q, so hopefully we can have certainty on that. He is under contract for 2 more years. So I think at this point they're trying to get something done early to make it more team friendly.
Yeah, I think he's only got like $8 million guaranteed after this season.
Some players would hold out going into training camp 2027 in those situations. Okay, lot going on here with your Cowboys. They all talked. Brian Schottenheimer, amongst what he had to say, says no restrictions on Ezeraku and Bland, but they'll have to be mindful as they ramp them up. Jerry Jones gave Shoddy credit for getting them through the George Pickens thing and helping communicate through that. The reports were today that Pickens is expected to practice on Wednesday, and that he's been one of the earliest guys to the things. So maybe George Pickens is going to choose the route that we've talked about quite a bit this offseason of, I'm going to do everything that the most professional dude on the roster would, and then you won't be able to say anything else about me. And if that's what George Pickens has chosen, then maybe this is a year that's meant to be for the Cowboys. But I really give George the majority of the credit, because to have that agent, Mulugeta, and to have the Cowboys come out and say he's playing on the tag, negotiation over, and for him to be just like, okay, hold my beer and watch this, I think that's the guy to thank for everything being so quiet around here and for things being different finally around training camp.
For sure, yeah, and part of that's thanking the other 31 teams in the league that haven't gone to really put the pressure on and allow him to have some more leverage like Micah had last year.
That's a good point. All righty, we got to run. It's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking it, man?
Yeah, tomorrow is the opening day of practice. I'm going to tell you what I'm looking forward to seeing. We'll do that next.
But first, let's go ahead.
you deserve on your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all price to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back, Nation. It's time for Krusty's Corner with the King. The former Cowboy scout brought us live on the tennis courts. Here he is.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to everybody out there, too, for hanging out with us as we do this program. And thank you for hanging out with us here on Krusty's Corner as well. Looking forward to being your eyes and ears these next couple of weeks, evaluating practice, being able to kind of convey on a daily basis what I'm observing, how it plays into maybe decisions on this roster. So I'm going to kind of go through a couple of things. But first, guys, can I ask you a couple of questions?
Yes, sir.
About this, and I'm circling back on Jerry's press conference. So before I get into what I'm going to look for, I'd like to ask you these questions if I could.
Please do.
And Dawson, I'll start with you on this. They talked about everybody was saying the quiet off season, but we had to scramble. What did he mean by we had to scramble? And is it we had to scramble because of the coaching staff and the hire and all that stuff? What did Jerry mean by we had? When you usually think of scramble, you're usually thinking of like there's a little bit of chaos here that we were having to deal with. What did he mean? What do you think he meant by we had to scramble this offseason?
I think it could make sense that they had to scramble at linebacker when they had plans to go after Nakobe Dean, maybe Brooks, maybe Al Shire, maybe Devin Lloyd was in there, and they either got outpriced or outdecided. Mm-hmm. But that would be the only scramble spot. Maybe they were scrambling on the phone trying to figure out if they could get Caleb Downs.
Right.
And then the trade back of Malachi. I don't know. That seems like fairly normal type of stuff.
Sure.
So I would just say the linebacker is the only spot they really were in scramble mode on.
Chief, you got a thought? He used the word scramble, and I think a scramble, it's usually you're having a hustle. You're kind of in that mode of like, okay, like Dawson was talking about, we might have had some, but no, we had to pivot. The scrambling. What do you think the Joneses were talking about with scrambling?
Yeah, like you have to go off script a little bit and figure out something on the fly. I mean, I don't know. Is it the defensive coordinator stuff? Is it maybe trying to work out deals and trades with Pickens that around draft day felt like maybe be something that was gonna happen? I do like the linebacker thing though, because they were clearly in on Nakobe Dean and Quay Walker, and both of those guys opted to go to the Raiders. So I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing either something to do with Pickens or those linebackers.
They did
have
have
the Crosby situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I think the Crosby.
They were going to get Crosby, or they thought they were.
Yeah, I think they were. I think they're scrambling on a couple of things. I think the Crosby thing. But I think you guys walked our listeners through the right thing as well. The Crosby thing, definitely. But the linebacker thing, I don't think this is over. I just don't think, and just listening to Stephen Jones talk about it. But I think they had some plans of what they were going to do at linebacker, and maybe Christian Parker had kind of said, "Hey, listen, let's go after Nakobe Dean here. I think I could get this one done." Then all of a sudden there was a pivot there, like, oh, whoa, we can't get him done. And then now you have to you have to say, well, we didn't get it done. Let's not sign anybody, but let's maybe go into drafting somebody. So I think the scramble was the Max Crosby stuff, which they still, to Jerry's words, they have not walked away from that. But I think that the scrambling aspect of their offseason was that they were trying to do some things at the linebacker spot and they didn't get it done. That's kind of where I would put this right now.
Yeah, then you get the D. Winters pivot trade.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And right now, I think we're wait and see and hoping that Barham or Barron or somebody can surprise you. But nobody's out there that I love. Like.
Yeah, don't you S on Bobby Wagner. Don't you S on Broadus' guy.
I mean, I think he could play a role.
He can.
Yeah.
He can.
Yeah. I just kind of am watching that Philadelphia, when I went back and I did that little study where I watched how they played their front seven at Philadelphia, it made me even more convicted to try and go get Bobby Wagner. It really, really did. But I'm gonna tie in this linebacker room to some of the things that I'm looking at. Let me ask you guys one more question. This is coming from Brian Schottenheimer. He says, we're going to move guys around and get an evaluation. He's talking about his offensive line.
Yeah.
Did that perk the ears up, or because I was thinking like, hey, no competition over there at left tackle, because it's going to be Guyton. Smith landed yesterday out here in the parking lot of the hotel. He's talking about, hey, they haven't told me where I'm going to play. They haven't, It hadn't been like, it wasn't he offered that off the bus. And then now you have Schottenheimer saying about, we're going to move guys around and get an evaluation. What do you think? Can you crystal ball what they're thinking about right here? Chief, I'll start with you on this one.
Yeah, my initial thought was, crap, man, are you really going to try and set this up to where Tyler Smith starts the season at left tackle if he's going to be getting reps there? I think more of what this is, considering the investment that they had in Tyler Guyton, they want him to be that guy, but they can't trust his health. And so all of a sudden you're 6 weeks into the season and now Tyler Smith has to go play left tackle and he hasn't gotten a rep since last season there when Guyton went down and they had to shift things around. I think it's just because you simply cannot trust the health of Tyler Guyton, and at some point due to injury you might have to flex out Tyler Smith, and so let's make sure he's got some level of reps that are in this calendar year.
Yeah, the best version of their best five would be Tyler Guyton emerging into a nearly Pro Bowl player or better this year, and you're like, wow, look at us. But if that doesn't happen, then TJ Bass emerging at guard would be another really interesting wrinkle to this conversation. But I think to me this story is about football leadership and the toughness of your head coach. I think he's directly talking to Tyler Smith when he said we're going to get him reps at tackle because we're going to get Tyler Booker reps at center because we are committed to winning and doing what's in the best interest of this football team and putting your best five out there. I think, it's easy to say Shoddy is a vibes guy and he's making everything fun and enthusiastic, but when it's time to be a tough son of a gun with his players, he is. And I think Tyler Smith is annoyed that they're asking him to play tackle just a year after he got his money at guard. But Shoddy's saying, bro, go talk to the Joneses about that. I'm a coach. I'm trying to get a great offensive line here. And if you don't like it, then maybe you're not as committed as what I'm looking for. And that even goes to Tyler Smith, who has some of the best football character and football IQ on the team.
Let me ask you this, though, and I will get to what I'm looking for. But I wondered do you think they're talking about all this potential offensive line, going to evaluate, get looks at different positions? Do you think it's just a camouflage for we are only worried about the left tackle? That it's like we're saying that guys are going to get looks and we're going to move around and shuffle around, but they just didn't want to come out and say, we're concerned with the left tackle. So make it a overarching, the offensive line. We're going to shuffle a lot of guys around. But in reality, they're trying to say, well, it's really the left tackle that we're going to be looking at here.
Yeah,
Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I do think that's definitely a part of it, and I think a lot of it goes back to the lack of trust in the health of Tyler Guyton and knowing that he could fall down and at some point things are going to have to shuffle. And last year, wasn't it the Jets game where they had one of their starting five
that was
actually playing? Just making sure that you're prepared for when the attrition starts taking hold of you on your offensive line, you're ready and guys can say, well, yeah, I'm a tackle, but I played guard during training camp.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think the other part of it, though, is just what I talked about with Shoddy trying to instill his culture of whatever the team needs, boss. I got you.
Yeah, I was just thinking that maybe that the bigger picture is like we're making it sound like we're going to look at the whole entire offensive line.
Yeah.
But in actuality, all we're really worried about is the left tackle. And so instead of just pinning it all on the left tackle, then you say in the camouflage, you're saying, oh, we're going to look at all the positions, where in reality, it's really just the left tackle.
And I think there could be some to that, but they also said it's an open competition at left tackle, which put kind of a bullseye on Guyton's chest.
It sure did. It absolutely did. All right, this is where I think I'm going to be focused on, and we're not doing pads until next week. So we won't. This is just basically the helmets and the jerseys and stuff. Probably a little bit more competitive than like an OTA practice. What my main thing is, I'm going to watch coaches coach. I think it's really, really important to see where they are as far as these defensive coaches. I want to see how they're coaching these players. I want to see if these coaches or these players are able to take what they're learning in the classroom, take it onto the field from individual drill and then to some team stuff. I'm very interested in that. If I see guys, I want to get the tone of how these guys are going to coach. And usually there's times when you watch individual drills and you're really not so interested. I'm interested right now in what's going on with these defensive coaches. I want to see them coach. I'm going to also look at the rotation, too, at the running back room. And I say this just because now my antenna got perked up because of the opportunity that I got to visit with Will McClay. And I think that Will McClay is – I think that they like Jadon Blue. I'm going to say this. I think they like Phil Maffa more. And I'm going to be interested to see if, in fact, is it going to be Blue? Is it going to be Maffa? Are they going to every day rotate these two guys? But I think that Maffa is closer to what they have with Williams than he is with Blue than with Williams. So with that being said, keeping an eye on that position, seeing if the early indication is Phil Maffa going to get the first reps behind Williams when they do this. And my final thing I'm going to look at is, again, the linebacker situation, where they're at with the rotation. But also I want to include this one too. I also want to see how much safety during these practices that Caleb Downs is really playing. I want to see if, in fact, that Durant is got the possibility of being the nickel corner. Are they going to play with three corners? Are they going to play with two corners and a safety? I'm interested to see how much safety that Caleb Downs plays. Gut feeling is I think they're going to play quite a bit here in the early practices and then use him for some of the nickel stuff. But I think that we're going to see a combination of Durant and Caleb Downs as that nickel corner.
Cannot wait to start getting your takeaways. Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40. Brian, thank you so much. He's in Oxnard already, guys, and he'll have this week's shows, and then we will join him on Sunday and throughout all of next week as well. We'll get Wolchuk back in the mix here before too long. But we got football's finest coming up next, Chief.
What history says about the preseason Super Bowl favorite next in the nation?
Okay, I want to chat Frank.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. You're an hour from Rangers pregame. They're in Tampa to take on the Rays, who are 62-43. It is a showdown of first-place teams. Possible ALCS preview tonight. How about that? Can you buy it? Here's the Chief with some football's finest.
Yeah, we got your sports quote of the day and a lot of other good stuff right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time. A day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Can I just say, Jay-Sean Barham has the eye of the freaking tiger.
What happened?
You watch these guys just come off the tarmac and everything. They're walking, they're duck facing, they're throwing up peace signs. They got their tongues out. Everybody's smiling. Everybody's in a joyful mood. And then there's Jay-Sean Barham ready to get freaking violent, dude. He's got the game face on already. Cannot wait to see him up close and personal next week when we get out there. But he's right there on the short list of guys I'm most excited to see and what a difference he could make for this defense. But you know about the violence and the physicality on the field. It looks like he carries that demeanor just 24/7. That's just who he is.
He's all business.
Not a guy you want to screw with. No, all business for sure is exactly what he is. And he looks like the prototype, dude. That looks like your linebacker.
Built like a linebacker for sure.
100% built like a linebacker. Okay, so lots went down in the NFL today. I did want to ask you guys a question. We know that the Rams.
Okay, Broadus.
We know that the Rams are the clear preseason Super Bowl favorite at the sports books, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so over the
I think they're underpriced as well.
Yeah, plus 550.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Over the past 30 years, how many preseason Super Bowl favorites have won the Super Bowl? Over the last 30 years, the preseason Super Bowl favorite, how often has that come to fruition where that team that was the favorite before the season ends up winning it all in the last 30 years?
6.
Okay, we got 6 on the board.
I'll go 8.
We got 8 on the board. The answer is 4.
Okay. Chiefs and Patriots?
You do have Chiefs and Patriots. Yes, Patriots twice in 2016 and 2018.
Broncos?
You have the Colts in 2006.
Oh, okay.
And then the Chiefs in 2023.
Okay.
So that according to Ben Fowkes of Yahoo Sports, and he's one of their big gambling guys and things like that. So he had that
Fowkes out of here.
That little nugget. I thought that was interesting as everybody is hyping up the Rams, and the Rams might be a heavier favorite than most years see. And rightfully so. They're
playing a tough division.
They do.
That division's going to be wild.
I know. Yeah. I mean, and the Cowboys get to see all of them.
Yeah, all of them.
So
including Arizona, who they haven't beat since like Eisenhower was president.
It's so annoying.
I mean, I think this is a great year to do it, though. Is there a great team in the AFC? I was trying to think of last night, who do I expect to win the AFC? And I kind of went Denver or Houston, I guess, or Buffalo or Baltimore.
Denver,
I don't know.
Houston, Buffalo, Baltimore,
highly
Kansas
flawed
City,
teams.
Back. Yeah.
I think the Chargers are going to be pretty good this year.
Okay, I could hear the Chargers being the best team. You know, getting their tackles healthy. Mike McDaniel fixing that run game for them. Yeah. A lot to like about what the Chargers could bring to the table, but yeah, I don't see in conference challengers, and I don't see out of conference challengers for the Rams.
Well, you have the
20-0, Chief.
20. Yeah. Well, the Niners and their conspiracy theories about the electromagnetic substation that they practice at.
Got Shanahan, didn't it?
Well, Shanahan got himself.
Car went off the road because of the magnetic field.
Shanahan has already talked to the media a little bit in private today. We have some information on that. But no, just day one of practice, you already got 4 guys injured and not participating on day 2. So you have one of their offensive tackles, wide receiver Christian Kirk, and then you got some defensive linemen that have all sustained day 1 training camp injuries to continue the conspiracy theory with the electromagnetic substation. Now, yeah, go ahead.
I wonder if you were a team, how successful do you think a team would be if they had no training camp? Like they showed up for like like the first preseason games. They just went ahead and, like they didn't do the first couple of weeks of camp. How successful would you be a team if all you did was play the preseason games?
I think you'd be whatever relative to your expectation. I think you're 3 or 4 games worse.
Does that make sense? Does it make sense that, like, if you just said, if they didn't play the Hall of Fame game, but if you weren't part of the Hall of Fame game, and your first game is August 13th,
and that's the first time you're playing football.
Yeah, it's the first time you're playing football.
Can we do walkthroughs and meet?
Yeah, but we're not practicing. We're just walking through, and we're camp opens July 26th, but we're not going to physically do anything until August 13th. Do you think you could protect your team?
I think you would. I think you'd end up being a mash unit.
You think it'd be a mash unit?
Yeah. I think you'd have a lot of guys getting injured within minutes of exerting themselves in a way that they haven't since the previous January.
Oh, the soft tissue injuries from not getting your bodies ready.
Yeah.
See, I guess I am assuming, and that's interesting, maybe this is a bigger factor than I knew, that the guys are keeping themselves ready to fire. I got my position coach on the side, and I'm exploding 3-4 times a week, making sure that I'm athletically ready. I would think more it would be about organization and the timing of the plays being off, the coordination.
But see, but saying you're just getting ready. You're trying to stay as healthy as possible in the preseason.
No, that's another good point by Dawson, too. Like, everything would be at least a note off when trying to get everybody in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I think if in this scenario, I would take it as long as I knew my team was coming back, like I don't have a bunch of turnover, and I have the same coaches, just with the assurance that we're going to be more rested.
So you're the 92 Cowboys. And you're coming back for the 93 that season.
I'm fine.
Jimmy Johnson just vomited somewhere on
I know. I'm just
the Florida Keys.
I know you need the practice and stuff like that, but I just wonder how successful would you be if you just totally had practices that were just walkthroughs, and then go and play the game?
Yeah,
that's what Mike McCarthy did, wasn't it?
I saw Pittsburgh. Everybody was freaking out. Mike McCarthy says there's going to be no tackling in training camp, and everybody's like, "Wait, what? This is Pittsburgh football, dude. What are we doing?" Mike McCarthy's changing.
Somewhere Mel Blount threw up in his mouth over there at Pittsburgh. Yeah.
You do have Kyle Shanahan. He met with a few media members and took responsibility for the car accident. I guess there had been some misreporting. Yeah, he was messing with his phone, which we knew, but he says he actually dropped his phone. It fell between the seats, so he's driving, trying to get his phone. He's not paying attention, and he was the one who swerved over into the other lane. There were reports that it was the lady, the 21-year-old lady who he got in the accident with, that were saying that she drifted off while he was on his phone, but it was him trying to get his phone, and he was the one that drifted over into the other lane. So he wanted to make that clear to San Francisco 49ers media members.
Have you got to look at this scar yet?
I haven't seen any photos of it.
Almost lost his eye.
I know that I
haven't seen it.
It's been described in Chris Sims, and it's like he almost lost his eye, 40 stitches in the face, but I haven't seen any photos of the aftermath there. But apparently he's got a top-tier plastic surgeon.
It looked like somebody put his face on Mitch McConnell's body. That picture from the hospital where he's wearing. Have you seen that picture?
Oh, yes.
Like Mitch McConnell, everything's good. He's alive. Mitch McConnell's doing great. He's wearing the button-down shirt.
Yeah.
They put Shanahan's head on the Mitch McConnell picture.
Yeah, I clicked on it thinking it might be the real photo, and then I looked at his face, and there was nothing wrong with it. I was like, okay, this has to be fake. We're getting news now. Yesterday, the Packers did not have Micah Parsons starting on the PUP list.
They didn't. They did not.
But today,
they put him on
there.
Yeah, they put him on.
And Matt Schneidman.
Clerical error.
Yeah. I'm like, what are we doing here? But Matt Schneidman, who covers the Packers, says that the expectation and the hope is just that he could return for week six at Lambeau versus the Cowboys. That's their hope. Best case scenario when it comes to Micah and how they treat the ACL injuries in Green Bay.
They have lost so many players over the last 12 months or so. I can't imagine them being that competitive on defense without Micah Parsons. They still have a couple of nice players, but I think this This situation in Green Bay, it could be well on the way to being lost by the time he gets back.
Yeah.
I mean, 2-4, I think, is realistic.
Yeah, I think their defense is going to have some serious issues, especially with him. And then when he gets back, what version of him are you getting? How long does it take for him to get back to kind of being himself? So plenty of questions as it pertains to the Packers and the Micah situation. Aaron Rodgers says zero debate about this being his final season. His wife, his wife that is apparently real, granted him permission for one more
season. Is that Manti Te'o's old girlfriend?
There's a chance. We haven't uncovered.
Did he marry her,
yet.
his old gal, Manti Te'o's gal?
Yeah, I do look forward to that 30 for 30 for sure.
I think he knows how bad it was last year, and that's why he doesn't want to play. Yeah. It's crazy. I can't imagine being a fan of a team that's bringing back Aaron Rodgers and the sort of denial that you'd have to go through in order to convince yourself he can still be good.
Did I see him make peace with his family?
He did, yeah. All but one.
Okay,
all
so
but one
maybe
brother.
the end is near. The end is near. So yeah, he's trying to be okay. I used to be able to hide away at football and not have to deal with you guys.
Yeah.
But when I stopped playing, now I got to deal with you. So I'm gonna make peace with you.
Yeah, there you go. His schedule opened up on Thanksgiving and Christmas here, henceforth.
Yeah.
Luke Kuechly will be Netflix's new #1 NFL game analyst.
Okay.
Right. He's done that.
Luke.
He's done that for the Panthers on radio.
He has
some level of
he
time.
Is good.
Yeah,
he's good.
He's
He is
outstanding.
good.
He is a football
he's Sean
savant.
Lee like.
Yeah, total football savant. And people were talking about how he's the kind of guy that can look at the whatever play pre-snap and tell you what's about to happen, kind of thing. So maybe we get a little Romo. Old school Romo out of him a little bit without the OWIs and whatnot. Romo apparently going to maybe take a little bit of just kind of stay low for a little while, but CBS
Go
is
try
saying,
and dry out.
Yeah, CBS is saying he's definitely not going to be let go for the off-field transgression.
So between him and Greg Olson, that GM that took those guys definitely had a type. Want to interview well, talk football well.
Yes.
We're going to put you at the top of our board.
100%.
Paid off in a big way.
I'm sure Kuechly's going to be fantastic in that role. And then we have the Plaxico Burress. This is what I'm calling the sports quote of the day. Okay. He was on I think he was on a podcast with Lil Wayne, and he says that he compared playing with the Jets to prison. He says, quote, "They're both kind of similar because when I walked into prison on my first day, I was like, damn, man, you bleeping loser. And I had the same damn feeling every day I walked through the door with the Jets."
Terrific stuff.
What a dunk.
Football's finest is in the books. He still got it. And we're coming back with Chris Young, the Rangers president of baseball operations, here on The Fan.
But
The Fan is off and running in Oxnard. And thanks to the on-time experts AC Heating and Plumbing, we're delivering Cowboys practice info, interviews, insight, and our off-the-air confessions. Our coverage is also presented by Mercedes-Benz of Plano and Best Buy Windows and Siding. From day one up to the regular season opener, nobody has you covered like your Turn It On, Leave It On Cowboys Station. 105.3 The Fan.
Yes, sir. Welcome back. It is time for the Chris Young Show right here on your home of the Rangers. Pre-game's coming up at 5 o'clock. The Chris Young Show brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and by Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And a good afternoon, sir. How you feeling?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing well. And congrats on taking 3 of 4 from the Mariners. I guess more injuries since last we spoke, but I guess it's just becoming maybe the norm, maybe the identity of the team to overcome injuries, huh?
Yeah, well, it's not the exact identity you want to have, but it is one that the team has shown a lot of perseverance and resilience, and very proud of the group and the way they continue to fight. And there have been a number of times this season where we've endured injuries that you would think could derail us, and the group has found a way to continue pushing forward. And I think that's the sign of a good team, characteristic of a good team.
Well, Ryan, against the Mariners, what do you like about the way that you guys played?
Well, the games we won, we did a little bit of everything. I mean, we pitched, we hit, we played good defense, we ran the bases. It was really just a very good effort, a collective effort, and good style of baseball. And really, minus kind of the one bad inning in Sunday's game, we had a chance to sweep them. But we were playing a very good team, and the guys were ready to play. They were focused, and they came out and fought. And I think it just again speaks to the talent of the team and the character of the group. And when they play good baseball, we can compete with some really good teams.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the guys were talking about how this was kind of a playoff environment for the weekend series versus the Mariners. You get Evo on the bump over the weekend, and he rises to the occasion in a big way. Have you ever been around a guy that in a big game scenario is more ready to go than Evo?
No, he's the best I've ever seen. I mean, it really is so fun to watch, and I'm not sure there's anybody else you'd rather have out on the mound across the league than Nathan Eovaldi in a game that matters, a one game that matters. And he's such a competitor, and he lives for it. He craves pressure, and he wants the moment, and it's just awesome to watch. It's just time and time again we've seen it, and this weekend was a great example.
How important is it to follow it up with another good week here with a trip to Tampa and Houston?
Yeah, certainly we don't want to have a letdown coming off a great series. The momentum that we built with beating Seattle, we've got to continue to play good baseball, and we've got to continue to build on what we've done. This division is super tight. We've put ourselves in a really good spot. We need to keep marching forward. We need to keep improving. We're closer to getting healthy, in my opinion. It looks like Corey is getting closer to being back and helping us. JJ, we hope, is right around the corner. We've got Jordan Montgomery, Jack Leiter, and Cody Bradford that appear to be not too far away. So there's some really good things happening on the depth front, and getting these guys back, and several of those guys are going to be impact players to get back. But we can't have a letdown now. We've got to keep improving and keep playing good baseball. If we play the way we played this weekend, we should be just fine this week.
Hey, CY, how does somebody find a Nicky Lopez? How do you find a guy like that? I mean, where do we walk us through? Is somebody walking into you and saying, "Hey, boss, I got this guy. He's kind of a ball player, and I just want to. Can I bring him up? How do you find a guy like that?"
Yeah, it's a great question, and there are guys like this that pop every single season, and so you just hope to be right on them. And a lot of times, it's just a matter of being in the right time at the right place. And we have a great pro scouting department, a great R&D department. We have our baseball ops group. Everyone works collaboratively to identify, one, the needs of our team, and then secondly, players out there at that moment in time that may fit the exact need of the team. And you talk about the player, you talk about him from a performance standpoint, from a health standpoint. The economics obviously factor in. You talk about him from the fit, how long that fit may last, and what the player does really well and why he may upgrade our team. And then you kind of put all those things together, and then you also like to know a little bit about the character and makeup of the player too, because oftentimes that determines the ability of the player to bounce back. You're making a bet on a player who's had some major league success. He hasn't gotten as much opportunity recently. And then all of a sudden we're taking a chance on him and going to give him that opportunity. Do we believe he can maximize that? And so there's a lot that goes into it. It is a complete team collaborative effort, and really, really proud of the group for coming together and making a great decision with Nicky. I would say the same on Elias Diaz and many others that we've seen this year.
If you guys do win the West, obviously those players and those acquisitions are going to be a huge part of that story. But from this point forward, what do you believe is going to be the deciding factor on the division?
Well, it's a number of things, and health being a big one for us. As we get healthy here, I reflect back from this time last year to this time this year and where we are now. And I think that we're in a good spot from an offensive standpoint. We've got a number of guys performing very, very well, above league average in terms of their overall offensive production. We really haven't had our two best players on the field together much of the season, and I think that fingers crossed, we're about to have that. And if we do get that with Corey and Wyatt both out there together, we get JJ back, the good version of JJ in terms of what he's done offensively this year. You can squint and certainly see a path to winning this division, but a lot of it's going to depend on the pitching health. We've got to stay healthy. We've got to keep Jacob and McKenzie and Evo healthy. We got to get Jack back. We got to get a good version of Monty and Bradford. And then we're going to have to reinforce the bullpen as well. So there's a lot of things that need to come together, but every team's saying similar right now. There's a lot of parity out there. There are a lot of teams that are very close in the standings. And it's those little things that are going to separate the teams that go on and win their divisions or win the wild card versus those who fall off.
No, Elias Diaz in the lineup today. He got struck on the hand by a pitch yesterday. How's he doing?
He's doing well. He's so tough. I mean, this guy, it's amazing. He wants to catch every day. We're trying to protect him. We're trying to strike that balance. We don't want to run him into the ground. But he's back there. He's showing up every day, ready to play. He's super tough, great teammate. He's been such a great player and a great fit for our clubhouse.
It's Chris Young here with you on The Fan. Have you guys decided how aggressive you want to be at the deadline, or are this week's games going to have an impact on that mindset still?
Well, first of all, I'd say we want to always be super aggressive. We'd love to go out and be the most aggressive team. Some of it's just a function of the market and what's out there, what's available, and whether or not they like the players you're willing to give up to accomplish that. So I think that's the starting point. That said, the market right now seems to be a little bit slow. A lot of teams like us still trying to figure out what they are and how far in to go. And so it's going to come together over the next, week. But it's going to be a busy week. I'm actually sitting with the group in Tampa right now. We've been working all day, looking at different scenarios and different needs, and trying to find any way we can to improve this team and give these guys a chance.
CY, when you're talking about the trade deadlines, and we ask you a bunch of questions like that, is there ever a fear of doing it the wrong way? I know you're super aggressive and you want to do and you want to make your team better, but is there ever a fear like, gosh, guys, I just can't do this right now? Is there ever that fear in you when you're getting close to a trade deadline?
I wouldn't call it a fear. I would say there's always a thought in the back of your mind that you hope you're doing the right thing and you're making the right decision. I wouldn't say it's a fear, because we're making these decisions through a process that I think is very healthy, and we try to arrive at good decisions based on that process. It's not always going to work out. But really, what we're trying to decide is how do we give our team, our fans, the best chance to go win a championship, win a division, and hopefully compete for a World Series title. And there's some risk taking involved in that. You don't get to the top by sitting still and sitting on the sidelines. So I've never been one to live in regret, and certainly not going to after this one. We're going to make the best decisions we can for the right reasons, and we'll reflect back and say, did we make good decisions or did we make bad ones? But I can promise you the process is going to be good, and I can promise you that it's going to be the right intent with whatever we decide.
Yeah, if I'd asked you a better question, I would say, is there a fear of being a seller and then your team starts playing better? Is there ever that fear then? That maybe I should have rephrased it that way.
Well, I'll rephrase that and say if you end up doing that and the team starts playing better, maybe you made the right decision in some capacity that allowed them to play better. So
all right, fair enough.
We don't have it all figured out. You can't predict these things. There've been teams in the past that have sold and all of a sudden they took off. So baseball's a weird sport like that, and sometimes it just happens to be who you play and when more so than how you're playing, and so you can't predict it perfectly. But what I can say is we have a really talented bunch. We have a group that is focused. They've got a ton of character, a ton of heart, fight. And really, it's been so fun to watch these guys compete. I love our coaching staff. I love what Skip's done. The way these guys are showing up every day, preparing and focused to go out and win. If our best baseball is indeed ahead of us, it's going to be a fun last couple months here.
Would it be more depth acquisitions you're looking to make, or difference-making star players? Like, do you have an idea in your head of how that would come together?
Not perfectly, just because the star players are hard to access, and even some of the depth players are as well. It's just really a lot of how the market shapes up and who's available at what points when you have to make decisions. And you may say no to a trade that is gone 2 days later, and you look back and say, "Gosh, we should have done that deal. We were waiting on the market to evolve, and it was there in front of us." Or the opposite may happen, that somebody becomes available after you've already made a trade and you're going, man, I wish we had sort of been a little more patient. So you can't predict it perfectly. You try to stay engaged with every team and understand the market and understand what teams are trying to do and who may become available, and then again, make the best decisions in real time.
See why this is, you don't have to answer this question, but is there a team that you will absolutely not deal with?
No, we deal with all 29 other clubs. Okay. Some we've lined up more so than with others, but in division that's always a little tougher. With Seattle and Houston, obviously we're competing with those teams, and so it's a hard thing to line up with those guys saying, hey, we're gonna make your team better and take off our team. So it just in these cycles when you're competing with them, it normally doesn't line up.
How long do you expect Corey's rehab assignment to go?
Well, it'll be based on health and performance. Our hope is that he gets off to a good start from a performance standpoint, and he feels good coming out of it. If he does, time is of the essence. We don't want to wait too long, but we're not going to put him in harm's way. We want to make sure he's ready to perform when he comes back, but it'll be at least a couple games and could be longer if he needs that.
Have you guys found like a new brand of winning baseball compared to what clicked so well with the World Series team?
That's a really good question because I haven't thought about the specific style of play or brand. I mean, that team could really slug. That team really, really hit and scored runs at a ridiculous pace, and they did it from day one. This team has taken a little time to find the offensive profile that has worked, but the way we played this weekend, there was some similarities, and I think ultimately what I see in the 23 team that I see in the 26 team is a lot of fight, a lot of hunger, a lot of some unsung heroes, some guys that maybe you weren't expecting to have big contributions that are stepping up and really playing critical roles. I mean, we've talked about Nicky Lopez, we've talked about Elias Diaz. We have Ezekiel Duran. JJ's having a tremendous year. We've just had a number of guys contributing. Jock has really bounced back. Jake Berger's bounced back. We've had a number of guys that are contributing in a way that we got in 2023, and that's exciting to think about.
Exciting times indeed. Pre-game's coming up here in 22 minutes. Chris, thank you so much for your time. Give him hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. Let's get a win tonight and have a fun week.
Heck yeah. We'll drink to that. It's brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Rangers take 3 of 4 from the Mariners and are visiting the East leading Rays here. First pitch 5:40. And thanks again to CY for joining us. Mostly it's Mondays at 4:20, but obviously yesterday we were in the middle of baseball. And then I would imagine next week they're going to reschedule that as well, because next week at 4:20 it'll be the final 40 minutes before the trade deadline, which will hit at 5 o'clock right here on the Fan. Can't wait to talk about what CY does next. Okay, big Cowboys storylines hitting this afternoon. We'll make sure you're up to speed on all that before we get to baseball, including is there anything imminent? It's next year on the Fan.
RJ Choppy here to make this the summer.
Spits and Suns, DFW's #1 Stars podcast, presented by the On Time Experts. A new episode is available now wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks so much to Chris Young for joining us. Did say the trade market kind of soft at the moment. So it's obviously he said it's hard to pry away star players, and even depth players can be difficult. And maybe that's going to be the situation where there's not enough teams willing to deal yet. We had the report last week. There's 6 or 7 teams that have a for sale sign open, but maybe that's not enough right now. I think, especially coming off Sunday's game, people are pretty anxious to get a couple of bullpen pieces in here.
Yeah,
that could help them hold it down in those late innings, especially on a day where their offense is not performing like it has recently. Those games are going to happen, especially in the postseason. Need some bullpen help, but with 6 days to go, apparently it's more of a seller's market at this point than a buyer's market. Corey Seager rehab start tonight. It'll be performance and health based on when he returns, said CY. So got to have success and got to feel good. And then, I think especially in light of losing more players over the weekend, I think maybe Corey Seager even before this weekend would be what I'm looking at. Can we get you, if you're on fire tonight, can we get you to Tampa?
Yeah. I mean, he definitely doesn't want to. He doesn't want this thing to drag out too long. So, I'm sure there's a world where he could be so dominant tonight that they're like, all right, forget it. Let's just get him back.
I mean, it happened for Jock Pederson, where he was bad all of last year, and then he was bad the first couple of weeks this year, and now he's one of the top leadoff hitters in the game. So why wouldn't it stand to reason that it's possible Corey Seager could, snap back into an MVP-level player? And now the other question on top of that is, how long could he stay there without getting hurt again? So maybe if he does play like an MVP at some point over the next week or so, you'd want to deal him. I didn't have the stones to ask CY about those reports that we've asked him a couple of times about it this year.
I think he'd answer.
You think he'd answer if Corey Seager's on the block?
I do.
I think you got to phrase it.
I think he would answer. I think he would answer like, but I don't know how he would answer, but I think he would give you an answer. I don't think he would call you an idiot or anything like that.
You're right.
I think he would say, this is one of our better players. This guy's a championship player. We think, he would give you that type of answer. But I think there's some people within the organization, and I'm just saying this from a guy who's worked in front offices before, that my experience is sometimes you get down on players. And there's certain people.
But are you willing to say that publicly?
No, hell no. but in his mind, I think he's been pretty honest with us about a lot of things. And
you're right.
And I think that if you said it's like, listen, we've got to figure something out. I just believe there's people in the organization, and he might be included, that are like, gosh, we won a World Series with this guy, but man, we need him right now, and he just hasn't been available to us. And I think there has to be some disappointment about that.
I think you phrased it like, are teams calling about Seager?
Oh, yeah. That's a good question.
I'm kicking myself right now that I didn't.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get a chance to talk to him again next week and recap, hopefully, what is an eventful trade deadline.
Yeah, we'll once again not have stones to do it. So here we go.
I mean, I just didn't think that he'd give a great, give an insightful answer.
He might not, but I think he would give you an answer. He wouldn't, he's nice to me in a way. Always, that's a great question. And I know damn good and well it's not a great question. I always appreciate him saying that, but there's things I think you could ask him and he'll tell you. I think he will tell you.
We could have a rally squirrel situation on our hands in Baltimore. They're 3 games under. They're probably 25 games short of the Rays in the division. But, maybe, I don't want to trigger Rangers fans who, of course, remember the St. Louis Rally Squirrel in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
But I think these Squirrels are 1-for-1 so far, and we're going to find out if they can go 2-for-2 here, won't we?
Yeah, it took the entire Detroit Tigers grounds crew and Baltimore Orioles outfielder, friend of Rangers Nation, Leody Taveras, to capture a squirrel on the field. This is the play-by-play.
The chase for the squirrel is on, and the squirrel is in the corner, and the squirrel is still eluding an entire horde of grounds crew members. And the squirrel's free once again. Hemmed in? No, I won't be hemmed in. I have freedom on my mind. Trying to go between the legs, and eventually he gets away again and hops through the towel. And hops through another towel. The force field is activated. Towels can't stop him, or maybe they can.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the grounds crew. Let's give them a round of applause. The Detroit Tigers grounds crew. Thank you.
That's Bill Miller, the crew chief. He was just got on his mic to thank the grounds crew and got booed.
It took 67 of them to catch one squirrel.
It was a pretty great scene, watching them all try and rally around that squirrel.
This is grounds crew. Should have got those middle infielders out there.
Yeah, Leody was the only one trying to give him some help.
God bless Kevin Harlan. You know what he's just done? Kevin Harlan has just incentivized every play-by-play announcer to do that kind of commentary about things that are happening on the field.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's created
Kevin Harlan's
a new genre.
Kevin Harlan's he's wearing a bra. That whole thing that he does. Yeah, I think he's made announcers not afraid to have some fun when things go a little crazy on the field.
Jerry Jones was asked today, how do you balance being patient with a new staff and new players along with the urgency to win now? He said candidly he's willing to give up future to add substantive to get the right kind of deal to improve the Cowboys. Said he had a conversation with another team owner about a situation yesterday. Now, at no point in the presser did I get the feeling anything is imminent. Nick Harris tweeted about that from Cowboys camp earlier this afternoon. Brian, I just wanted to circle around with you for the Tolo's sake. There's nothing that you're hearing about like they're trying to make something happen now, right? This is just kind of on the table.
I've been kind of hanging with you here the last, say, 5 hours or so, listening to him talk and all that. So just really haven't had a chance to run into anybody on the other side of the fence over here. I'm going to make some calls when I get off the air and see if there's anything going on. I tried. I've got some other connections with the Raiders, so I'll try and see if I can run stuff like that down. But hey, they left the door open for us to try and figure this thing out for sure.
Absolutely. That's a hell of a tease for Krusty's Corner tomorrow at 3:40 as our training camp coverage will continue. Jane Slater then asked Jerry why they pulled out of the Max Crosby pursuit when he got returned from Baltimore to the Raiders. And after a lengthy pause, Jerry said, "We didn't." They didn't pull out of Max Crosby pursuit. And he said, we understood his injury situation well. We were surprised the way it resolved. So it has definitely reignited the Max Crosby conversation in a big way. Would he by himself fix this defense and make them like top 10 potential? How big of an ad would Max Crosby do?
I think Broadus thinks this might be the doomsday defense.
I think this would be the Purple People Eaters, the Fearsome Foursome, the Grits Blitz, the Steel Curtain. Just name them all. Just name every defense that's ever been great. And yes, Max Crosby would make this defense great.
It would absolutely make them better on third down, holding leads with an offense like this.
Max Crosby plays some run defense. Max Crosby gets tackles behind the line. Max Crosby gets sacks. Yes, he will help this defense.
That would be incredible. I think we just need to get this season underway and have the Raiders realize we're going to be bad again. We need extra draft picks, and then it's going to be a no-brainer for them. And right before Baltimore ended up making the trade for Crosby, there were a lot of people who believed the Cowboys were the leaders and were going to get him. So I would say that makes them the leaders currently. It's just, to me, a matter of when and not if they reignite that and get very aggressive. Thanks to Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control, 75 and 635, just went 3 flawless. Rangers pregame is coming up next. Thanks to Broadus out there on the tennis courts and Eric Chiafalo. I'm Gavin Dawson. Till tomorrow at 2 at ease.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast.